Chapter 506. Unbelievable. Gilbert's voice rose and fell as the carriage moved forward. Thales, who sat in front of him, leaned against the carriage wall quietly. He looked at his teacher whom he had been separated from for 6 years, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. "I still remember, young sir, when we parted ways 6 years ago, you were still a child." Aside from his slightly agitated breathing, Gilbert's posture and etiquette were still appropriate and elegant, as if he was carved from the mold of a noble. Thales shrugged and smiled. "Perhaps I am not just a child." "Of course." Gilbert smiled knowingly. "Of course you are not just a child. However, look at you now." Gilbert stared at him closely. He was gratified and moved, and he could not help but look him up and down. "You have grown up." His voice rose and fell. 14 years old. According to the standards of the Empire, you are already a real adult. You can fight with a sword, marry a wife, and have children, fight, marry a wife, and have children at the age of 14? Thales scratched his head. About this, as the times change and society advances, I believe that we need to discuss it further." Gilbert laughed heartily as he looked at him. The carriage wheels rolled, and the two of them were silent for a while. Then, Gilbert sighed. "So, it has been 6 years, Your Highness. Is everything all right? How is the North? Is everything all right? How is the North?" Thales had imagined many scenes of reuniting with his old friends. He had also imagined how he would add fuel to the fire and complain about the terrible food in Northland, the cold temperature in Heroic Spirit Palace, the dim-witted little rascal, the annoying female official Gings, the foolish Star Killer, the cunning Leespan, the damned Lampard, the gluttonous Ida, the bored eyes of his 2 attendants as they argued. He even imagined pouring out all his pain, unhappiness, and complaints in one go. The Extension's strange gazes, the Northland teacher's sarcastic demeanor, the outdoor class's use of their power to avenge personal grudges, the incessant surveillance, and the unreasonable searches, but when it came to it and the words were at the tip of his tongue, Thales put away his memories and smiled brightly. "You know, it is the North." The prince shrugged in a relaxed manner. His smile was warm and calm. "It is very northern." Gilbert did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at him for a long time. His gaze was focused on the teenager's sunny smile. He seemed to have read something. "Yes, Your Highness." A few seconds later, Gilbert answered softly, "Northlanders, Northerners. I've negotiated with them." "I know. I know." Gilbert's gaze was calm and gentle, but for some unknown reason, Thales had the misconception that there was a heavy burden on him and he could not bear it. Silence reigned in the carriage, and for a moment there was only the sound of hoofbeats outside. Thales took another deep breath. "How about you, Gilbert? And Eternal Star City and Constellation? For the past 6 years?" When Gilbert heard this, he paused for a moment before he slowly gripped his cane. "Oh, I'm getting old. I'm not as good at writing as I used to be. I'm taking more and more carriages. Every day, the scribe's secretary's writing is getting bigger and bigger." Thales listened quietly and stared at Gilbert, who seemed to have aged 6 years. 6 years ago, they also sat in the same carriage on the road to Renaissance Palace. 6 years later, Gilbert turned his head and smiled faintly. Apart from that, it's still the same. Working, living, breathing, and waiting. He paused for a second and looked into Thales' eyes. "Your return." Thales froze. For a period of time, he was speechless. He did not know what to do. Gilbert's expression darkened. "I cannot imagine how much hardship you went through in Extet." He stared at his cane, and he spoke rudely, which was rare for him. "Cursed Northlander, it should have only been a few weeks. Then, you would have returned safely and returned to our care. I still remember telling you that everything would be fine, but," Thales could not bear to see this happen. "Gilbert, Gilbert leaned against his cane, lowered his head, and sighed. We have failed in our duties and dragged you into this. Thales shook his head at him. But the Foreign Affairs Minister continued to speak. There was guilt in his voice. From King Nuvan to the calamities, and then to Black Sand region. Just reading about it in the letter is enough to make me tremble, but experiencing it personally, Thales had to interrupt him loudly. Gilbert. Gilbert trembled slightly before he stopped talking. The prince smiled. Hey, I made it through. Gilbert looked at him quietly. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on his face. Yes. The cunning fox of Constellation showed fatigue, which was rare for him when he was the prince's teacher. You made it through. From the north. I made it through. He nodded slowly, but it was obvious that he was absent-minded. Thales suddenly noticed that Gilbert's energy and focus were not as good as before. Sensing the fluctuations in Gilbert's emotions, Thales had no choice but to change the topic. So, what about them? The people who stayed in Dragon Cloud City, Putre, Ralph, and that. Oh, Ida. Anne. Waya? When he heard this name, Gilbert seemed to have suddenly woken up. Oh, them. Do not worry, even though they still need to stay in Dragon Cloud City for a while, but since the most important thing is that you have returned safely, there is no meaning for Dragon Cloud City or Black Sand region to detain your followers. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. A few seconds later, the teenager suddenly said, Gilbert, ensure that they are safe. Make sure your son comes back safely. The prince raised his head and said seriously, without them, would not have been able to last until now. Gilbert was slightly taken aback. Thales exhaled. If there is a need, I can write a letter and have someone pass it directly to Archduchess Walton. I have some connections with her. Gilbert stared at him quietly before he smiled. The wrinkles on his face were clearly visible. Your Highness. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked at him with a smile. They will be fine. As long as you are fine. And my son will definitely know this. Thales raised his head and returned the smile. He nodded. Gilbert seemed to have realized something. He took a few deep breaths and composed his emotions. He returned to being the professional and dignified Foreign Affairs Minister, the cunning fox of Constellation, Count Gilbert Casso. I have many things to say to you, Your Highness, but, a polite smile appeared on Gilbert's face again. Since you have returned, there are too many things that need to be arranged. The welcoming banquet for the prince's return, your complete team of instructors and advisors, of course, you need to consider the prince's needs, and also fit the status of a duke. Oh, right, the dignity of the Duke of Star Lake. When Thales heard the last sentence, his expression darkened. In fact, I was just about to ask about this. Thales' expression became very serious. Even Gilbert subconsciously put away his smile. The Duke of Star Lake. The prince enunciated each word clearly, and he looked at his teacher with a puzzled expression. Gilbert, what do you mean by this? Gilbert paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. A few seconds later, he smiled faintly. Please do not worry, Your Highness. This is a good thing. Gilbert sighed with a myriad of emotions in his heart. The Duke of Star Lake. He looked at the field outside the carriage window, which was moving backwards. In the history of Constellation, this is an honorary title that belongs exclusively to the Jade Star family and is given to the members of the royal family. Although it is not as powerful and influential as the 6 great guardian dukes that were conferred by the King of Renaissance, and the real power and fiefs that come with it are insignificant, Gilbert turned his head around and looked at Thales sternly. But the meaning it represents is extraordinary. Thales quirked an eyebrow. At that moment it was as if a familiar feeling had returned. He did not seem to be sitting in a carriage and hurrying along the avenue of blessings. Instead, he returned to the study room in Mindy's hall. Gilbert's signature steady voice slowly rose into the air. 500 years ago, Pulse Breaker Sumer II conferred his eldest son, Alan, as the Duke of Star Lake. He allowed him to start managing his territory and participate in government affairs, so that he could legitimately assist him in handling the affairs of the country. Then, after Sumer II passed away, Prince Alan inherited the throne as a duke, and he became Ascension King, Alan I. Pulse Breaker. Thales listened to Gilbert's words and searched for Little Rascal's way of looking at the world, which he learned during his 6 years in Northland. Ahem, it was Constellation's history class in the eyes of the Northlanders. If he remembered correctly, Sumer II was the one who benefited from the tragic confrontation between the two stars and ascended to the throne. To prevent the kingdom from repeating the mistakes of blood relatives fighting for the throne and brothers killing each other, the inheritance bill he issued truly established the system of the eldest son inheriting the throne, and the youngest son changing his surname and being conferred the title of nobility. We're still more advanced. Since we're choosing a king, of course we'll choose the most powerful one. We'll settle it with a fight. The Star Killer, who had nothing to do and was listening by the side with his arms crossed. Under his bill, many of the descendants of the branch families with great surnames were forced to leave their homes and change their surnames. He also chased away a large number of cousins who stayed under the complicated branches of the family tree and eyed them with hostility. Many of the vassals who were not the eldest son hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth. Sumer Jadestar II was also given the title of Pulse Breaker. As for the Ascension King, Thales found the name familiar, as if he had just heard it not too long ago. Gilbert's voice continued to rise and fall in cadence. From then on, half of the Jade Stars who were conferred the title of Duke of Star Lake over the past 500 years were crown princes, whether they were known or not. After the late king passed away, they wore the 9-pointed star crown and inherited the supreme throne of Constellation. So, the Duke of Star Lake can be considered as the title of Crown Prince. Wait, Thales, who was still thinking about who the Ascension King was, furrowed his eyebrows. Did you say, half? Gilbert continued smiling, as if he had expected what Thales was going to ask. The other half, such as the ancestor of the Talon family in Ice River City and your grandfather's brother, the Starlight God of War, John Jadestar, are the closest family members and most trusted assistants of the king. They wield great power and assist him in managing the state affairs. John Jadestar. Starlight God of War. Thales' heart sank. He recalled many things, such as the interesting things the veteran Jennard had told him about the Duke in the Starlight Brigade when he was in the Northland, or Samuel's evaluation of the Duke of Star Lake in the Prison of Bones, or the Duke of Western Desert telling him about John's background in Ghost Prince Tower. Gilbert seemed to become more excited the more he spoke. So, Your Highness, to Constellation, the title of Duke of Star Lake is either given to the king's successor as an honorary title before the crown prince inherits the throne, or the title is given to the king's closest family members to show his favor and trust. Then, with the help of blood ties, the Jade Star family's rule will be strengthened. Closest family members. Favor and trust. Thales coughed softly and narrowed his eyes. But I remember that even though the Duke of Star Lake was his brother John during my grandfather 82's era, the crown prince he chose was, against his expectations. Gilbert quickly interrupted him, and his tone was firm and resolute. That only proves one thing, that your grandfather was willing to use his life to believe in John and his brother, just like how he believed in his own heir. He even believed that John could continue to loyally assist the king who succeeded him as the Duke of Star Lake. Use his life to believe in John. Believe in his brother. Just like how he believed in his own heir. For some unknown reason, Samuel's indignant words in the prison echoed in Thales' mind. Was it a brother killing his brother, or a son killing his father? Gilbert took a deep breath and continued to stare at Thales seriously, as though he would not allow any doubt. And John did not disappoint your grandfather. As the greatest hero in the Bloody Year, the former Duke of Star Lake and his Starlight Brigade conquered the rebels in the south and fought against the Great Dragon in the north. In the end, he turned the tide and saved all of Constellation. John Jade Star. He was the greatest contributor to the Bloody Year. Conquered the rebels in the south and fought against the Great Dragon in the north. He turned the tide and saved Constellation. Thales quietly recited these words and tried his best to suppress the inexplicable chill that rose from the bottom of his heart. Yes. The prince's expression was solemn, and his tone was calm. And then he died. Gilbert was stunned for a moment. But the Foreign Affairs Minister was obviously very experienced. He frowned and quickly continued Thales' words. And thus made this title even more noble. During the 18 years when Star Lake Castle was empty, when people talked about the Duke of Star Lake who shed blood on the battlefield, they would only reminisce about his loyalty, tragedy, and glorious past. This time, Thales did not respond when he listened to Gilbert's flawless explanation. Instead, he stared at Gilbert for a long time. At that moment, Thales suddenly remembered Disaster Sword Marina's words. Please investigate this matter and find out the truth. Find out the truth behind Duke John's assassination in Zodra during the Bloody Year. The truth. Under the prince's gaze, the Foreign Affairs Minister frowned slightly. He suddenly had a misconception that the student he was once very familiar with had become a little unfamiliar. A few seconds later, Thales turned his gaze away. That's right. Gilbert secretly sighed in relief and forgot about the strange feeling in his heart. Hence, being conferred this title is a sign that you are deeply trusted and highly regarded by His Majesty. This means that you are no longer a prince who relies on your father's shadow, who has a noble title but no real power. Instead, you are His Majesty's right-hand man. You have a fief, authority, and status. You are the Duke of Star Lake who can stand on equal footing with the hereditary vassals. When he said this, Gilbert looked at Thales excitedly. With this status, you can even directly enter the Imperial Conference to participate in national affairs and solve His Majesty's problems. It will not be out of place. And when you interact with foreign countries, Constellation's Duke of Star Lake is a powerful title. It is far more powerful than King Kessel's son. Thales still did not speak. He only seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps he wanted to explain in detail, or perhaps he was worried about something. Gilbert paused for a few tenths of a second. Before the smile on his face disappeared, he continued speaking. And of course, it also announces to all the ambitious vassals that even after 6 years away from the kingdom, your position in His Majesty's heart is still incredibly important. Your rightful right to inherit the throne cannot be shaken. The position in His Majesty's heart. Thales appeared to have come to a realization, but he shook his head quietly in his heart. All right, this is really worth discussing. Even though he was not very interested, Thales still put on a surprised expression in a very cooperative manner. Wow! Gilbert seemed to have been deceived by his appearance. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked gratified. Yes, I know, Your Grace. He held his cane tightly and subconsciously changed the way he addressed Thales. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Thales thought of something again, and he came to a slight realization. So, just now, Count Chroma immediately left with a flick of his sleeves. The prince looked at Gilbert in surprise. Does he know that no matter how much he shows to the world how close and familiar he is with the prince, and no matter how much he tries to get closer to me and form a tacit understanding with me, it cannot compare to this extraordinary title of Duke in the kingdom that has been vacant for 18 years? Gilbert was stunned. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but that's their business, the Foreign Secretary sighed. Now, the most important thing is that you will soon return to Renaissance Palace and return to your home. Home. Thales was dazed for a moment. The carriage continued to move forward steadily. The plains outside the window were vast, and the scenery was very magnificent. It fully displayed the beauty of Western desert. But Thales knew that this was the first unfamiliar sight he had seen. Home. Thales mumbled. Is it? When he saw the prince's expression, the strange feeling in Gilbert's heart rose again. But since he was good at observing people's expressions, he quickly skipped over this topic and shifted his attention to Thales's weapon. "Your Grace, this is..." Gilbert stared at the sword lying beside Thales's hand, and his expression changed slightly. Thales snapped out of his daze and sighed, feeling a headache coming on as well. "Does it look familiar?" "It is the sword passed down in the Fakenhas family, Sentinel." Thales patted the hilt of the long sword. "I have to say, it is a good sword." Gilbert's gaze froze. The Foreign Affairs Minister's expression was a little solemn. The ancient empire's sword is not only priceless, it also carries with it history, and its meaning is extraordinary. The Duke of Western Desert is a little too. Thales stroked the sword hilt and raised his eyebrows. "A little too generous?" Constellation's Cunning Fox's expression became very serious. "Considering his reputation, yes." Thales pursed his lips and nodded. "Then, should I hide it and not let anyone else see it?" Gilbert shook his head and said, "No. There are too many ways for people to know about it. For example, if Duke Fakenhas did not bring that sword with him to the banquet, some nobles will ask, and then..." Thales shrugged. "Then, should I return it?" Gilbert paused for a moment. "I am afraid so." The Foreign Affairs Minister seemed to be deep in thought. "I can prepare a letter for you. I will use the reason of respecting the history behind this sword as an excuse. It will be tactful, appropriate, and respectful. Our swift horses will be able to send the sword back in a few days, but this time, against his expectations, the teenage prince before him only smiled faintly before he pushed Sentinel's blade back into its sheath. "No. I just happen to lack a suitable sword." Thales looked at Gilbert with a smile. His words stunned the latter. "I want to keep it." Gilbert stared at Thales in a daze. The sense of unfamiliarity in his heart was at its peak. "Your Highness. Your Grace, forgive me for being straightforward. Considering our current relationship with the suzerains of Western Desert, the meaning of returning it is greater than the value of the sword itself. If the people see that you have accepted it..." But Thales interrupted him. "Gilbert." The prince placed the long sword back in his hand. His tone was calm, and his emphasis was barely noticeable. "What you are worried about is letting the people see that I have accepted Fakenhas' gift." Thales' gaze changed. "Or letting my father see it?" At this moment, Gilbert was truly stunned. "Your Grace, I suggest that you do not think too much about it." The Foreign Affairs Minister wanted to say something, but he hesitated. "Gilbert, I saw them. All three of them." Thales looked at the scenery outside the window and slowly became absent-minded. "Be it Fakenhas, Chroma, or Bosdorf, these local nobles of Western Desert, their attitude towards me, and the things they are eager to tell me. I can feel it, Gilbert. From how careful you were when you talked about the Duke of Star Lake, to how worried you were about me befriending the nobles of Western Desert. Gilbert." The prince closed his eyes and sighed. "This damned Duke or whatever it is." Thales opened his eyes wearily. "It's not that easy to be, right?" Gilbert instinctively wanted to retort, but the moment he met Thales' gaze, he stopped talking. Thales leaned against the wall of the carriage and sighed slowly. Gilbert looked at him quietly. A few seconds later, the Foreign Affairs Minister sighed, and a tired but plain smile appeared on his face. "My young sir. Perhaps you do not know, but do you know why we are here?" Thales was slightly stunned. Gilbert heaved a sigh of relief and pointed outside the window. "Because 6 years ago, you and your performance during the national conference prevented this ancient kingdom from falling into disintegration and decline." Thales frowned. National conference. The memories of the past inevitably returned to his mind. "And immediately after that, you went north to Ekstedt with your magnanimity and resolute courage. You extinguished the flames of war with your own body and protected the kingdom." "Went north to Ekstedt," Thales pursed his lips. "But what you did was far more than that." Gilbert's tone became more indistinct, but also more solemn. Over the past 6 years, with the departure of the born king, Dragon Cloud City has become weak, and Extet has fallen into internal strife that is even more chaotic than before. From what I know, Beacon Illumination City has just raised the tariff on the grains exported to Black Sand Region and Reformation Tower, causing the prices of grains in the latter to remain high. The suzerains of the 3 territories are full of resentment toward each other, and they have almost become mortal enemies. The city of Faraway Prayers and Defense City are currently embroiled in a dispute over the Golden Passage. They are secretly playing games with the ill-intentioned Camus Union around the Alliance of Freedom. It has been protracted for a long time, and they are unable to extricate themselves from it. As traditional allies during the Nguyen era, the relationship between Glacier Sea and Elefure City and Dragon Cloud City has deteriorated rapidly. They have switched sides many times in domestic affairs, and they are in conflict with each other. Dragon Cloud City. When he heard this term, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Most importantly, the 3 southern archdukes who were originally eyeing us covetously, regardless of whether it was Prestige Orchid Region, Reformation Tower, or the most feared Chapman I, because they lost their common enemy, and because Black Sand Region became king, the balance between the 3 was broken. They began to turn inward and were on guard against each other. The suzerains of the 3 territories were on high alert, and because of this, they had no choice but to greatly reduce their military forces at the borders of Constellation to prepare for each other's threats. Gilbert looked at him gently. The smile on his face was the same as it was in the past in Mindy's Hall. Hence, in the past 6 years, the pressure on the northern borders decreased drastically, and the pine forest returned to our patrol area. Even the fiercest extension hunters did not dare to hunt in the south. The citizens of Overwatch City and Lonely Old Tower welcomed a rare period of peace and prosperity. The defense line at the borders of Black Sand Region was unprecedentedly empty. It was said that the Fortress Flower led the patrol team across the border and set up camp in Black Sand Region. They stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights, and the scattered extensions did not dare to approach them. They only dared to watch from afar, because their suzerains and their king detested each other and did not have the time to pay attention to the south. The danger at Broken Dragon Fortress was lifted, and the effects were immediate. The farming, harvesting, herding, and all other industries in the Northern Territory were slowly recovering. Just like this time, when we went to Western Desert to rescue you, quite a number of soldiers were transferred from the military service quota that Broken Dragon Fortress saved. Gilbert paused for a moment. There was a deep emotion in his words. I still remember that 6 years ago, the regular army under Baron Murch was stationed in Central Territory. They trained their soldiers day by day and nervously prepared for war in the north. They were on guard against any changes in the fortress, and they could not leave their posts easily. But today, 6 years later, the army of the kingdom's wrath rode their horses and whips. They followed the king's orders and spread royal authority everywhere. Regardless of whether it was Eastern Sea, South Coast, Blade Edge, or Western Desert, wherever they went, the 4 regions submitted to them. Wherever their long swords pointed, the vassals would bow. The territory of the kingdom, which was once out of control, was once again placed on His Majesty's long conference table. Due to the rare opportunity brought about by the Great Dragon's decline, we can do whatever we want. Be it unifying the nobles in the country, reasserting royal authority, fighting against Camus Union, attacking dragon-kissed land, warning Alumbia, stationing troops at the borders to intimidate the 3 kingdoms of Fog, and seizing back the hegemony of the Western Peninsula. All the things that we dared to think about but did not dare to do before are now being put on the agenda. As he listened to the news of the current situation, Thales frowned. All these years, so many things have happened around Constellation. Your Highness, the heavy blow of the bloody year caused the kingdom to be in a decadent state for many years, and it was difficult for it to rise again. Gilbert's words were filled with sorrow. It has been nearly 20 years, an entire generation. We, who had the blood of the Empire flowing in our veins and once dominated the Western Peninsula, had no choice but to remain humble and bide our time. We trembled in fear as if we were treading on thin ice. The Foreign Affairs Minister's gray hair reflected the setting sun outside the window. His tone fluctuated, and it was clear that he was having a hard time calming down. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath. The expression on his face changed, and as his tone became spirited, he became full of life. But 20 years have passed, and it is like, the great dragon folds its wings, and the powerful enemy is beheaded. The Milky Way shines, and Constellation shines again. Gilbert's eyes seemed to be shining, and it actually made Thales feel as if he could not breathe. We finally have the time to recover our strength and reorganize the country. The day when the kingdom returns to the top of the world is just around the corner. The Foreign Affairs Minister held Thales' shoulders gently. And all of this, from saving Constellation, unifying the kingdom, extinguishing the flames of war, and rebuilding the country, all of these cannot be separated from you, my young sir, my— Gilbert sucked in a deep breath and looked at Thales with complicated emotions. His eyes sparkled slightly. Duke Thales. Thales could only stare at him in a daze. He could not say anything for a long time. Gilbert blinked hard and put away the sparkles in his eyes. At the same time, he restrained his emotions. That's right. This nuisance of a duke is indeed not easy to be. A bitter but gratified smile appeared on the middle-aged noble's face. But it is precisely because of all your hard work and struggles in the past that you became one of the millions of people in this great kingdom, Gilbert said softly. That's right. The person who is most suitable for it. At that moment, Your Grace, Your Grace. A familiar voice traveled into Thales' ears from outside the carriage. Thales snapped out of his daze. He could tell that this was a member of the royal guards, the golden-haired knight who previously stood behind Mallows, Derek's distant relative, Knight Doyle, who mocked the Chroma family for escorting Thales with ill intentions. We have arrived at Lauren Castle. This is our resting point for today. We will depart tomorrow. Before Thales, who was still immersed in his strange emotions, could react, Gilbert sorted out his emotions and stood up with a smile. Thank you, Doyle. I am coming now. Gilbert pushed open the carriage door and walked out. His voice continued to travel into Thales' ears from outside the carriage. He was polite, and there was no trace of his previous agitation. And I am very grateful for the service of the Royal Guards. Doyle's laughter rose as well. It was clear that he was very familiar with the Foreign Affairs Minister. It is a mission, Your Grace. Also, since we have been appointed as the Duke of Star Lake's personal guards. Doyle's voice was very bright, as if he would never experience sorrow. Then perhaps you can call us the Duke's personal guards, or Star Lake Guards? Thales was stunned again. Star Lake Guards. The Royal Guards and Gilbert continued chatting and laughing outside the carriage. But Thales only sat quietly in the carriage. He did not say a word, and he did not move. After an unknown period of time, when Doyle's urging voice rose, the teenage prince sighed and leaned back against the carriage. He said in a barely audible voice, "What are you waiting for?" He said in a barely audible voice, "Are you there?" A few seconds later, a nearly inaudible hoarse voice traveled into Thales' ears. "Yes." Thales shook his head in a daze and snorted softly. "Did you hear what Gilbert said just now, about what I did? From saving Constellation, unifying the kingdom, extinguishing the flames of war, and rebuilding the kingdom, it is all your hard work and struggles in the past that allowed you to become one of the millions of people in this great kingdom, the person who is most suitable for it." Thales was absent-minded. "Yes." The answer in the air was still as sparse as ever. Thales casually responded to Doyle's urging outside the carriage. He raised his head in a daze and looked at the top of the carriage. His gaze was unfocused. Yodel. Have you ever had a moment where everything in your life became so unreal that you were at a loss for what to do? A few seconds later, the masked protector's voice traveled into Thales' ears faintly. Yes. Thales curled his lips into the ghost of a smile. Very good, then I am not crazy. His tone was desolate. Thales, his name traveled into Thales' ears, along with a hesitant comforting sentence. Everything will be fine. Thales smiled again when he heard this. Everything will be fine. Yes, Thales said absent-mindedly in the carriage, every time, when things are about to turn bad, I tell myself the same thing. Yodel did not speak again. Chapter 507. Lorraine Castle was a small, unknown place in western desert. It seemed to be a meticulously chosen place to stay. Gilbert had left early. He seemed to be heading to the army to interact with the nobles in the regular army. Thales, on the other hand, left the carriage under the escort of the royal guards, who were led by Mallows. He entered the simple and crude castle that was comparable to a small house in Shield district. He did not see any local nobles coming to greet him. There were only servants who trembled and lowered their heads in the distance. They handed over lights, water, and food, and the royal guards, who strictly separated the prince from other unrelated people, brought them to Thales' side. Even the sentries outside the castle were taken over by the regular army of the royal family. Even when Thales subconsciously smiled at a young servant girl who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, who hurriedly brought food with a tray on her head, Mallow's figure would appear at the right time to block his line of sight politely and gently, but in a manner that left no room for doubt. That was until the young servant girl fled the hall with a pale face under the fierce gazes of the royal guards in the hall. Thales could not help but feel suffocated. But since he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with them, Thales warned himself not to interfere with the royal guards' actions. And when Thales walked into the hall of the castle, which was so simple that it was even a little crude, and to a certain extent, only had military functions, he sat down by the long table under Mallow's signal, and the suffocating feeling in his heart reached its peak. Same rules. Pick 2 people to taste the food first. Mallows did not remove his armor or his sword. He stood beside Thales, and his calm voice traveled through the hall. The Duke will be allowed to eat half an hour later. During this period of time, the other people in the Vanguard Division will go and investigate the castle. The Defense Division will set up their defenses as usual. The Logistics Division will check the scullery. Everyone else, take your positions. Mallows narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction where the young servant girl left. And I do not want to see anyone enter this hall without permission, even if it is a plump girl. Also, no matter where the Duke goes, be it eating, bathing, going to the toilet, resting, or taking a stroll, ensure that there are at least 2 attendants by his side, and they can see the Duke at all times. If anything happens, the 3 layers of security outside must be able to react immediately. Thales could not help but frown. Mallow's words seemed to be very authoritative. Among the 24 people standing on both sides of the long table, 22 of them accepted the order and left the hall. Mallows, on the other hand, glanced at Thales. His gaze was calm and natural, but it seemed to contain some sort of power. It made the latter, who was so hungry that he could not even sit properly, sit up a little straighter. Take good care of the Duke. The chestnut-haired watchman casually left these words behind and walked out of the hall. The moment Mallow's heel left the door, Thales felt the air in the hall soften a little. But good times did not last long. The last 2 people who were left behind walked forward without hesitation and took away the plates on Thales' table rudely. Under Thales' terrified gaze, they carefully flipped through each dish. They even opened a pie made of unknown ingredients, and took a bite of each dish. Thales stared blankly at the food that had been ravaged to the point where it had no part of its body left intact. He even had an illusion. He had returned to Northland, to Dragon Cloud City, and to the Blood Court. No, it's worse than that. At least the Northlanders would not eat his food. One of them stopped after taking a small taste. He immediately got up and went to stand guard at the door, but the other, oh, no, this pie is made of pumpkin. It tastes awful. The guard who stood closest to him grumbled in pain while he tore off another piece of pumpkin pie. He gave Thales a cool and sunny smile. "No, Duke, you won't like this. I have to help you get rid of some. You're welcome." Thales watched as the pumpkin pie became fewer and fewer. He smiled awkwardly. The knight who was biting into the pumpkin pie held the air and made a gesture of raising a glass. He nodded with a smile. "Do not worry, Your Grace. This is just a routine inspection. Our regular soldiers are camped outside the castle. There is nothing that can threaten your safety." As the knight spoke, he smiled even more brilliantly. "You're making me even more uneasy. No, no, Your Grace, you cannot eat yet. You have to wait for half an hour. If I don't die on the spot from foaming at the mouth, then you can start eating." The knight held Thales' wrist gently and pushed him back in a gentle manner that allowed no argument. Thales could only withdraw his hand from the glass resentfully. He recognized the golden-haired knight in front of him. He was Derek's distant relative, Doyle. "So, Mallows is your leader, and he has the highest rank?" Thales, who was bored and waiting to test his poison, could only strike up a conversation. "Do all of you have to listen to him?" Doyle patted off the crumbs on his hands, raised his eyebrows, and nodded. "Yes." Doyle cast a glance at the door. When he saw that Mallows was completely gone, he started to smile. He walked to Thales' side and set up the cutlery for him. The Royal Guards have a strict and clear division of labor and system, including the hierarchy. They cannot be violated. While Doyle spoke, his hands did not stop moving. Knives, forks, spoons, and different dishes were placed in an orderly manner. It was in line with the table etiquette Thales learned when he was young. Strict and clear, Thales looked at the golden-haired knight in front of him with great interest. "So, what rank are you?" Doyle tidied up a plate of vegetables and smiled. "Take it easy, Your Highness. This is not that simple. Unlike the barbaric, crude, primitive Northland barbarians and their funny guards who change every time, the Royal Guards of Constellation have a long and glorious history. Their system can be traced back to the Emperor's Praetorian Guards during the Age of the Empire." Doyle raised his index finger at the 14-year-old prince. He smiled brightly, and he looked friendly as if he was telling Thales a story. As the sacred group that protects His Majesty by his side, the Emperor's Praetorian Guards are divided into 6 wings based on their different duties. Each wing has a chief and a second in charge. 6 wings. Thales felt his spirits lift. He remembered the former Royal Guards he met in the underground prison. First, there is the Supreme Command Wing. Doyle's smile was warm. He used a knife and fork to separate 2 pieces of meat on the plate. This is the brain of the entire guard. The chief and second in charge are the captain and vice-captain. They are in charge of the entire guard, and they have absolute authority. They only answer to His Majesty. Before he was sent to your side, Mallows was a member of the command wing. He passed orders and information between Captain Adrian and the people in charge of the other wings. His rank is not high, but his function is not small. And after he was promoted to the role of watchman, Doyle shrugged in resignation. "So, you are right. Regardless of whether it was before or after, we have to listen to him." Command Wing. The captain and vice-captain. Thales thought of Barney Jr.'s father, and he fell into deep thought. Then, there is the defense wing. Doyle took a deep breath, flung his hair, and straightened his body. He looked as if he had suddenly become radiant. This is the main body of the Royal Guards, and it is also the one that the outside world sees the most. They are in charge of the personal protection of the nobles. He righteously pulled out 2 pieces of vegetables and placed them next to the meat. Ordinary heroes, great protectors. We use our bodies to ensure your safety, and we build up your glory with our passion. Doyle's words made Thales a little confused. When he saw the solemn and hopeful expression on Doyle's face, which made him look like he was preaching, Thales narrowed his eyes. "So, you belong to the defense wing?" Doyle raised his eyebrows and bowed in a dramatic manner. Yes. When he saw how proud Doyle looked, Thales nodded in realization. I understand now. I am Danny Doyle. Doyle smiled and pressed against his chest. Your Grace, I am the most reliable one among the 6 protectors under you. Thales blinked. The blonde Doyle blinked with his left eye, and he looked very elegant. Or to put it simply, everyone likes to call me Doyle. Thales froze. D. The prince repeated with a strange expression. Don't tell me you have a sister called Doyle? Or a brother called Doyle? Doyle was stunned. Doyle rolled his eyes in puzzlement. Ahem, nothing. Thales coughed a few times and said seriously, it's just a Northland joke, oh. Doyle looked enlightened, and his tone rose in response. So, Doyle. Thales stared in surprise at the plate in front of him, which was almost turned into a work of art. When you were little, did they call you, Little D? Doyle was stunned again. What? Thales furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head. It's nothing. I often tell boring jokes about the Northland barbarians. You'll get used to it. Continue. Doyle blinked as if he understood what Thales said. That's why I was talking about. Oh, yes, the other part of the royal guards. The guards who often appear in bardic poems are cute and charming villains, but they have the right to make decisions during wartime, the Vanguard Division. Vanguard Division. Thales remembered the stubborn Barney Jr. and the neurotic Cannon in the dungeon. Thales arched his eyebrows. So, why are the Vanguard Division the villains? Doyle cleared his throat and began to arrange the soup bowls and cups. Let me put it this way. The duty of the Defense Division is very important, and we cannot easily leave the nobles' side. We also have a lot of time to appear in public, and there are many things that are inconvenient for us to do. Doyle suddenly stopped talking, and his tone turned cold. So, sometimes, when you find someone an eyesore and want his head, or when you fancy a girl, but she is not willing, and other trivial things like that, Doyle stopped what he was doing, and his expression turned cold. At that time, you can let the lackeys in the Vanguard Division run errands. Find someone an eyesore? Fancy a girl? A trifling matter? Run errands? What? Thales stared at him with a strange expression and asked in return, really? Doyle continued to stare at him sternly. 2 seconds later, Doyle suddenly snickered, waved his hand, and shook his head. Of course I'm joking. Even though the bards often exaggerate the nobles' personal guards as thugs for nouveau riche, under normal circumstances, why would the Vanguard Division do such senseless things? When he said this, Doyle's expression froze. You understand, he said coldly. He drew closer to the prince, and a profound and mysterious smile appeared on his face. First, General, situation. Thales did not know whether he should laugh or cry at his behavior. But you said that they have the right to make decisions during wartime. Doyle waved his hand. Oh, that is not important. Doyle cleared his throat again, grabbed the table knife, and began to tidy up the pumpkin pie that had been tested for poison and left in a mess. There was only half a pumpkin pie left. Then, it is time for the Discipline Division, which has the least number of people but the highest status. Discipline Division. Thales remembered the former chief penal officer of the Royal Guards, Lieutenant Belden, and nodded. For example, if you want us to run errands like what I said, but unfortunately, we are caught red-handed. Doyle's gaze focused. Then, the Discipline Division will have to take the field. So, no one in the guards likes them. Doyle turned to Thales with a warning look. I believe it is the same for you. It is said that they are also in charge of carrying out the punishment of the members of the royal family. Doyle put down the table knife. At some point in time, the pumpkin pie, which had only half a piece left, was cut into 6 slices and placed in a circle around the plate. It looked exquisite, beautiful, neat, and symmetrical. Thales was incredibly shocked. Doyle shook his head, and as if he was performing a magic trick, the solemn expression on his face was completely gone. Next is the logistics division. Just like what you said, it is the most boring part of the 6 divisions. There are even quite a number of part-time workers in there. Doyle smiled and moved all the extra and messy leftovers from the main plate into an empty plate. He raised his hand and tossed them into the depths of the unlit fireplace. A clear sound rose. To be honest, even now, I do not know why they want to keep this division. What I mean is, if you work for His Majesty, who cares if your room costs 6 copper coins or 6 silver coins a night? Logistics division. Yes, His Majesty cares. Thales thought quietly. Doyle exhaled. Finally, there is the worst. The flag-bearer division, whose rank is unknown, and which is outside the 5 divisions. Flag-bearer division. Thales thought of the former flag-bearer Samuel, who had already sided with the disaster swords in the underground prison. Thales asked curiously, the worst? Doyle snorted coldly. It is said that every flag-bearer has a small notebook in their bosom. Their usual duty is to spy on us and then report to the higher-ups. Thales widened his eyes. Higher UPS? Doyle flipped his wrist and fished out a tablecloth from somewhere. Thales felt his vision blur, and the tablecloth was wrapped around his chest. Higher UPS. Doyle walked to the prince's side and adjusted the place where the tablecloth overlapped with his collar. They are like the secret intelligence department of the guards. They are sinister, cunning, and do not have good intentions, Doyle said in a half-serious, half-joking manner. The secret intelligence department of the guards. Is that so? Thales recalled the different group of royal guards in the underground prison. So, these are the 6 Praetorian divisions. Doyle walked to Thales, and as if he was welcoming a guest, he swung his arm. The prince was surprised to find that the dishes and cutlery on the table had been arranged in an orderly manner. The dishes on the plate were arranged in a unique aesthetic manner. It did not look like they had been tested for poison at all. Even the tablecloth on his body and his collar were neatly arranged, and the angle was just right. It was to the point that if he moved even an inch, he would destroy the beauty of the place. And His Majesty values your guards very much. Basically, among the 25 people by your side, there are people from the 6 Praetorian divisions. Doyle ignored Thales' expression, which showed that he was worried about where he should start eating, and started listing with his fingers. Lord Grey Parsons. Aside from Mallows, he is the highest-ranking person by your side. He is the 2nd penal officer of the punishment division. Just like his commanding officer, he is basically the type that everyone is afraid of. Durward Stone, the master of the logistics division. Don't be fooled by the smile on his face. He is actually full of evil tricks. If he wants to mess with you during your meals, Doyle sighed and shrugged with a chuckle. And you met Caleb Glover yesterday. He is the brown-haired man behind Mallows. He usually doesn't speak, but when he does, he even dares to talk back to the Count of Wing Fort. You are one of them, right? Thales thought in his heart. Doyle did not notice Thales' expression. Glover is one of the vanguards. By the way, that man has facial paralysis. He doesn't cry or smile. We call him Zombie in private. I heard that Zombie's grandfather once served in the Royal Guards, and he was quite a high-ranking official. Doyle blinked. So, he has been influenced since he was young, and he knows a lot about the ways of the Royal Guards. He even knows the secrets of the old guards from many years ago. This phrase attracted Thales' attention. The old guards? The prince asked. Yes. Doyle glanced at the table. When he found that there was nothing that could be adjusted, he looked away in disappointment. 18 years ago, the Royal Guards during the Bloody Year. Thales tensed up. Even though the old people in the palace are unwilling to talk about what happened in the past, and even if I ask, they will not talk about it. It is almost a taboo. Thale's expression darkened. Is that so? However, Doyle raised his head and spoke with a sentimental tone. But it is said that during the decades that the late King Adi ruled, the legendary old royal guards reached their peak in terms of both quantity and quality. Thale's attention was drawn to him. Forget about everything else, in terms of individual strength alone, they have more supreme-class elites than the guards of any other era. When he said this, Doyle's eyes shone, and he sounded as if he was singing a bardic poem. Some people do not move, but attack like lightning. They do not need a second strike to subdue their enemies. Some people travel thousands of miles like wolves. They are cunning and unpredictable. They kill their enemies in broad daylight without leaving a trace. Some people have a knife in their hands. They are decapitated, and they fight for 3 nights without moving an inch. Some people raise their arms and draw their bows from thousands of steps away. They die under their arrows, and they cannot miss their targets. Doyle exhaled, and he looked forward. The most ridiculous thing is that it is said that there was even someone in the guards of that era who could fight against 100 people alone. He could fight against a large number of people alone. Even if he fought against a large army, there was nothing he could do. Doyle's tone became gentler. Fight against 100 people alone. Even if he fought against a large number of people alone, even if he fought against a large number of people alone. Thales remembered the mighty and lonely figure who swayed. He was dazed for a moment. Is that so? A thought appeared in Thales' eyes. Then, what about the guards now? Now? Doyle blinked, and the corners of his lips curled up. And now, most of the people in the guards were reorganized after the bloody year. You know, the people's lives were poor. The nobles and commoners did not have a good time, and the supra-class talents trained in the battlefield and the army had long since been taken away by the 3 new commanders who rose to power. I've heard that the current chief vanguard, Staley, is in the supreme boundary, but he doesn't have any famous battle records. That's because the thing about the supreme boundary, unless you've truly fought against another supreme boundary, others will only admit that you're also in the supreme boundary. Doyle shrugged. The yearning in his eyes turned into regret. What a pity. I really wish that I was born in that era. It would be great if I could see the unprecedentedly powerful guards. But Doyle immediately shook his head. No, actually, there is nothing to be pitiful about. After all, that was a humiliating group of guards. Thales' eyes sparkled. Humiliating? What do you mean? Doyle sighed softly. Don't you know? During the bloody year, they did not protect the guards well. They did not dispatch them well, and they were at a loss. In the end, they lost Renaissance Palace. They also personally buried the best era of the royal guards. Did not protect the guards well, did not dispatch them well. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. It is said that. Doyle's expression was complicated, and no one knew whether it was disdain or resignation. It's just a rumor. Some of the guards even colluded with the enemy. Colluding with the enemy. Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Watchman. Doyle was stunned. What? Thales raised his head and asked seriously, You just said that Mallows was promoted to watchman from the command division a year ago. Which branch of 6 Wing does he belong to? What are the specific duties? When he encountered this question, Doyle was also stunned for a moment. Watchman? He frowned. To be honest, during my first 8 years in the Guards, I didn't even know that this position existed until Mallows was promoted. But the team had a guess. You know, a watcher, so we guessed that this is a character that stays in the dark and watches secretly. When he said this, Doyle's gaze shifted, and there was a teasing tone in his voice. For example, when nobles go to Red Street Market in private, and it is not convenient for them to bring along guards, the watchman secretly follows them and waits by their bedside. Thales was originally listening very seriously until he felt that something was off. When he saw Thales' expression, Doyle raised his eyebrows. "By the way, Your Grace, you are still young this year, but do you know Red Street Market?" "Red Street Market?" Without waiting for Thales to answer, Doyle raised his index finger and chuckled. "Oh, I can tell that you have never been there. It's okay, when I am free, I will bring you there to play, at this moment, Doyle." It was a clear and loud voice. In that second, Doyle stopped talking perfectly, turned around, smiled, and bowed. He did it all in one go. "Oh, look who's here, Lord Mallows. Hey, and you, zombie. I mean Vanguard Glover." Doyle spread his arms with a passionate expression and looked at the third person without any awkwardness. "Welcome, Count Casso." As expected, Watchman Mallows and Vanguard Glover appeared at the entrance. Gilbert followed behind them and looked at Thales and Mallows with a smile. Thales only responded with an awkward smile. Mallows put on a perfect and indifferent smile. "Doyle, I heard that you are very interested in Red Street Market." "Oh, you are talking about this." Doyle looked as if he had just remembered it. He said in realization, "I'm not sure." He said with a look of realization, "Of course, I am spreading some knowledge to Duke Thales that he should know." "Knowledge?" Thales sighed and turned his head away quietly. "Knowledge?" As expected, Lord Mallows narrowed his eyes. Glover, who was beside him, snorted rudely. "Yes." Doyle turned to Thales without any shame. "Geographical knowledge. Regarding the administrative division of Eternal Star City, Your Grace, we have just talked about it. Red Street Market is next to Linha Street, separating Western District and Lower City District." Mallows and Glover looked at each other. One of them smiled faintly, and the other was disdainful. Thales could only look at Doyle in amazement. Endless admiration surged in his heart. A few minutes later, Thales finally picked up his knife and fork and was able to eat. Mallows and the others left quietly, leaving only Gilbert to look at the prince with a gratified expression. "I am glad to see that you have a pleasant conversation with Danny, Your Grace." Thales smiled helplessly. He mercilessly chopped down with his knife and destroyed the main course, which had been placed so perfectly that it could be considered an art. "I do not have any other choice, do I?" Gilbert laughed heartily. "Relax, Your Highness. Regardless of whether it is Mallows, Glover, or Doyle, they are all from the 7 Jade Star attendants. They are not ordinary local nobles. Your father trusts them." Thales picked up a piece of meat with his fork and hummed. 7 Jade Star attendants? Gilbert nodded. During the Battle of Eradication, the King of Renaissance had 7 squires by his side. The bards called them the 7 Jade Star attendants. The Foreign Affairs Minister once again adopted the tone of someone narrating a story. Even though it was not as captivating as Putre's, it was straightforward, direct, and simple. After the country was built, they settled down in Central Territory and were conferred titles ranging from counts to viscounts. They became direct vassals in the king's territory, and their families also became a powerful ally of the Jade Star royal family. It has been 600 years. Even though things have changed with the passage of time and the members have changed, the vassals who are the closest to Jade Star are still called the 7 Jade Star attendants based on habit in every era, even though there are times when the number of vassals exceeds or falls short of this number. Aside from the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families, the 7 Jade Star attendants are also frequent visitors of the royal guards. This has been the case for the past 100 years. Over the past 100 years, Thales mulled over this word. What about 100 years ago? Gilbert's gaze shifted. Thales bit into a piece of steak. The Duke of Western Desert once told me that he had an uncle who served in the royal guards a long time ago. He even helped my grandfather ascend the throne. Thales swallowed and stared at the steak that had been cut into pieces in front of him. So, Gilbert. When did the people from the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families gradually disappear from the king's most trusted personal guards and the royal guards? At the porch beyond the hall. How is it? The watchman, Mallows, strolled forward with his hands behind his back. Doyle followed behind him slowly. Doyle shook his head. His expression was calm. I do not know. He is not as amazing a genius as people make him out to be. To a certain extent, he is still a little dumb. Mallows snorted through his nose. Stupid? What do you mean? Doyle cast a glance behind him and tugged at the corners of his lips. He is gullible and unguarded. I just casually said a few words to reminisce about the past, and our Duke of Star Lake. He shrugged and smiled faintly. Just now, in just a short while, I almost touched his entire body. And the dagger in his bosom could not protect him at all. I could break his neck in a few seconds. I find it strange. How did he survive in the hands of the Northland barbarians who fought each other? Mallow's expression did not change. He hummed in acknowledgement. Really? Doyle exhaled and narrowed his eyes. Let me put it this way. If that was a princess, there was a teasing look in his eyes. Then by now, she would be lying in my bosom with a red face and meowing like a cat. Mallows frowned. Doyle remembered something and giggled. Of course, if he is really a girl, then his personality is quite cute. Mallows exhaled. You just refuse to stop, do you? Is there any innocent girl in the capital who has not been harmed by you? Doyle whistled and rolled his eyes. There are still a few. The corners of Mallow's lips curled up. Return to your post. The watchman's expression became indifferent again, and his tone became stern. Also, stop playing around. You are protecting. Doyle raised his hand. Of course, of course. Don't worry. The blonde guard giggled and turned to leave. I know. I know how important he is. Regardless of whether it is to the royal family or to us. Mallows stopped moving. He turned around and looked at Doyle's back as he walked away. No. Mallow's expression did not change, but he shook his head slowly and whispered, about him. You don't know anything. The watchman snorted softly. There was a faint hint of disapproval in his tone. Young D. Chapter 508. In the main hall of Roran Castle, Gilbert's pupils reflected the light from the everlasting lamp in the distance. Baron Williams told me that a few days ago, Duke Cyril Faken has paid you a surprise visit. The Foreign Affairs Minister asked gently but cautiously, I believe that he did not just bring you a sword. Thales paused for a moment. He did indeed say a lot. The teenager swallowed the piece of meat. His gaze focused slightly, and he seemed to be deep in thought. It also made me very uneasy. Gilbert's expression darkened. Interacting with different people is always the most direct way to understand the world. Gilbert's tone was still gentle, but there was a hint of caution and deliberation in it. But, Your Highness. Please make sure that you never forget. Gilbert sat opposite him and said profoundly, everyone shows you what they want you to see. Everyone wants you to see what they want you to see. Especially when your status is so special, and your identity is so sensitive. Thales put down his knife and fork, and he was lost in thought. What a coincidence. Not long ago, Thales' expression was resigned and mocking. Count Chroma said something similar. Gilbert stared at him. He wanted to say something, but he did not. Thales continued eating his dinner until Constellation's cunning fox sighed. Since you have met them, Your Grace. Then, what kind of people do you think the nobles of Western Desert are? Thales' hands slowed down. The nobles of Western Desert, what kind of people are they? His thoughts returned to the past, to the moment when he met the three nobles, Falkenhaz, Chroma, and Bosdorf. The prince narrowed his eyes. They are not stupid. They know that you know what we want to do. From Blade Fang's camp to Blessing's town. Thales stared at the lights in the distance in a daze. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He was heard clearing his throat. Then, how did they deal with it? I mean, with us. How to deal with it? Thales sank into deep thought again. He was immersed in what he saw and heard in Western Desert. It's hard to say. From the Guardian Duke to the appointed Count, from the four-eyed skull to the crow and the black lion, from the new nobles to the old forces, it's obvious that they don't have a good relationship with each other. Thales cut the steak that was neatly cut by Doyle into smaller pieces. He frowned. I guess they didn't handle it well. Under the light, Gilbert's expression became a little complicated. Really? Thales nodded, but he was worried. Step by step, we are forcing them to come together to fight against us, against their common enemy. Gilbert grunted in acknowledgement and suddenly asked, yes. For example? Wang Zi raised his eyebrows. For example, Williams. When he thought of this name and Stake's mutilated corpse on the sand, Thales felt that the ribs in his mouth were disgusting. Gilbert nodded in understanding. Thales forced himself to swallow his food. He did not wait for the man to speak. Why him, Gilbert? Thales put down his knife and fork and turned to Gilbert. His expression was serious and puzzled. Why is this unreasonable person staying in Western Desert, representing Renaissance Palace and the royal family, and ruling over Blade Fang's camp? Thales shrugged. He can't even work well with the people from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Gilbert's expression changed a few times. Your Highness, but Thales did not let him interrupt him. And based on my understanding of him during the short time I spent with him, Thales raised his index finger and furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Every minute the legendary Wing stays in Blade Fang's camp makes the local nobles of Western Desert feel more hopeless and uneasy. He pushes them further away from Renaissance Palace and intensifies the conflict between them and the royal family until they are driven to desperate measures and take a risk. Don't even compare him to the kingdom's wrath, who is crude but meticulous, or the experienced and prudent Fortress Flower. The prince turned his head around and looked at Gilbert, who had a complicated expression on his face. To put it bluntly, Thales sighed. He searched for a suitable description and said helplessly, that's right. He said in resignation, even the Star Killer knows how to conduct himself better than he does. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows tightly and did not speak. His gaze first landed on Thales, then moved to the messy plate the prince had eaten. He remained silent for a long time. Just when Thales thought that there was no answer to his questions and that he could only helplessly turn around and continue working on his dinner, you are as sharp and intelligent as you were 6 years ago, Your Highness. Gilbert sighed slowly, and his gaze became sharp. But, my Lord Duke. I'm thinking that maybe you need to jump out and look at the situation in the West Desert from the perspective of the kingdom, the breadth of history, and our perspective. The height of the kingdom. The breadth of history. Our angle. Thales blinked with a puzzled expression. Let's not talk about the other small and medium nobles that we didn't expect. Let's take the 3 great clans of Western Desert that you mentioned as an example. They do indeed have different attitudes toward Renaissance Palace. Gilbert sat up straight with a smile on his lips. It was as if he had once again become the tireless teacher from 6 years ago. One is gentle and conservative, one is radical and discontented, and the last one is insensitive and ambiguous. What do you think of the situation for us? Thales leaned back against the dining chair and rolled his eyes. Gentle. Radical. Numbness. The crow, the black lion, and the skull appeared in front of him. The old, middle-aged, and young figures. It's a good thing. Thales tried hard to remind himself that he belonged to the Jade Star royal family, and he should speak from the perspective of the people. Our opponent, if Western Desert is our opponent, is divided and not united, so it is more fragile. It is beneficial for us to set up our own plans and defeat them one by one. He shrugged with a look of disdain. But Williams? Gilbert looked at his exaggerated expression and smiled. Set up our own plans and defeat them one by one. Gilbert looked at him just like he did during the lesson 6 years ago. There was admiration in his eyes. Just like what you did in Extet 6 years ago? Thales was stunned. He realized that compared to the old crow's encouraging questions that did not set any prerequisites and were patient in leading him to the right path, Gilbert's questions were clearer, more intentional, and more directed. Yes, just like in Extet. The prince frowned and nodded. Unless we force them to stand together, let go of their past enmity, and fight against Jade Star together. Thales swallowed the words, thanks to a certain handsome pretty boy who wields a double-headed spear, at the end of his sentence. Gilbert nodded and smiled. Please do not misunderstand me, Your Grace. In fact, I admire your thoughts. But Your Highness, I believe that the strategy we adopt depends on what kind of opponent we face. Thales also realized that compared to Putre's rhetorical questions, which were filled with sarcasm and bad taste, Gilbert preferred direct narration. Extet is Constellation's greatest enemy since it was founded hundreds of years ago. Its territory is thousands of miles wide, and it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Its people are tough, and their ferocious nature has yet to be tamed. In addition, they have a strong army and a large number of heroes. They are a powerful natural enemy that we may not have the confidence to defeat even during our prime. The Foreign Affairs Minister seemed to be sentimental about something. He paused for a few seconds before he said airily, for us, a divided Extet is naturally more beneficial to Constellation than a united kingdom of the Great Dragon. In the next second, Gilbert's gaze changed. But what about Western Desert? This is Constellation's territory. Its suzerains are His Majesty's vassals. They are just a corner of the chessboard. For us, everything is in our control, and we are determined to win. Gilbert's gaze sharpened. In this situation, is the chaos and division in this corner of the chessboard really beneficial to us? Thales frowned in puzzlement. What do you mean? Gilbert laughed and cleared his throat. He first looked at the lights in the distance before he spoke tirelessly. 2,000 years ago, the ancient empire at its prime stretched across the continent. It had 2 territories, 5 districts, and 19 provinces under its jurisdiction. It was only at this moment that Thales discovered traces of the old crow and Putre's storytelling from his tone. But among these 26 known places, the one that gave the capital of triumph and the Pegasus throne the most headaches was not the powerful Northland, not the ancient chauvinism, not the steep and barren mountains, not the complicated Green Heart, not the difficult-to-tame Cersei and the wild Nada, not even the Sea of Flames, which is hard to communicate with, and the Far East, which is beyond our reach. Gilbert's tone changed. Instead, it was the insignificant and remote Thornland, located in the southwest of the empire. Thornland. Thales recalled the world geography he learned in Northland. Fortunately, the Northlanders did not need to be secretive about Thornland. Based on his memories, the prince asked tentatively, is it because they are conservative and xenophobic, and never submit to outsiders, or even the empire's rule? I have read a 1,000-year-old proverb from Thornland in the books of the Northlanders. The children of Thorn are born to fight back. Gilbert nodded. There was a gratified look in his eyes that said, the Northlanders are finally willing to study. Yes, Your Highness, yes, but that is not all. The children of Thorn do not submit to outsiders' rule, they are even more unwilling to submit to their own people's rule. Thales revealed a puzzled look. Gilbert smiled. Before the rise of the empire, the small Thornland was known for being divided and chaotic. Warlords rose in droves, many factions stood in great numbers, oligarchs appeared everywhere, and unrest was frequent. Even the religious beliefs within the land were difficult to unify, much less find a leader who could convince the masses. And this brought trouble to the empire at that time. After easily conquering them, their rule after that was like walking into a swamp, and it was difficult for them to move forward. If they wanted to rope them in and appease them, they would not be able to find a representative who could convince the masses and be reliable in the entire province. If they wanted to intimidate and shock them, every time they got rid of the leader of the rioters, there would always be his opponents or supporters who would pop up a few years later and cause more trouble in Thornland. Gilbert snorted softly. There was a faint hint of disdain in his words. This characteristic of Thornland lasted for 1,000 years, and it has been passed down since the empire ceased to exist. Even today, after the Battle of Eradication, in the old Thornland, regardless of whether it is a Lumbia kingdom or Turundi joint governance, they have never stopped. The former's royal family changes every season, while the latter's internal strife is a common occurrence, and it happens regularly. Thales listened to Gilbert's words seriously. Are you saying that Western Desert is to us like how Thornland is to the Empire? It is difficult to maintain a stable rule? Gilbert paused for a few seconds, as if he was searching for an appropriate phrase. Not entirely, but, Gilbert looked at Thales sternly. Tell me, Your Highness, if you were your father, who would you reward, attack, rope in, support, or let them do whatever they want when you face the three families in Western Desert who seem to have conflicting political views, who have their own ideas? Who would you attack, who would you recruit, who would you support, and who would you let them do whatever they want? This question stunned Thales for a moment. Based on what I saw, he recalled what he had seen and heard over the past few days and answered carefully. Reward Chroma because they can tell right from wrong and know how to adapt to the situation? Gilbert did not speak, but looked at him expectantly. So, Thales continued speaking in a probing manner. Attack Bosdorf because they are arrogant, oppositional, and have a clear attitude? Rope in Fakenhas because they have not expressed their stance for a long time, and perhaps they are waiting for a good offer? Gilbert's eyes lit up. Very good, because that is what we thought in the beginning as well. When he heard this strange tone, Thales frowned. But? As expected, Gilbert flashed a smile and continued Thales' words. But. During the few years after the Bloody Year and before Williams was conferred the title of nobility, major national policies such as conscription of soldiers, tax reform, annexation of land, and minor ones such as rewards and punishments, conferring titles, and appointments were carried out in Western Desert. No matter what kind of laws were carried out in Western Desert. Gilbert's gaze became sharp, just like his tone. When Renaissance Palace took action with a good reason and did things according to plan, such as the implementation of the Fixed-Time Conscription Act and the emergency annexes to the Desert War, conservatives like Chroma were always dragging their feet and seemed to agree in public, but opposed in private. When His Majesty treated them gently and supported them, such as temporarily suspending the tax exemption order for the development of border counties as a form of compromise and goodwill, stubborn people like Bosdorf would jump out and take a mile when given an inch, and resist stubbornly to the end. When Eternal Star City decided to take action and strike like a thunderbolt, such as punishing the nobles who violated the central tax order, the unpopular Fakenhas would suddenly appear. He would make jokes and feign ignorance, and he even stirred up the mess in Western Desert to the entire country, causing our plan to fail. What? As he listened to these specific matters, Thales only felt his head swell, and his frown deepened. This is Western Desert from another perspective? The other middle and small nobles took sides, and there were few exceptions. There was a hint of resentment in Gilbert's words. No, it was not just a few years, and it was not just 1 or 2 generations. It was the past 100 years. Every time Constellation had a king's decree and a great government was about to be carried out, every opposition in Western Desert could always find a place they wanted to belong to, regardless of whether it was the Black Lion, who was famous for his unyielding attitude, the single-winged crow, who appeared to be submissive, or the four-eyed skull, who had nothing to do with it but was shrewd and ruthless. The more Thales listened, the more fearful he became. No matter what we did, one of the three parties who did not agree with each other would always be able to throw out an unexpected trump card. They would play the rules of the game to perfection, and they would be able to react with ease. They would either dodge or move, act shamelessly to stall for time, or strike a blow to the head. They would catch our plans off guard, and we would only get half the results with twice the effort. There was a deep wariness in Gilbert's words. They might seem to be at odds with each other and have divided Western Desert, but they would always be able to split up when they faced the king's decree from Renaissance Palace. They would cover for each other on the smallest front, and they would work together from different directions to build the most suitable obstacles. They would then cleverly destroy our efforts in Western Desert and the entire kingdom. The lights in the main hall were still lit. A few royal guards came forward to take over their shift dutifully, but they wisely kept a distance away to avoid disturbing the conversation between Gilbert and the new Duke of Star Lake. Thales took a long time to digest the information Gilbert told him. But, Gilbert, are you saying? Thales turned his head around in disbelief. The three great clans of Western Desert. The three great clans in Western Desert. They showed us that they were in cahoots with each other? Did they do it on purpose? Thales remembered Falkenhaz's terrifying smile, Derek's sincerity, and Bosdorf's aggressiveness. From the rise of power to the Sword Sentinel, from the history of Blessings Town to the joke about Cohen, and then to the dazzling nine-pointed star flag. At that moment, it was as if someone had broken a mirror. What was left for Thales was a floor full of countless faces that could not be pieced together. Chapter 509. Gilbert cast Thales a profound glance. I cannot make a rash judgment. Even though the two of them were facing each other, the Foreign Affairs Minister's choice of words was still strict and restrained. Perhaps they do indeed have an old grudge, perhaps they do not obey each other, or perhaps it is just an accident that the king's orders have not been carried out smoothly in Western Desert over the years and have been greatly discounted, but Gilbert narrowed his eyes. But from the perspective of your father and your rule, your highness, did they collude, or was it a coincidence? Or was it both? Or was it just a tacit understanding? Is this still important? Thales was stunned when he heard this. Gilbert took a deep breath and spoke in an incredibly serious tone. The Western Desert is like a cake that is uneven, soft, and hard. Sometimes, it is slippery, and sometimes, it is stubborn. It is hard enough for the teeth to crack, but it is also sticky enough to be cut. Whether you chew it slowly or eat it quickly, it is difficult for you to swallow it from any angle, much less digest it. Compared to this, be it Arund, who took a risk in the Northern Territory, Nanchester, who is easily broken in the land of cliffs, or Covendier, who is young and full of vigor in the south, Gilbert shook his head. The wariness and worry in his eyes increased instead of decreasing. So, do you understand the meaning behind Baron Williams? Thales, who had yet to register the situation, stared at him in a daze. Gilbert chuckled softly. Indeed. Compared to his fame in the desert, those who have truly come into contact with the inside story know that the legendary wing is arrogant, egotistical, difficult to get along with, has countless enemies, and disdains making friends. His choice of words was precise and direct. Even Renaissance Palace looks down on him. He has no respect for nobles in his eyes, and he does not care about tradition. When he is angry, he can mobilize an army, and when he is pleased, he can destroy a city. He is stubborn, and it is difficult to control the king's orders. Naturally, he does not care about the petty political tricks in Western Desert. Thales froze. The image of Roman coldly grabbing Norb and openly threatening to invade Renaissance Palace appeared in his mind. There was faint disdain in Gilbert's tone. And with the support of the royal family and the army, he is even more fearless. Be it the Black Lion's toughness, the Crow's shrewdness, the Four-Eyed Skull's unpredictability, or the legendary Wing's uncontrollable madness and fierceness overnight after the Desert War, all of them pale in comparison. Gilbert's eyes shone with the excitement of a fox catching its prey. Therefore, I became a fiendish demon who didn't even listen to the king, and took root in the complicated, chaotic western desert. He did not continue speaking. He only looked at Thales with a smile. On the contrary, Thales looked at him in surprise. So, what you need is not a West Desert that is at odds with each other, but a West Desert that is forced to unite under the heavy pressure outside the rules. So that you can hold the end of the rope and grasp the key, and you can solve the problem once and for all. Trapped beasts in a cage? And Williams is that pressure? In front of him, Gilbert still had the same smile as before. Williams, Falkenhaz, Chroma, Bosdorf, and now, it was Gilbert, and Kessel V. Thales leaned against the chair weakly and rubbed the space between his eyebrows in distress. He felt as if his brain was about to explode. After a while, he put down his palm. But is it useful? The nobles in Western Desert, even the most radical ones, will not obediently surrender just because there is a madman causing trouble at their doorstep. On the contrary, they will only be angered, and become even more. Thales could not find any good words, so he decided to use an example to explain. Just like this time, Gilbert. The arrogant Williams almost burned through half of Blade Fang's camp and took away all the supplies the suzerain of Western Desert placed here, but at this moment, a terrifying thought flashed in Thales' mind. He continued to speak, but he had unknowingly slowed down. The prince's words came to a halt. He stared at Gilbert in a daze. Gilbert, if the legendary wing is part of your plan, Thales stared at his former teacher in disbelief. Then, how do you expect Western Desert to react? Gilbert seemed to have realized something, and his smile slowly disappeared. Your Highness, it is getting late. He cleared his throat. But Thales seemed to be immersed in his own world. He continued to speak absent-mindedly. I always thought that Blade Fang's camp was not your target, but a bait. And the nobles of Western Desert suffered great losses and had to give up the camp. That is your result. But what if I am wrong? Thales stared at the shattered food on his plate. Gilbert did not speak. He only looked at him worriedly. What if Blade Fang's camp is not even bait? What if it is just a gambling table with rules written on it? What if the nobles of Western Desert, who think they understand the rules, carefully place their chips? Thales slowly organized his thoughts. As he deduced, he narrated. The more he spoke, the more shocked he became. Until their chips were eaten by Williams, who ignored the rules. What if this is the real bait? What if the result you want is not just to make the suzerains of Western Desert give up Blade Fang's camp? What if what you want is for them to fight back when they are fooled and severely injured, and when they are forced to lose their composure under heavy pressure? Gilbert frowned and shook his head. You are overthinking this, Your Highness. Why should we? But Thales interrupted him again. Gilbert. Thales stared at his plate in a daze. The thousands of regular soldiers of the royal family who were mobilized from the inland, the Northern Territory, and Central Territory along with you and Mallows, they are not going to relieve Blade Fang's camp, nor are they here to welcome me, right? Gilbert pulled up his face, and his smile was a little forced. I do not understand what you mean. Of course they are here to welcome the heir of the kingdom. Thales continued to stare at his plate in a daze. He subconsciously shook his head. Or perhaps they are here to fight against the nobles of Western Desert who intend to counterattack after a night of despair. This time, the silence around the table lasted a little longer. Thales was just stunned in his seat. He did not move. When he saw the second prince's expression, Gilbert sighed heavily. You think too much, Your Highness. The nobles are not that stupid, nor are they that impulsive. Even the most radical of them all, Bosdorf. Gilbert coughed violently. They do not have the confidence to defeat the legendary wing on the battlefield, and they do not have the bargaining chips to force Renaissance Palace to give up on Blade Fang's camp. Why would they do something so unwise? When he finished speaking, Gilbert stared at the prince worriedly. This time, Thales stared back at him in a daze. 6 years ago in Mindy's hall, compared to Yodel, who did not show himself, and Gines, who spoke bluntly, the polite and amiable foreign affairs minister was one of the few people he trusted wholeheartedly and admired from the bottom of his heart. During his 6 years in Northland, every time he thought about the time he spent in Mindy's hall, he would have a clearer sense of belonging to his hometown and the path back, which had gradually become blurry. But for some reason, after 6 years in Northland, after the halo of meeting his old friends faded away, for some reason, he felt that Gilbert's gaze had suddenly become a little unfamiliar. Yes, you are right. Thales stared at the edge of the table in a daze. He spoke mechanically, as if he was repeating Gilbert's words. Even if they suffered such a great loss, the Western Desert people do not have bargaining chips. They will not be so unwise as to give the royal family a reason to punish them for no reason and completely seize power from them. The Western Desert people do not have bargaining chips. Bargaining chips. A bargaining chip to tempt the nobles of Western Desert to counterattack. At that moment, he suddenly understood. Thales looked up and stared straight at Gilbert. He forced himself to curl up the corners of his lips. I was thinking too much. Gilbert avoided Thales' gaze, which seemed to be able to see through him, and said stiffly, "My young sir, your dinner is about to get cold, and we still have to continue our journey tomorrow." Thales' heart beat rhythmically. At that moment, he felt that his heart was beating very, very slowly. Very slowly. "Your Highness." Thales snapped out of his daze. He forced himself to smile, took a deep breath, and started eating again. The foreign affairs minister seemed to have sensed something, but he only opened his mouth hesitantly. He did not say anything. "Why, Gilbert?" Gilbert lifted his head. Thales was cutting his food absent-mindedly, and he was in low spirits. "Why did the Duke of Western Desert give me a sword that has been passed down in his family? Why did the legendary wing fly into such a rage when he saw it? Why? The Count of the Single-Winged Crow came in person and politely sent me on my way home." It was clearly a question, but there was no questioning tone in it. When he saw Gilbert's dumbfounded and hesitant expression, Thales understood something. Gilbert paused for a moment before he explained patiently and gently about this, but Thales could no longer hear what he said. He remembered the story the watchman told Derek when he first met Mallows yesterday. "So, that is not just a story." Thales lowered his head and stood rooted to the ground. The ugly old thing was right. My father is indeed a genius. Isn't he? But, Thales tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. "So, this is a common tactic used by nobles to curry favor and draw people to their side." Gilbert finished his words amiably and pulled Thales out of his silent thoughts. The prince raised his head like a rusty doll and forced a smile. "Yes. So, very soon, the entire kingdom will know that the Duke of Western Desert and the returning Prince of Constellation were chatting and exchanging gifts in Blade Fang's camp." Thales said bitterly, "and the small conflict between the Baron of Blade Fang's camp and the suzerains of Western Desert that happened the night before has disappeared without a trace. Their goal has been achieved." He did not continue asking. Gilbert stared at Thales' bitter expression. In the end, he did not say anything. He only exhaled and turned his head away. "So, do you understand now?" The foreign affairs minister lowered his head. His expression was unreadable, and his tone was low. "It is better to return that sword." Thales' hand, which was holding the knife, froze for a moment. He took a deep breath. The lights in the main hall dimmed. "No. You said it during the national conference 6 years ago, Gilbert." Thales stared at his plate. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. In politics, when you face your opponents, kill them to your heart's content and leave no room for negotiation. This is not a wise way to govern. During these 6 years, I have gained a deeper understanding of this principle. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows. Thales took a deep breath. When the prince raised his head, his smile had already become indifferent and natural again. I think it is better for me to keep it. If such a day really comes, I want to leave some room for negotiation for both parties who have nowhere to retreat to. Gilbert was slightly surprised. As for this sword, no matter what the intentions behind it are. Thales' eyes dimmed a little, but they immediately returned to normal. At least, it has the possibility of becoming that room. Thales said absent-mindedly. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I do not want to give up. His voice faded away. The silence in the main hall lasted for a long time. After a long while, Gilbert let out a long sigh. Your Highness. The cunning fox of Constellation looked at Thales with a gratified expression. You have grown up. Thales curled his lips and forced himself to be spirited. You have said this once. Gilbert smiled, but it was obvious that his smile was a little forced. Yes, Your Highness, but, Gilbert stared straight into Thales' eyes and sighed again. You have really grown up. This time, Thales did not refute him. He only smiled again and shifted his gaze back to his plate. Just as the two of them looked at each other in silence, Gilbert. Has my father ever thought about it? The prince slowly chewed on a piece of food that he did not even notice. What if I die on this journey? Gilbert's expression became tense. Your Highness, the entire kingdom will do everything in its power to protect your safety, Thales hummed in acknowledgement and curled up the corners of his lips in anguish. Yes, you have said this before. 6 years ago. The Foreign Affairs Minister was instantly rendered speechless. A few seconds later, Gilbert continued the conversation in a very unnatural manner. This is also the reason why Yodel has been by your side throughout the journey. He forced himself to speak. His Majesty is concerned about your safety, so he sent his most trusted secret protector. He believes that Yodel can protect you, just like how he believes that he can protect His Majesty himself. Once he finished speaking, Gilbert turned his head around and scanned the air beside him, as if he was confirming something. Am I right, old friend? But there were only 2 people at the dining table in the main hall. There was only the sound of knives and forks clashing against plates in the air. There was no response. Gilbert's smile slowly froze. Thales looked up and stared at his former teacher with an indecipherable expression. Gilbert exhaled. Perhaps Yodel is not here right now. The Foreign Affairs Minister smiled bitterly. Or perhaps he is just. Gilbert looked around him. In the end, he lowered his head awkwardly and sighed in resignation. Does not want to talk to me. At that moment, the latter, a hoarse voice suddenly rose. The Foreign Affairs Minister was shocked. Gilbert instinctively turned his head around, but what he saw was still empty space. Thales curled up the corners of his lips. All right. Gilbert felt sorrowful. By the way, you have completed your mission, old friend. You did not let down His Majesty's trust in you. You protected his heir's safe return. There was still no response. Gilbert could only sigh and turn his head around resentfully. But Thales suddenly put down his knife and fork and stared at the air. What is it? Gilbert asked in concern. Thales did not look at him. He only grabbed a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of beans. Nothing, it's just. Thales stared at the beans in a daze. He subconsciously twitched the corners of his lips. I miss Northland a little. Especially, during mealtimes. Gilbert raised his eyebrows in realization. You know, after 18 years ago, there was quite a long period of time, the Foreign Affairs Minister nodded. His tone was filled with endless nostalgia. I think so too. The old man and the young man were immersed in their own memories by the dining table. A few seconds later, Thales snapped out of his daze and put down the spoon of beans gently. He grabbed the knife and fork that were difficult to use. The second prince flashed a fitting smile at Gilbert and ate a piece of meat covered in sauce with perfect etiquette. Gilbert gave him a gratified smile in return. But only Thales knew. That piece of meat had been left for too long. Bitter. Stiff. Under the dim light, Count Bosdorf stepped into the room, looking travel-worn. A guard with the emblem of a four-eyed skull on his armor rushed forward, but he was pushed away rudely. The guard was enraged. He was about to draw his sword. "It's fine." A sharp and cold voice rose in the room, causing the guard's arm to stop. "He can come in." Count Bosdorf did not even look at the guard who was ordered to retreat. He strode straight to the owner of the sharp voice and stared at the man who was eating. "You came in without announcing yourself." Cyril Falkenhays swallowed a mouthful of fruit. He then raised his terrifying face and narrowed his eyes at the guest. "If Gotham was here, he would have beaten you to death." With his fists. But his threat did not seem to work on the guest. "My father respects you, Cyril, the master of the Black Lion," Louis Bosdorf said coldly. "I do not." The Duke of Western Desert sneered. "Coincidentally, I also respect your father." He shifted his attention away from the plate in front of him. His tone was cold. "But not you." Bosdorf snorted angrily. "You were the one who asked the crow to travel day and night to rush to the camp to fetch him?" Count Louis gritted his teeth. The anger in his eyes almost overflowed. "You?" The Duke of Western Desert chuckled again and did not answer. But Bosdorf was not prepared to let him go just like that. Thud. He punched Falkenhays' dining table with his iron-gloved fists, causing a plate of fish to flip over. Juices splattered everywhere. The Duke of Western Desert did not panic or become angry. He only quietly took out a handkerchief and wiped his face, which had been splashed by the juice. The Count of the Black Lion bent his elbow, and his upper body slowly pressed down on the Duke. "I even prepared the boy's family flag. It's very big." Louis' gaze was as sharp as a knife. He gritted his teeth and said, "All I need to do is to welcome him." The Duke of Western Desert snorted. "Really?" Count Bosdorf stared at the seemingly indifferent Duke. Then, he curled up the corners of his lips. He looked as if he was so angry that he laughed. "In Blessings Town, that boy was right in front of me. He was as close as I am to you right now. He could slit his throat with one slash." Bosdorf tilted his head. There was a fierce glare in his eyes. He met the Duke of Western Desert's eyes, which were sometimes murky and numb, and sometimes clear and sharp. And he was still as self-righteous as he was 6 years ago. He proudly showed off his ridiculous eloquence to me, completely unaware that he was only 1 foot away from disaster. Falkenhays did not realize that he was being threatened at all. Instead, he laughed. "You have to admit that the boy does have some eloquence, don't you?" Bosdorf did not seem to have heard him. He gritted his teeth. "And that damn crow and his equally damn crow whelps are standing there, between him and me. They are within the reach of my army. They are smiling at me, like a god's personal bodyguard." Bosdorf's voice was cold, and his words were suppressed. "Because of you." Falkenhays' smile slowly faded away. He seemed to be in deep thought. That Derek did a pretty good job. Thank the Sunset Goddess, he is a good crow, isn't he?" Bang. Louis slammed his fists on the dining table again. "I could have taken him down." This time, Count Bosdorf could no longer suppress his anger. "You knew that my army, the Black Lion Infantry Regiment, which is best at breaking through enemy defenses and destroying cities, had already arrived at Blessings Town. You knew that I was far away from Blade Fang's camp." From him, Bosdorf could not contain his anger. He panted a few times before he finished speaking. "There is only 1 day left." 1 day. He gritted his words. Falkenhaz also seemed to have become serious. He snorted in disdain. And then? Bosdorf stared at the Duke of Western Desert. That is Renaissance Palace's lifeline, the foundation of their rule, and our best bargaining chip over the past 10 years. The Count of Black Lion was aggressive. The anger in his eyes could be seen clearly. We can take back Blade Fang's camp and even chase that sissy away. At least, we can tell them our attitude, but the Duke of Western Desert, who had been calm, suddenly raised his head and said firmly, "Then, there is only one day left before the Bosdorf family of brave souls fort is destroyed." His words were as fierce as a cold wind, and he was not polite at all. The conversation between the two stopped for a few seconds. This time, it was Bosdorf's turn to sneer. "Do you know what happened in Blade Fang's camp? The Duke who has been pampered all his life?" The Count of Black Lion straightened his body and distanced himself from Bosdorf, but the sharpness in his eyes only increased. Byril lost an entire year's income, and a lot of it was borrowed. Emery lost their family heir. New Offering Land also lost this season's autumn harvest manpower. And Toth said that he will never join our military expedition again. Lugo even bet everything of his entire family. Falkenhaz turned his head to avoid the Count's gaze. Bosdorf's question sounded as if it was ground out. "This is us. Destroyed today, destroyed tomorrow. Is there a difference?" Falkenhaz raised his head slowly. "Of course there is." At this moment, the Duke of Western Desert's gaze became profound. "Destroyed today, and you will have nothing." Falkenhaz narrowed his eyes. "Destroyed tomorrow, and you will at least have tomorrow's hope." Louis Bosdorf's lips parted, and he laughed coldly. 2 seconds later, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. "Tomorrow's hope? All the things you've done," his smile turned into ice. "For the so-called hope?" Cyril Falkenhaz paused for a moment. "No." He turned his hand to his walking stick. His gaze was fixed on the empty hook where a longsword was originally hung. "For, with the most complicated and indescribable emotion," the Duke said flatly, "tomorrow. Chapter 5:10. He was dreaming. This time, he knew it clearly. He sensed that a hole had appeared in the void beneath his feet. It was an increasingly large hole. Until he fell into it. He could not free himself. He subconsciously lifted his leg, wanting to get rid of that terrifying hole, but he was greeted by a call. "Your Highness." Thales woke up with a start. Only then did he realize that he was lying horizontally on the seat. His right leg was firmly pressed against the carriage. And there was no hole under his feet. Not to mention falling. There was only the rumbling of horse hooves, the slow sound of wheels, the low murmurs of people, and, "I am sorry for disturbing your sleep." In the swaying carriage, Gilbert's gentle voice slowly calmed his panic. "Did you not rest well last night?" Thales sat up straight, took a deep breath, and rubbed his face. "No, it has been a long time since I had such a good sleep." Thales buried his face in his palms and said quietly. A second later, the prince raised his head from his hands and smiled amiably. "I was just resting for a while." Gilbert looked at him seriously for a long time before a smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness. Eternal Star City is right in front of us." Eternal Star City. In an instant, this phrase seemed to have supernatural power. It swept away Thales' fatigue and sleepiness. "What?" Thales turned his head in surprise. "So fast?" The teenager dragged his slightly numb body and tried his best to move to the side of the carriage. He pushed open the window. "We have only been in Central Territory for a few days," Thales' words came to an abrupt halt. As the carriage went up a slope, he saw it through the vague figures of the cavaliers outside the window. Under the bright sunlight, the plains were vast, the roads were flat, and the villages were orderly. It was like a colorful ribbon between the blue sky and the black earth. More and more people came from both sides of the road. There were busy peddlers, hurrying farmers, government officials who dashed past, and all sorts of carriages. Some were fast, some were slow, but they were in order. Under the forceful orders of the regular soldiers, they moved to the side of the road. They stayed outside the temporary cordon set up by the soldiers, and they sized up the astonishingly large group of carriages with curious and surprised gazes. They are probably some high officials and nobles. Oh, there are so many bodyguards clearing the way. Maybe it's a Grand Duke from another clan. What do you think is in that carriage? I'm guessing it's some expensive urinal. The indistinct discussion reached the young man's ears. However, none of this could compare to the focus of Thales's gaze. It was a city. In the distance, the towering gray brick city wall stood tall like a towering tree. The protruding sentry towers and battlements were uneven, creating a different kind of scenery. The starry blue flag on top of the city wall fluttered in the wind like rolling waves. It was not as grand and majestic as Dragon Cloud City, not as sturdy and tough as Broken Dragon Fortress, and not as chaotic and free as Blade Fang's camp. But, for some reason, this orderly, and seemingly ordinary city attracted his attention so much at this moment. Eternal Star City. Thales was a little dazed as he watched. You don't need to be nervous. Gilbert seemed to have sensed the teenager's complicated emotions. You went home, that's all. Thales's gaze still could not leave the city in the distance. He said absent-mindedly, I know. I know. Gilbert did not say anything. He only smiled as he watched the prince lose his composure. If you want to, Your Highness, Gilbert gave him an encouraging look. Then let's go out and see for ourselves. To see it with his own eyes, he was unfamiliar yet familiar, hometown. Thales slowly came to his senses, and his gaze gradually became determined. Gilbert grinned and said, I think it's time for Eternal Star City and the entire kingdom to see the air they haven't seen for 6 years. After 6 years, Thales's gaze passed through the soldiers, passers-by, the wilderness, and even the city walls in the distance and the clouds in the sky. Of course, Gilbert. Thales turned his head around. His expression was complicated and difficult. Of course. The Foreign Affairs Minister was silent for a few seconds under the prince's rare gaze. After that, Gilbert gently pushed open the window, knocked on the carriage, and stuck his head out slightly. Lord Mallows, could you please slow down and raise the 9-pointed star flag? Perhaps it is time for His Highness to show himself in public. Count Casso's shout caused the horses' hooves and wheels outside the carriage to change their speed and trajectory at the same time. The royal guard surrounding the prince's carriage moved. They quickly formed a formation and revealed Watchman Mallows, who was approaching on horseback. Let His Highness see his Eternal Star City as well, Gilbert continued speaking, but, I am very sorry. No. Mallows' voice came from afar like the hooves of a horse. His tone was gentle and polite, but his refusal was very straightforward. There was no room for negotiation. Gilbert was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect that his suggestion would be rejected. Thales frowned as well. Fortunately, the Foreign Affairs Minister only paused for a few seconds before he continued to lean out of the carriage and tried to make another effort. All right, Lord Mallows, I understand your work, but we do not need to stop, and we do not need to deviate from the route. It is just that when His Highness enters the main road, but what welcomed him was still Mallows' polite answer. I cannot allow it. Thales was stunned. Gilbert also froze for a moment. My lord? Mallows' face appeared outside the carriage window, and he exchanged a glance with Thales, who was in the carriage. I believe that you understand the commotion caused by the prince's return to the country better than I do. The nobles in the western desert are a good example. I can even imagine what kind of crowd and chaos we will have to face if the Duke shows himself in public. From the commoners who are watching the show to the nobles who are trying to get information. This is too troublesome for us. For safety's sake, I do not think it is suitable for you to show yourself. Instead, you should stay in the carriage until we enter Renaissance Palace. The watchman continued to smile. He looked at the curious commoners on both sides of the road and rejected him with a friendly tone. And there is no need for us to make a big fuss and attract more attention. For safety's sake. When he heard the other politely but resolutely reject him, Thales frowned a little. Lord Mallows, if you are thinking about safety, we have already reached the capital, and we have all of you and even the regular soldiers behind us. I believe that all of you have the confidence to ensure His Highness. Gilbert spoke softly, but he was interrupted by Mallows. No, no, no. Do not overestimate us, Count. We do not have the kingdom's wrath, and we are not the fortress flower. Mallows continued to smile, but in Thales' eyes, he did not like it. If we were to really face the people who would explode like a tidal wave, we would at most have a 50-50 chance of winning. Gilbert was speechless for a moment. The royal guards looked at each other. Mallows, on the other hand, was still grinning. The prince's mood became a little gloomy. Gilbert sensed that the atmosphere had stiffened. I admire the royal guard's caution and apprehension, but other than that, shouldn't we consider more? Count Casso sat up straight, supported himself with his staff, and adopted the attitude of a professional negotiator. Regardless of whether he is the prince or the Duke of Star Lake, on the first day of his return, he should show himself in public. At least for a few seconds, let everyone see him enter the city and let the news spread. Constellation's cunning fox narrowed his eyes. And this is for the royal family, for His Majesty's rule and interests. Lord Mallows. When he heard the other party's righteous and noble reason, Mallows lowered his head and remained silent for a while. But just when Thales thought that he was about to compromise, ha ha ha. Perhaps I did not express myself clearly. Perhaps you were just joking. Mallows raised his head. His smile was even more sincere, but his gaze was calm and indifferent. But my mission is to safely escort the prince back to Renaissance Palace, Count Casso. Mallows curled the muscles on both sides of his lips, but there was a sparse smile in his eyes. Nothing else. The nail that was neither too hard nor too soft made Gilbert frown. When he sensed that Mallows was not cooperating with him in this matter, Thales cast a glance at the narrow carriage that he had stayed in for a long time, relatively speaking. He sensed the numbness on his butt from being shaken by the carriage. He then looked at the vast scenery outside the window, as well as the famous city of his hometown. He was silent, and his emotions were a little depressed. We should have talked about this, Your Grace. Gilbert's tone became a little stiff. You and I have our own missions, and we tried our best not to make things difficult for each other. Before this, we worked together pretty well, didn't we? As he stared at Gilbert's gaze, Mallows smiled as well. He was only silent for a few seconds. I am very sorry that my mission conflicts with yours. Mallows' expression was still gentle and polite. But all I can do is say, sorry. Count Casso. He nodded respectfully at the end. Gilbert's expression was a little unpleasant. Even though every sentence he said started with a polite and humble apology, Thales listened to Gilbert's repeated rejections and looked at the slightly displeased Gilbert. He then glanced at the royal guards who surrounded him tightly from the corner of his eyes. He suddenly thought of Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace, and Blood Court. Nicola's subordinates did the same over there. They blocked every entrance and exit so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. As he thought of this, the discomfort in the prince's heart reached its peak. Your Grace. Gilbert sighed. The Duke will stay in the carriage. This will save us a lot of trouble. The watchman smiled as usual and interrupted Gilbert. That will be enough. When he heard this, Thales, who could not listen to it anymore, could not help but interrupt. So, because you think that it is very troublesome, you would rather trap me in the carriage? The prince subconsciously raised his voice. I thought His Majesty asked you to escort me, not to imprison me. The sound of the horse's hooves changed a little. The prince's loud voice was obviously not normal. A few royal guards, or rather, the members of the Star Lake Guards, rushed over nervously, including Doyle and Glover, whom Thales had gradually become familiar with. Gilbert's expression also changed slightly. Mallows finally shifted the focus of his gaze to Thales. Thales frowned. He looked like he wanted an explanation. But Mallows only paused for a moment before he smiled. I'm sorry to make you feel that way, Your Grace. After meeting His Majesty, you can protest to him at any time and suggest that he remove me from my position. Thales was stunned. Mallows looked at Thales in a gentle manner, shrugged, and said softly, but before that, according to tradition and rules, as the watchman of the royal guards and the person in charge of your personal guards, I'm afraid that my consideration and judgment for your personal safety takes precedence over your personal preferences. It's my duty, please forgive me. In that instant, the air inside and outside the carriage seemed to freeze. Thales' expression was stiff. Mallows' expression remained the same. Doyle and Glover looked at each other among the royal guards around them. Their eyes were filled with surprise, but they did not dare to breathe loudly. For some reason, Thales remembered Roman's expression when he was still in Blade Fang's camp, where he said, "Don't tell me how to do my job." Just as Gilbert wanted to say something to soothe his cheeks, Thales shut his eyes tightly before he opened them again. Are you royal guards or my personal guards? Thales spoke slowly. You should obey my orders. But Mallows only shook his shoulders. You are the Prince of Constellation and the Duke of the Kingdom. The watchman remained respectful, but his words did not show any signs of weakness. You should also respect His Majesty's orders. His eyes shone with a profound light. Especially on the first day you returned. Thales' expression darkened. Are you saying? The prince stared at Mallows and enunciated each word clearly. Is this His Majesty's order? At that moment, Gilbert's expression changed as well. No, the watchman said faintly while he rode on his horse. It's just the way I carry out my orders. The way I carry out my orders. Thales' gaze changed. Doyle, who was listening by the side nervously, suddenly felt that the air around him seemed to have become thick. Lord Mallows. Under everyone's gazes, the prince faced the watchman who refused to back down and spoke softly. I want you to stop the carriage, now. But Mallows only snorted softly. I really want to, my lord. Gilbert, who sensed that something was wrong, shouted sternly and interrupted Mallows. The Foreign Affairs Minister then turned to Thales, who had a cold expression. He said gently, Your Highness, we have traveled a lot today. Perhaps you do need to rest. I believe that Lord Mallows is also doing this to protect you, but Thales interrupted him. Protect me. The prince's words seemed to have been dipped in ice water. Just like 6 years ago. Gilbert was momentarily speechless. Thales and Mallows' gazes met in the air. One of them was cold and sharp, while the other was calm and indifferent. Doyle, who was watching by the side, suddenly had a bad feeling. Gilbert, tell me, the prince said softly. The personal guards of each Duke of Star Lake, such as John, are all royal guards directly mobilized by the king and stationed around him? Gilbert froze. Mallows also narrowed his eyes slightly. The Star Lake guards around them looked at each other with different expressions. A few seconds later, Gilbert coughed, and he seemed to be rather embarrassed. That is because you have been away from home for too long, and you lack the manpower by your side. His Majesty is also worried. Thales did not hear the rest of his words. He only stared intently at Mallows. It was as if he was staring at another person. I understand, the prince said softly. Continue. Mallow's expression froze. What? Thales stared straight at him. Continue smiling, Lord Mallows. Under the puzzled gazes of the royal guards around him, Thales snorted coldly. Because if you don't smile, then you will look like a dead man. Mallows was stunned. Gilbert looked at Thales worriedly. Your Highness. But Thales ignored Gilbert's words. He only minded his own business and looked at Mallows, who had a puzzled expression on his face. Mallows frowned slightly and ignored him. He turned his horse around and gave his order. Return to the previous formation, but this time, the prince spoke before he could. Then, the watchman of the royal guards, the royal knight, and my captain of the Star Lake Guards, Lord Tormund Mallows. The watchman's gaze froze. Thales raised his voice so that the royal guards around him could hear him clearly. To thank you for your hard work and diligence in escorting me back to the capital. When he said this, all the guards were puzzled. Thales stared intently at Mallows and said slowly, I want to reward you. Steel fragrance. Chapter 5:11. Under the sun, the carriage continued to move forward slowly towards Eternal Star City. The people on both sides of the road were separated by the regular soldiers, and only their faces could be seen. But no one could imagine that there was a strange conversation going on between this unusual carriage and the dozen or so royal guards around it. Gilbert watched in astonishment as Thales raised his right arm expressionlessly and displayed the item in his hand next to the window. The guards, including Mallows, Doyle, and Glover, frowned. They were either puzzled or in disbelief. This is the sentinel. The prince stroked the long and narrow sword hilt in his hand expressionlessly. The sword of the ancient empire was forged by gathering the skills of the dwarves and elves, as well as the essence of the earth and the seven seas. Sentinel. Mallows was shocked. Doyle and Glover were both stunned. Your Highness, I don't. The watchman glanced around and suppressed the strange gazes of his subordinates. Whoosh! The sound of metal sliding through leather made Mallow's words freeze in his throat. The teenager sized up the slightly unsheathed longsword and sensed its cold gleam. Yuan, it is the Fakenhas family's treasured sword that has been passed down through generations. It once accompanied their ancestor to participate in the Battle of Eradication. It cut through all the obstacles and witnessed the establishment of the King of Renaissance. In recent times, it was also the most reliable blade in the royal guards. Together with its master, it fought hard to help King Adi ascend to the throne. In front of everyone, Thales' fingers brushed past its blade, sheathed it, and praised in a low voice. Of great significance. Perhaps it could not stand the stifling atmosphere. The steed under Mallows neighed unnaturally and turned its head anxiously. But on the saddle, Mallow's eyes were burning, his emotions unknown. The uneasiness of the warhorses spurred on their own kind. For a moment, all four sides neighed, and the carriage moved with increasing difficulty. Doyle tried his best to control his steed while he stared at the sword with a unique arc in surprise. His mouth was wide open. That sword. Beside him, Glover pursed his lips and pacified his horse. Gilbert stared at the sword and thought about something. In the next second, under all kinds of gazes, the young Duke of Star Lake opened his mouth coldly and left no room for doubt. Lord Mallows, from now on. Thales raised his right arm steadily and sent the hilt of his sword out of the window. It's yours. It's yours. The air was quiet for a moment, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Gilbert snapped out of his daze and looked at the teenager in disbelief. The guards around them burst into a slight commotion, and Doyle looked as if he had just seen a ghost. It was as if he was meeting the prince for the first time. Mallows frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the reins. But Thales did not give him a chance to speak. Of course, I hope that's not all. The young duke continued speaking gently. As a matter of fact, with my return, discussions and speculations about this sword will flood the entire kingdom. People will come to you tirelessly to ask you about the secrets behind the legendary sword out of curiosity, confusion. Gilbert's expression was a little strange. Especially about how it left Duke Fakenhaz's cane in Western Desert, reached Eternal Star City, Renaissance Palace, Prince Thales and the Duke of Star Lake's hands, and finally fell into your hands. Including the reason and meaning of how it passed through so many hands. Thales swept his gaze over every royal guard coldly. His tone fluctuated, as if he was reciting an ancient bardic poem. From Doyle to Glover, the people who met his gaze instinctively avoided eye contact. In the end, Thales' gaze returned to Mallows, who did not say a word but was frowning even more. "But I believe that you can handle it. Am I right?" The young duke said nonchalantly and raised the hilt of his sword. Everyone fell silent. They looked at Mallows in unison and waited for his decision. In the next moment, Mallows turned his head around abruptly. He looked at everyone with a burning gaze. The royal guard seemed to have come to a tacit understanding. They turned their heads away in unison. They did not dare look at Mallows or Sentinel anymore. It was as if the former was not their superior, and the latter was not a famous sword. The place fell silent again. But there was no longer any hint of relaxation on Mallows' face. He tightened his grip on his steed in a slightly stiff manner and forced it to calm down. Time seemed to have turned into a distant mural. It was dim and silent, and as Mallows moved, it peeled off piece by piece. "Your Grace." He stared at Sentinel, which had half of its body sticking out of the window. "What does this mean?" Mallows' words were very soft and soft. It was like the sound of an old page being flipped. But the guards around him held their breaths. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Logistics Officer Stone, who was at the back, even subconsciously gulped. Gilbert did not say a word either. "What I mean is, only the Duke of Star Lake was different." He smiled in a relaxed manner. "Congratulations, Lord Mallows. From now on." Thales' gaze met Mallows, and it was as if they were fighting in the air. "Sentinel has a long history and is of great significance. It is the heirloom of the noble and loyal Mallows family, one of the 7 Jade Star attendants." He said softly, "Remember, pass it down to your son, and to your grandson." Mallows froze on his horse. His face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. He could only let his steed move him up and down. And Thales just watched him quietly. The guards looked at each other. Their expressions were different. They did not know how to deal with it. "Ahem. Although the prince admires you very much, I do not think that this is a good time to accept the reward," Gilbert said stiffly and slowly. "What do you say, Lord Mallows?" No one responded. After what Doyle felt was about a century, Mallows' voice traveled into his ears slowly. It sounded as if a rock stratum had cracked open. "This gift is too precious and too heavy. Forgive me, but I cannot accept it." Once he finished speaking, without waiting for Thales to react, the watchman whipped his horse, and its hooves swept past Thales' window. Mallows raised his voice and ordered with a stern face. "The prince is tired. Hurry up and continue forward." The royal guards, who had long since felt very uncomfortable being stuck between the prince and their superior, turned around and obeyed the order. But Thales' voice traveled through the crowd again and rang clearly. "Then this is no longer a reward." Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing. The young duke in the carriage said coldly, "It is a responsibility that you cannot shirk from. Lord Tormund Mallows." Mallows' figure also slowed down in the air. "Responsibility? You are the watchman of the royal guards, right?" Watchman, under everyone's gazes, Thales easily put away his sword hilt and toyed with the black gemstone embedded in it. "If I remember correctly, this position has been sacred and important since Constellation was founded. It is second only to the captain of the guards. One of its duties is to protect the royal family's treasury and control the movement of secret treasures. When he said this, the royal guards around him were all stunned. Doyle frowned and looked at Penal Officer Gray Parson, but the latter could only look at him with a gloomy expression. Even Gilbert sank into deep contemplation. Thales stared at Mallow's back. His tone allowed no room for doubt. So, protecting the secret treasures of the Jade Star royal family, including the Sentinel. If I remember correctly, it is my family. This is your duty. You cannot shirk it. The Sentinel trembled in Thales' palm and flipped over. The Duke's young voice rang in everyone's ears. Take it well and place it in the most eye-catching spot. No matter what occasion it is, I want to see it, with you. The sun was still shining, and the sound of hooves thundered. However, Mallow's back had completely stiffened. Doyle looked at his superior cautiously, but the latter did not show any reaction. A few seconds later, the watchman's voice rose slowly. Abusing the rules and abusing public office to avenge personal wrongs are not the qualities a king should have. Your Grace. His voice was no longer as relaxed and indifferent as before. Instead, there was a solemn and gloomy tone. Thales smiled. I am sorry to make you feel this way, Lord Mallows. The new Duke of Star Lake's next sentence sounded familiar, and it caused everyone's expression to change. After you enter the palace, you can bring this sword and protest to His Majesty at any time. You can suggest that he remove you from your position. Of course, I guess that in the end, he will still put this sword into the royal family's treasury. Thales narrowed his eyes, and his words were cold. But before that, according to tradition and rules, as the watchman of the royal guards and the person in charge of my personal guards, I am afraid that your duties as a member of the guards will take precedence over your personal preferences. At that moment, the muscles on Mallow's arm tensed. Thales snorted softly and said in the end, It is my duty, please forgive me. Mallows still had his back to the carriage. His expression could not be seen, but the guards who drove the carriage did not dare to look at his face. In the dead silence and awkward atmosphere, Thales knocked on the window with the hilt of his sword. Sir Watchman? At that moment, Doyle coughed violently and interrupted him with a laugh. Ah, about that, as the watchman, you have a rather high rank. You need to report to your superiors before accepting gifts. How about this, our flag-bearer, Hugo Fubel, will record everything that happened today, and His Majesty will make the final decision. Perhaps it was because of his talent, Doyle's words made the atmosphere become much more relaxed. Thales frowned slightly. So troublesome? Doyle rushed to the window and gave the prince an apologetic smile. The young duke also smiled. Then forget it. This sword will not be given to Mallows. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But, young D. The sudden address made Doyle subconsciously perk up. Huh. But he immediately realized who was calling him. Yes. Yes, Your Highness. The Duke leaned against the window and sighed. Did you know, 60 years ago, the silent Sumer IV's widow, the witch Empress Vera from the Covendier family, once worked together with the Tabark family from Blade Edge Hill to murder my grandfather. They tried to support John Jade Star, the previous Duke of Star Lake before me, to be crowned king. Thales' tone was very mysterious, and it made every noun that came out of his mouth even more stirring. What? There was a small commotion among the royal guards again. Even Gilbert could not control his expression. Perhaps it was because his impression of Doyle was too different from before, or perhaps it was because there were too many secrets in his words, but Doyle was stunned for a moment before he answered in an extremely unnatural manner. Ah, yes, is that so? But Thales did not care. He only stared at the sentinel in his hand in a daze. It is thanks to this legendary sword that my grandfather did not lose his throne and was successfully crowned. Doyle quirked his eyebrows slightly. He wanted to send his superior a questioning look, but Mallows did not even turn his head around. But can you feel it? The prince's expression of fascination slowly turned into solemnity. Can you feel the bloody storm between the supreme royal family and the two aristocratic families 60 years ago from this sword? Bloody storm, Doyle's eyelids twitched. Aye, but Thales did not give him the chance to answer. Today, I have decided to bestow the sentinel to you, Protector Danny Doyle. At that moment, Doyle's entire body trembled. The Duke of Star Lake turned to Doyle and handed over Sentinel with a stern expression. As the most reliable person among the 6 protectors under me, perform well. Thales narrowed his left eye. Do not disgrace it. Just like his peers, Doyle was stunned on the spot. All right. He first nodded subconsciously as he stared at the sword. Then, he realized something, and his face instantly turned pale with fright. But Doyle reacted very quickly. Before his peers' sympathetic gazes landed on him, his expression became stern. He straightened his back and held the weapon by his waist in a relaxed and straightforward manner. Ahem, no, Your Highness, in truth, my current sword was left to me by my grandmother. Doyle looked a little sad, but he immediately became determined, like a loyal young man who was encouraged by something. I swore on my grandmother's grave that I will not be disloyal before it breaks. Thales snorted and shook Sentinel. So, you don't want it? Even if it is a precious sword of the ancient empire? Doyle shook his head like a rattle. All right then. Thales sighed regretfully. Doyle then breathed a sigh of relief. But, Vanguard Glover. When Doyle sighed in relief and Thales suddenly called out his name, the nearly expressionless Glover first tensed up. Then, he looked at the prince with a wary gaze. Thales waved at him with a smile. I heard that your grandfather once served in the Royal Guards, and he held a high position. Then, I think that the most suitable family to pass down this weapon is the Glover family. Glover trembled a little. But he subconsciously shook his head, and he said firmly, no. Thales' smile froze a little. No? You don't want it either? Glover's expression remained the same. He shook his head like a log. No. Thales sighed heavily. When he raised his head again, he suddenly noticed that at some unknown point of time, the royal guards around the carriage had all turned their faces away. They were either dutifully investigating the enemy's situation, or they were talking to their peers in a seemingly serious manner. Even Doyle was holding Glover's hand, who did not say a word. They seemed to be chatting and laughing. All right. Thales shook his head in resignation. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Gilbert, who had a strange expression on his face. Then, I can only tell them that regardless of whether it is the Mallows, Doyle, or the Glover family, all of them disregard Sentinel, which represents the relationship between the powerful families and Renaissance Palace, and they cast it aside like it is an old shoe. Mallow's hooves trembled slightly, and Doyle's smile froze. The prince chuckled and extended the long sword out of the carriage with a regretful expression. On the first day I returned, they abandoned Sentinel by the side of the road. Since then, its whereabouts have been unknown. In the next second, Thales let go without hesitation. Thud. Under the royal guard's incredulous gazes, the precious sword of the ancient empire, the heirloom of the Falkenhas family, and the extraordinary Sentinel fell off the carriage and crashed on the ground. A lot of dust was stirred up. What? Doyle's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Glover also tightened his grip on the reins. A few of the royal guard subconsciously tugged at the reins and turned around to avoid stepping on the precious sword that had been passed down through the ages. In an instant, the formation of the entire convoy was a little chaotic. Mallows turned his head around swiftly and stared at the young duke, who did not care at all. He gave Doyle a look, and Doyle quickly urged his horse to catch up to them. He wanted to scoop up Sentinel before it was covered in dust. Very good, Doyle. Thales placed his elbows next to the carriage window, and his eyes lit up. Thank you. In the end, you still accepted this weapon that no one dares to take. Doyle had already stuck his body out of the saddle, and he froze in midair. His feet were hooked in the stirrup, and his palm hovered above Sentinel. It was only 1 foot away from the hilt of the sword. Doyle's strange posture showed that he was a great horseman. That is, if you did not look at his expression. Remember, it holds great significance. You must treat it well. Thales looked at Doyle, who seemed to be frozen above the long sword, with great interest. Enough. Finally, Mallows pulled the reins and pulled his horse back. His expression was sullen. Your Highness, what exactly do you want to do? The entire convoy stopped because of him. Gilbert sighed. He looked at Thales with a slightly complicated gaze. Doyle, who was frozen in midair, looked as if he had been pardoned. He tumbled and crawled back to the saddle. He did not even look at the extraordinary sword. What do I want to do? Thales repeated these words slowly, and his tone became solemn. He turned to Mallows, and his originally humorous and relaxed expression became serious and serious. It's very simple. Thales swept his gaze over every royal guard and spoke in a deep voice. I want to tell you that my sword is very heavy and very heavy. Mallows' eyes sparkled slightly. From Central Territory to Western Desert, from Constellation to Extet, it carries the weight of many people. It is so heavy that sometimes, I do not know if I can even lift it. Doyle and Glover looked at each other at a loss. So, when my mission conflicts with yours. Thales stared at the watchman's expression, and the rhythm in his words was stretched to the limit. So, when my mission conflicts with yours, I hope that all of you can do more than just say sorry. My personal guards. No one answered. Including Mallows. Thales averted his warning gaze and sat up straight. And next time, if all of you insist on placing His Majesty's orders and my will on 2 sides of the chessboard, he said faintly, then you better first decide whether you, who are in the middle, can lift this damn sword. The royal guards were silent. Even Mallows stopped where he was. He looked at Thales with an incredibly complicated gaze. Thales knocked on the carriage and stared coldly at the sentinel on the ground. Because, no matter how troublesome you think my will is, do not forget that in this world, there are many more troublesome things than all of you think, even more troublesome things. At that moment, Thales suddenly understood something with some satisfaction. Falconhas did not just give me a sword. Instead, he gave me a direction. As he thought of this, Thales returned to his seat. Sorry, I am not in a good mood today. Can you take my sword back? Doyle shuddered. He was about to bend down to retrieve the sword, but he hesitated again. Are you saying, your sword? Thales exhaled. Yes. He flashed a friendly smile at Doyle through the carriage window. It is my sword. Thales said with a profound meaning. Because no one can lift it except me. Mallows was silent. Hence, under everyone's gazes, Doyle quickly picked up the sentinel with extreme caution and handed it back to the prince at lightning speed, as though he would be in great trouble if he was any slower. Thales held the sword, stroked its arc, and sighed softly. Now, because of all of you, this sword is covered in dust, and the carriage is filthy. Thales put down the sentinel and looked at his personal guards indifferently. So, before returning to Renaissance Palace, I need to go outside and breathe some fresh air. It would be best if I am on a good, docile, tall, and strong horse. He stared at the leader, Mallows, with a burning gaze. Is there a problem? Under the nervous or uneasy gazes of his colleagues, Mallows did not say a word. He only frowned deeply. A few minutes later, Thales sat comfortably on the horse. He swayed and rose and fell as he followed the royal guards forward. As he looked at the scenery of the wilderness in the suburbs of Eternal Star City, he slowly sighed in relief. The royal guards pulled up the cloaks that concealed their identities. They seemed to be in a messy formation, but in truth, they surrounded him tightly and meticulously. Besides that, Mallows also rejected Gilbert's request to erect the 9-pointed star flag. He asked the carriage to go first, and they disguised themselves as regular soldiers who came to take over the defense. But, this is just the beginning. Isn't it? Thales whispered in his heart. You have not only grown up. Gilbert, who was riding on another horse, sighed softly. You are also different. Thales lowered his head. His emotions were indescribable. Is that so? Gilbert nodded. His eyes were filled with emotion. Just now, I thought I had returned to when I was 35 years old. Thales raised his head. Why? Gilbert smiled. He heaved a long sigh, as if he had returned to the past. Yes, because I went to Broken Dragon Fortress at that age. Thales was stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress? It was also there that I met him for the first time. Thales frowned. Who did you meet? The Foreign Affairs Minister froze for a moment. Him. Gilbert's tone was filled with fascination and wariness at the same time. My opponent in the negotiations. The Overlord of Extet. The Born King. Nuvan VII. When he heard this name, Thales was stunned. Nuvan. In the face of Gilbert's gratified and respectful gaze, he watched the people coming and going in front of him in a daze. The scenery changed. He did not reply for a long time. Chapter 5:12. Blue sky, white clouds, a clear sun, and a gentle breeze. Under the banner of the double cross-shaped star, the regular soldiers belonging to Central Territory went around the city wall in an orderly fashion and headed to the military camp in the southern suburbs of the capital. Among them, dozens of riders wore cloaks and surrounded a carriage. They left the group early and headed to Eternal Star City. At the city gate, the city defense team who received the notification had already taken action. They limited the flow of people, cleared the path, and chased the citizens, who were used to it, to the other side of the main road according to the rules for special messengers. Once the city defense officer saw the leader's warrant and badge, he respectfully and quietly welcomed the dozens of knights with hidden identities into the city. Quite a number of passers-by, from the coachmen who drove leisurely to the merchants who were in a hurry, curiously looked at this group of people, and they especially pointed at the carriage among them. However, no one seemed to be particularly surprised. Compared to the local people, the citizens of the capital could be considered to have seen a lot of things. They were calm, and they were born to be superior to others. They had even experienced something as major as Constellation's national conference acknowledging the second prince. What else could possibly alarm them? Hence, the carriage surrounded by the knights successfully passed through the city gate and entered the main road. It continued moving forward under the curious gazes of the citizens by the road. In the group, a figure who looked even friendlier than the others stuck his head out from the saddle. Your Highness. Gilbert caught up to him slowly and nodded in understanding. Welcome back to Eternal Star City. Welcome home. The friendlier figure did not answer. He only trembled slightly. Eternal Star City. Home. He stared at the city defense sentry tower above his head in a daze and sighed under the cloak. A few seconds later, Thales turned his head around and forced a slightly absent-minded smile. Thank you. The group of knights moved forward hastily. The prince under the cloak did not speak anymore, and the tactful Gilbert also did not say anything. Home. Thales felt the tremors of the horses' hooves on the road. He quietly looked at everything around him through the gaps between the figures of the royal guards. The main road connected to countless alleys and forks, the rows of houses that were cut like cakes, and the various shops that were opened under the signboards that swayed in the wind. The chattering citizens who surrounded the municipal bulletin board, the women who held a wooden basin in one hand and went to Shepherd's River to wash their clothes, the ignorant outsiders who stood in the middle of the road with their eyes wide open, the exasperated coachman whipping his horse to hurry up to the destination, the priest standing on the wooden box in the corner, trying his best to preach with a flushed face, the orderly formation of the public security team and police officers. It was like a frozen picture. But, strange, he felt that his eyebrows were a little heavy, and his lips subconsciously pursed. A wondrous and indescribable feeling surged uncontrollably into his heart. However, just as it was about to gush out, it was cut off halfway. It was like a bucket of water that was drawn to the edge of a well suddenly knocked against the wall, loosening its rope and falling back into the well. Only countless splashes and echoes could be heard. It made him feel as if he had lost something. After experiencing the sword delivery, the royal guards around him, including the glib-tongued Doyle and the expressionless Glover, became high-spirited. They stood straight and kept a distance from Thales. They no longer stole glances at the Duke of Star Lake from time to time like they did on the road. Only Gilbert remained by Thales' side and spoke softly, "Thales, Thales. Your Grace, you've been living in the North for a long time. It's normal that your memories of Eternal Star City have faded." Thales snapped out of his complicated thoughts. Gilbert's expression remained calm as he continued to speak. "For example, the road we took to enter the city is part of the Avenue of Blessings. It's a little messy, because this place is closer to, at that moment, the Western City Gate." The prince's voice traveled into his ears languidly. "I know." Gilbert paused for a moment. Thales raised his head slowly and looked into the distance with an emotion that even he could not understand. "This place is closer to the Western City Gate, Western City Gate." The Duke of Star Lake's voice was like the echo in an empty valley, like a clear stream washing stones. There was an inexplicable melancholy in his voice. Gilbert was slightly stunned. Against his expectations, the Duke only paused for a moment before he snorted softly. "This can be considered the most interesting place in Eternal Star City. Farmers, peddlers, messengers, government officials, police officers, soldiers, priests, beggars, brave adventurers, curious tourists, despicable foreigners, you can find everyone in the capital here." Thales stared at the crowd that moved along the two sides of the road to avoid the knights like he was reading the most interesting storybook. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "But you have to be careful. Don't accidentally squeeze into the clean and tidy main road and then refuse to leave. Otherwise, the dedicated city defense team and public security team will show you what the king's authority is. Because in this world, even a strand of the mane of a famous horse might be more valuable than the life of a street kid. Or more than one life." Thales stared at the floor tiles under the horse's hooves in a daze. His thoughts were distant. At that moment, Gilbert looked at Thales with a complicated expression. There, with a barely noticeable smile, Thales pointed at a fork in the road in the distance. "I remember. That direction leads to Lower City District." The Duke's voice rose faintly. "If you take that road, you will first reach the Grand Bazaar." Gilbert frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but he did not. But Thales only stared in that direction in a daze. "The prices are cheap, and there are many kinds of goods. It is a paradise for the local poor to earn a living, but it also has its own rules, and there are many inside stories. It is a hell for outsiders who have just arrived. The roads in the Grand Bazaar are not easy to walk on. The geography is messy, and the layout is complicated. Many of the vendors' stalls have already taken root on the ground and turned into spikes. But on the other hand, it is easier to hide and conceal. Of course, there are also street barricades and group fights. Half of the fixed vendors have dealings with Black Street Brotherhood, and some have secret dealings with Blood Bottle Gang. Since the source of goods is complicated and difficult to track, the Grand Bazaar is also the best channel to deal with illegal goods and wash away stolen goods. It is also the place with the most tourists and fat sheep. Thales thought quietly. Your Highness. Gilbert was about to say something, but Thales interrupted him again. If you continue north, after the Grand Bazaar, there will be a dirt road that leads to the sewers and sewers. Thales' eyes were filled with sadness as he reminisced. That territory belongs to Iron Bat Association. The earliest members came from the lowest rung of the society, and they were cleaners and canal diggers. They made a living in the sewers that were distributed throughout the city. They used the geographical advantage to do all sorts of shady things like human trafficking, smuggling, and distributing drugs. Thales said in a daze, but they are very adaptable to circumstances. They were one of the first gangs to surrender to Black Street Brotherhood, and that is why they have been able to struggle at death's door until now. If you have illegal goods in your hands and are not afraid of death, you might be able to get a good price from them. Or deep regret. The group took a turn and turned into another main street. The bustling noise in front of them grew louder. At the same time, rhythmic music and excited shouts could be heard. Run! Ignorant Northlanders! Run! Because all of you will be destroyed here. Because I have descended, and I will bring disaster. A loud voice rang and pierced through the crowd. A row of tall stone houses appeared in front of the royal guards. A stage was set up in the square in front of the houses. Quite a number of people surrounded the stage and pointed at the actors on the stage. Dark Knight Temple. Thales looked past the backs of a few knights and watched the actors perform with all their might on the stage. As he listened to the exciting music in his ears, he once again looked at the temple that did not even have idols to worship, and was specifically in charge of funerals. It is the only temple in Eternal Star City outside of Morning Star District. This time, Gilbert listened quietly. They never care about the cost of their plays, and they renovate them every year. The sound effects on the stage, the props, and the actors are all excellent. They also have no lack of audiences. There are too many people in the capital who like to watch a good show. But Thales snorted. It's a pity that the plays they put on are all terrible scripts. It's either Dark Knight descending to the mortal world to save mankind, or Dark Knight will eventually rule the world. Perhaps Dark Knight Temple thinks that as long as they repeat it enough, the people will treat it as the truth. Of course, they might be right. Wait a minute. When he said this, Thales looked at the plump actor on the stage who was wearing a costume with a lot of red tentacles and looked like an octopus. He was sweating profusely, but he was still shouting at the top of his lungs. Thales noticed that something was off. What are they performing today? At that moment, a calm and indifferent male voice cut into their conversation. Night descends on dragon clouds. Thales and Gilbert turned their heads around at the same time. They saw the leader of the group, Watchman Lord Mallows, ride his horse to their side. Today is Monday. They are going to put on a big show. Mallows looked at the stage, which was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The play is about a calamity appearing in an unknown continent. It wreaked havoc in the north and even killed a king. Calamity. North. King. Thales' expression changed slightly. Mallows looked at the comical actor who was dressed like a big octopus and continued to speak. At the last moment, the god of Dark Night descended. It showed its might and summoned the great dragon. Hence, at the end of the night, the calamity was defeated and disappeared without a trace. Thales raised an eyebrow. Great dragon. Night. Really? The prince asked with a frown. Mallows snorted softly. Gilbert took over the conversation. A few years ago, when the news of the change in Dragon Cloud City reached the capital, all sorts of rumors were spread. The Foreign Affairs Minister shook his head in resignation. Since then, the plays about calamities and the end of the world have become popular again. Calamity. The end of the world. Thales looked at the big red octopus who was massacring on the stage. Then, Dark Knight Temple thinks that the calamity is that monster, the Hydra? Mallows was silent. The stage was left behind them, far away from their line of sight. A second later, the watchman nodded and cast a sideways glance at the prince. What else? Thales had no choice but to avoid his gaze, which had suddenly become sharp. He nodded. True. Mallows still had that calm look on his face. And if you do not mind, your highness, your grace. Thales raised his head slowly. After 6 years, you should not still have such an understanding of Eternal Star City, especially Lower City District. Mallows was expressionless, but there was a profound meaning in his words. After all, everyone knows that you were raised by Lord Mon. Once he finished speaking, Mallows lifted the reins and spurred his horse forward. He only showed them his back. He should not still have such an understanding of Eternal Star City. As he stared at the watchman in front of him, Thales' gaze became solemn. He knows? My past? Gilbert seemed a little awkward. He coughed. Lord Mallows was sent to be your personal guard and lead your personal guards. His Majesty, naturally trusts him. Lead my personal guards. Yes. His Majesty trusts him. His Majesty. Thales continued to stare at Mallows' back. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. Is that so? Thales tightened his grip on the reins. So, he is Thales' personal guard. Or the Prince and Duke's personal guard? Once he said this, Gilbert was instantly rendered speechless. His expression became very unsightly. But the Foreign Affairs Minister only lowered his head and did not say anything in the end. The royal guards continued to move forward. They went up a slope and arrived at another street. The strange thing was that the street was very wide, but it was empty even though it was daytime. There were only a few people who seemed to be in a hurry. They could not help but think of Ghost Prince Tower. But, why is this place so, this time? Thales was stunned. At that moment, countless memories surged into his mind. I know this place, Gilbert. The teenager looked around him and said with a myriad of emotions, if we enter through that opening, it will be, Thales said in a daze. It will be, Gilbert looked at the direction Thales pointed and immediately blushed. Your Highness, perhaps you do not know, Thales shook his head. I know. The Duke retracted his finger and calmly stared at the indistinct houses in the depths of the street. That is, Red Street Market. Thales only felt as if his blood had stopped flowing for a moment. It is the southernmost street of the Western Ring District, along with Linha Street. Although it is not in a good location, it is the most popular place for the nobles and officials at night. He said in a daze, in the past, Blood Bottle Gang practically monopolized the business here. That was until 6 years ago. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath before he slowly sighed. Your Highness, Lord Mallows just reminded me, but Thales completely ignored him. The young Duke stared at the opening that was getting further and further away. He subconsciously pressed his hand against his chest, and his eyes were glazed over. In the past, if the child beggars were lucky, they would be able to obtain unexpected rewards here. For example, a coin that can change your fate, a silver coin. Gilbert sighed in resignation again. He no longer tried to persuade the prince, who could not get over his emotions. Instead, he schooled his expression and listened quietly. The knights did not stop moving forward. Soon, there were more and more things that caused Thales' emotions to surge. Do you know that if you walk straight in this direction, you will reach Lower City District after you walk past 3 residential streets filled with low-class people? Thales gestured at a tattered doorway in the distance. Then, you will see Black Street. The legendary Black Street. Thales shook his head slowly as he faced the silent Gilbert. His tone was low. The people who want to settle down there are either ruthless or brave enough. Or, desperate enough. There is a low-lying street not far from it. Everyone calls it Underground Street. Underground Street. Thales breathed absent-mindedly. Unknowingly, the person he was talking about had already left his sight. Every time it rains, it floods. That is why the houses and shops there, including the Grove Pharmacy at the corner, always have a moldy smell. Grove Pharmacy. The more Thales spoke, the more complicated and chaotic his emotions became. Aside from Sunset Pub, it is located at the highest and best location. Aside from a back alley that is often filled with trash, it is rarely flooded. But even better, few people dare to cause trouble there. You have to be careful of your targets and not provoke the wrong person. Sunset Pub. The teenager paused for a moment. He was a little speechless for a moment. Before a graceful figure entered his mind, he managed to suppress his emotions in time. And beside the underground street, Thales sucked in a deep breath and looked at the streets of Eternal Star City. He felt his right hand tremble slightly. Beside him, Gilbert pursed his lips tightly. Beside, Thales gulped. That is a group of abandoned stone houses. His voice trembled a little. They are all homeless people who have gathered in half of the city, street children. The sound of horse hooves could still be heard from the group. The guards were still on guard. But the Duke of Star Lake slowly lowered his head. Even Gilbert's expression was solemn. A few seconds later, Gilbert, I did not have the time to ask you before. The teenager's voice rose faintly from the horse. But regarding the things I asked you to do during the past 6 years, Gilbert's expression changed slightly. Oh, of course, your search for certain books, including gifts for the Archduchess, but Thales interrupted him. No, Gilbert. The prince raised his head. His gaze was a little dazed, but a few seconds later, he regained clarity. You know what I am talking about. Thales stared at Gilbert, as if he was the only way out for those who were lost. Gilbert sighed. Just now, Lord Mallows said, but the Duke interrupted him again. Gilbert, I am begging you. I am begging you. There was a slight eagerness in Thales' eyes. Please. The group was still moving forward. At some point in time, they had already left the western part of Eternal Star City. The messy paths and forks had disappeared. In their place was a wide, flat, and straight road. No, Your Highness. In the end, Gilbert exhaled. He could not hide his fatigue. I am very sorry. Thales did not speak. He only waited quietly. I asked for favors from the City Hall and even the police station to launch a few raids against Lower City District and Western District in the name of clearing the market and cleaning up the streets. As expected, Gilbert spoke. There was shame in his words. But just as you know, every time that happened, aside from capturing a few evil forces to appease the people so that they could continue praising the stability of society and that their lives would become better, Gilbert paused for a moment. In just one night, those ugly and filthy people and things mysteriously disappeared without a trace. There was no way to investigate. Thales stared at the ground. Gilbert stared at the teenager's expression, and he did not dare to face him. My friend, they especially searched through the underground street and the abandoned houses that you mentioned. Gilbert shook his head in disappointment. Of course, according to the usual practice, that day, the underground street turned into an antique shop and a burial area. There was also a foul-smelling garbage dump. The gazes of the grave diggers and corpse carriers were ignorant, sincere, innocent, and helpless. No matter how much the police nitpicked and interrogated them, they could at most only catch some petty thieves. They even lured out a large group of poor people who struggled to eat and wear. Their complaints filled the air, and they forced the officials to stop. As for the abandoned houses, just like the dozens of inspections conducted by the City Hall, they turned into an empty garbage dump and an ominous place to dump corpses. There were only a dozen vagrants and lunatics who could not even speak clearly. No one was found. Thales clenched his fists. At that moment, he felt a dull pain in his chest. It was as if the wound from 6 years ago was still burning. The group passed by a group of people who seemed to be gathered to watch a circus. The prince's steed neighed, causing the horses around it to become restless and agitated. The royal guards quickly quelled the commotion caused by their steeds. They changed their formation and moved away from the circus. But Thales did not care about this. He thought about other things. When faced with power, Black Street Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang had their own ways. They split up and cut off their tails to survive. They waited for the commotion to die down before they left their nest. And everything would go on as usual. Thales tried his best to breathe. Then. Red Street Market? Gilbert paused again. Your Highness, I am afraid that. Count Casso shook his head. My friend's level of power is not at the level where he can openly investigate Red Street Market. It involves. Thales closed his eyes and lowered his head. I understand, Gilbert. The teenager opened his eyes. You need people who know the business. You need people who truly understand the situation in the market, not government officials who are high above the masses and do not understand the suffering of the people. Gilbert did not immediately answer. He seemed to be thinking about something. But a few seconds later, he still spoke. My friend did suggest to me, Your Highness, that if you put up a reward on the black market that they yearn for even in their dreams, but of course, it is insignificant to us, then within a few months, useful clues will grow on your table like mushrooms after a spring rain. But Gilbert's gaze changed slightly. And that also means that we will leave behind traces that cannot be covered for those who are paying attention to us. Thales frowned. We discussed this 6 years ago. Gilbert nodded resolutely. His gaze was stern. And the conclusion we reached at that time is still applicable today. Thales sighed. Gilbert continued to speak in a low voice. With your current status, it is not a good thing for your friends to form a connection with you. The best ending for them is to disappear into the crowd where no one can find them and forget everything related to you. As he spoke, Gilbert's tone became more and more serious. But Thales' mind was in a mess, and he did not know where to start listening. What about the Secret Intelligence Department? Thales ignored his words and continued asking. Have you looked for them? They are the most suitable people to do this. Gilbert furrowed his brows. Gilbert? Thales urged him. A few seconds later, the Foreign Affairs Minister finally sighed and answered. A few years ago, before you returned to the country, when there was not much news about you, I tried to ask for help from Lord Hanson. Lord Hanson. When he heard this name, Thales felt a sense of discomfort out of nowhere. But over the past few years, his appearances, which were already few to begin with, have decreased significantly. He almost never shows up, even during the Imperial Conference. Thales' eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Then let's try the one in the Secret Intelligence Department. Without waiting for him to finish his question, Gilbert took over the conversation. Young Baron Bone Man, your old friend who went through trials and tribulations with you? Thales glanced at him and nodded. I tried. Gilbert shook his head expressionlessly. But from the top to the bottom of the Secret Intelligence Department, all the people I came into contact with denied that they have a cadre called Raphael Lindbergh. Thales was stunned. Denied? Even if he showed up publicly in the Hall of Stars 6 years ago? In the face of the prince's incredulous question, Gilbert still shook his head. At least in Eternal Star City, this person does not exist. Or he is not allowed to exist. Thales understood what he meant. The teenager asked in disbelief, the Secret Intelligence Department rejected you? Gilbert sighed slightly. Not exactly. What do you mean? Gilbert patted the horse beneath him, as if he was trying to find a way to change the topic. You know, Your Highness, spying and planning are Putre's specialty, but my specialty is to pay attention to the people who do these things. And I can tell from their attitude and actions that the kingdom's secret intelligence department seems to. Gilbert raised his head slightly and cast a glance at Thales. They have a very deep prejudice against you. Thales was stunned. Me? Prejudice? The prince reacted. At that moment, he actually felt as if he was so angry that he wanted to laugh. What kind of joke is this? I am the pitiful person who was forced to leave home for 6 years because of them. But Gilbert only shook his head worriedly. I do not know what they think, but your highness, forgive me for being blunt again, but in the history of Constellation, every king and his chief of intelligence maintained a good relationship with the kingdom's secret intelligence department, the group continued, but Gilbert's words had already traveled into Thales' ears. The Duke scratched his neck in annoyance. He felt indignant. But all I want is to search for a few people. Gilbert shook his head. Are you talking about the few homeless children who went missing for 6 years during the chaotic night in the infamous Lower City District? No one paid attention to them, and they were nameless? At that moment, Thales raised his head swiftly. Yes. He looked at Gilbert seriously. There was a stern look in his eyes, and it caused the Foreign Affairs Minister to be slightly stunned. And, a female bartender. Gilbert quirked an eyebrow and nodded in an obedient manner. And a female bartender. The two of them were silent for a few seconds. Missing for 6 years. No one paid attention to them. Nameless. Thales repeated Gilbert's words in his heart. And they are not unnoticed, Thales said in a low voice. They are not nameless. A few small figures appeared before his eyes. When Gilbert saw his expression, there was a gratified look in his eyes, but there was also a hint of regret. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but it is very easy to find their whereabouts as long as we make a big move. Thales looked up. But what about after we find them? Gilbert's expression became solemn. Have you ever thought about the effect your rewards, repayment of gratitude, and even just observing them in the dark might have on them? It is very easy to do one thing, but it is incredibly difficult to perfectly deal with the countless consequences brought about by this matter. Thales wanted to say something, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. Gilbert said solemnly, especially after you have returned in the limelight. Especially after your return in the limelight. If this continues, someone will notice your actions sooner or later, and we can't count on their kindness and principles. No matter who it is, this is not a good thing. Thales closed his eyes in pain. Perhaps the day you find them. The Foreign Affairs Minister's tone became tense. Is the day you cause their deaths. Find them. Cause their deaths. Gilbert said with a pained and hateful tone, so, I sincerely suggest to you, Your Highness, for your own sake, and even more so, for their sake, give up. Don't investigate any further. Give up. Give up. After a while, Thales opened his eyes. He watched the ground under the horse's hooves slowly move backwards, and he could not help but feel a little dazed. Gilbert. Thales opened his mouth slowly. His voice was hoarse. You knew from the start, didn't you? Gilbert asked curiously. Knew what? Thales sighed. 6 years ago, when I was in Mindy's hall, you told me that once the curfew was lifted, I could look for my friends. Gilbert's expression changed slightly. And after I became a prince, you said that I had to wait for the limelight to subside before I could look for my friends. The Foreign Affairs Minister was silent. When I arrived in Northland, you wrote me a letter. You said that you found a few useful clues, and you were investigating them. Thales sucked in a deep breath. At that time, I believed you, but now, the Duke of Star Lake raised his head and looked straight at the silent Gilbert. He said with certainty, you knew a long time ago. With emotions that Thales himself did not know, the prince spoke in a hoarse and calm voice. From the beginning, from the moment I came to Mindy's hall, you knew that I could not look for them. So at that time, you were just. Thales choked on his words for a moment, and he did not continue. At that moment, everything in Mindy's hall from 6 years ago suddenly became unfamiliar. Gilbert closed his eyes and turned his head away. He did not answer. Thales also lowered his head and did not pursue the matter. But he knew. Eternal Star City. The abandoned house. Mindy's hall. Those familiar hometowns, he was already. Chapter 5:13. The royal guards did not stop. They passed through countless streets, Twilight District, Morning Star District, and went straight to the center of Eternal Star City. Thales was in low spirits. He moved with the crowd like a walking corpse and was escorted forward. Even though there were only around 20 of them who hurried on, the number of police officers and public security teams who passed by them increased without them noticing. It might seem like a coincidence, but it happened one after another, inadvertently dispersing and separating the obstacles and crowds on the road, allowing them to move forward without any obstacles. But Thales could not find the interest to study them. You know, over the past few months, Mr. Hicks has written me a few letters. Finally, amidst the unbearable silence, Gilbert spoke. He talked to me about your studies. There was a hint of awkwardness in his similarly deep voice. Thales snapped out of his daze. Oh, old crow. The young Duke of Star Lake perked up and tried hard to tell himself that he should not bring unnecessary emotions to the people around him. Yes, I have yet to thank him. Dragon Cloud City is all thanks to him. When he sensed the prince's change, Gilbert's tone was slightly excited. He reminded me that your progress is a little ahead of schedule. Thales tried his best to focus his attention. Ahead of schedule? Gilbert nodded. Yes, although that is a rare evaluation, but, the Foreign Affairs Minister narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he seemed to be in a daze. After receiving my teacher's letter, I sometimes think that perhaps we are too impatient. Thales looked at him, puzzled. About what? Gilbert sighed and spoke in a sincere and heartfelt manner. At least in Eternal Star City, the young nobles at your age are more concerned about their appearance, clothes, banquets, and girls. Appearance and clothes. Banquets, and girls, is that so? Thales paused for a moment and recalled the past 6 years. What did he care about during those years? What did he experience? The Duke could not help but be slightly absent-minded, but he immediately composed himself. Thales had a feeling that Gilbert was going to advise him about something. He forced a smile and shook his head. You should go back a few years. At that time, Wuxia was only a teenager. When he heard the familiar name, Gilbert Casso was slightly stunned. The prince looked towards the northern sky and smiled. However, during those years, your son cared more about his sword, and me. Thales smiled as he recalled Wuxia Casso's every move, voice, and smile. As he listened to the sound of the horses' hooves around him and looked at the personal guards surrounding him, Thales suddenly realized, even though he had returned to Constellation and Eternal Star City, these royal guards who protected him, it was so strange. This made him miss those familiar faces that used to surround him. Wuxia, Ralph, Putre, Jened, Willow, and the one who stole the drumstick and roasted rabbit, from Eternal Star City to the Birch Tree Forest, from Broken Dragon Fortress to Dragon Cloud City. From the past to the present. But where were they now? Thales could not help but be lost in thought. I'm glad you think so highly of him. Gilbert's words brought him back to reality. But about this topic, Constellation's cunning fox's expression was complicated, but there was pride in his words. You know that Wuxia returned to Eternal Star City a few times during the past few years in Northland. Thales nodded. Gilbert narrowed his eyes a little. But he probably never mentioned to you that he came back to see his fiancée? Thales, who was immersed in his thoughts of his old friend, subconsciously repeated Gilbert's words. Fiancé, Thales's expression changed. What? The prince turned his head around in surprise. He saw Gilbert looking at him with a smile on his face. Thales widened his eyes and asked, Wuxia? Gilbert nodded. There was gratification in his eyes, but there was also sadness. Wuxia? Wuxia? Thales opened his mouth wide in shock and stared at Gilbert. Wuxia Casso? That old-fashioned, stern, and little old man, the one who always put on a stern face, was polite, and stared at Ralph. The Wuxia who always used too much force and was stiff all over? Thales blinked subconsciously and tried hard to digest this news. Gilbert only smiled faintly. Thales took a deep breath and shook his head. Wuxia, Wuxia. I didn't expect this, I didn't expect this. He could not help but feel a little amused and gratified. I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also, then, he heard Gilbert's next sentence. So, you have reached your age this year. Thales' expression changed again. Cough cough cough, cough cough. The prince suddenly coughed. His figure on the horse's back was hunched in pain. Gilbert's old face stiffened, and he continued speaking. He continued, you must know that you have an obligation to continue the bloodline of the great kingdom, cough. Cough cough cough. The prince's coughing became louder and louder, drowning out the foreign affairs minister's voice. Even the royal guards, who were quite a distance away from him, turned their heads around curiously. In the end, Gilbert could only shake his head in pity. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Thales' coughing instantly disappeared. His back was straighter than a flagpole. Gilbert narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales, who did not seem to have any self-awareness. His face was filled with a resigned expression that said, I knew it. Then, I hope that the next piece of news will interest you. Thales seemed to have suddenly snapped out of his daze, and he came to a natural realization. News? Gilbert nodded slightly. His expression became stern again. Every time this happened, Thales would think of Wuxia and his expression when he saw Ralph. However, the foreign affairs minister's next sentence made the prince's thoughts turn solemn. The newest messenger crow came from the north. The north. Thales frowned. Is it Putre and Wuxia? No. Gilbert shook his head, but his expression did not relax in the slightest. But, the foreign affairs minister moved his horse closer. His voice was deep and his words were heavy. A few days ago, Dragon Cloud City completed the mobilization for war. Dragon Cloud City. When he heard this familiar term, Thales clenched his fists slightly. Gilbert continued speaking. The expeditionary army formed by 10,000 men has been assembled. They are prepared to head to the city of faraway prayers and join the war against the Alliance of Freedom in the West. Thales frowned deeply. At that moment it was as if all the memories of Northland returned to his mind, war, forced marriage, mobilization, and everything that happened during the state affairs hearing in Dragon Cloud City. 10,000 men. Thales recalled his impression of Dragon Cloud City. To Dragon Cloud City, it was neither too little nor too much. Then, who is the noble leading the army? The Duke of Star Lake's expression was solemn. Who will fight this war? Gilbert nodded and reported the information accurately. The suzerain of Hunt and Origami counties, Count Khan Karkagel, will be the vice-commander of Dragon Cloud City's expeditionary army. Karkagel. The one-armed count's determined face in the Hall of Heroes appeared in Thales' mind. He sighed. As expected, the commander of the army is the best fighter in Dragon Cloud City, but when he said this, Thales was slightly stunned. Wait, Gilbert. Did you just say vice-commander? The prince stared at Gilbert in surprise. Gilbert pursed his lips and nodded. Wait. Karkagel is only the vice-commander. That means, no, the incredulous surprise on Thales' face became greater. Gilbert's tone was solemn. According to the latest news, Dragon Cloud City is going to launch its first large-scale expedition after being silent for 20 years. The young Archduchess Walton will be wearing her martial attire and carrying her sword. She will lead the army. Personally lead the expedition. Archduchess, personally lead the expedition, personally lead the expedition. At that moment, Thales was stunned on the spot. Gilbert did not speak either. He only looked at him quietly and waited. He took in the prince's reaction. A familiar figure seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. The figure that cried in the dark and asked him if he could escape. Thin and weak. Frail. Wronged and helpless. Weak and lonely. She grabbed his arm and hid behind him. She trembled. "Oh, is that so?" The Duke of Star Lake retracted his expression in a daze. He nodded subconsciously and mumbled to himself. "Wow." His face was stiff, but he forced himself to let out a suppressed cry of surprise. But no one knew that at that moment, he felt so strange. He had mixed feelings. It was indescribable. But in the next second, the figure in his mind turned around and revealed a face that was equally familiar to him, but completely different. Her face was covered in sweat, but she still tried her best to pout even though she had tears in her eyes. Tenacious. Stubborn. Stubborn and unyielding. Determined and unyielding. Standing in front of the highest seat, standing among thousands of soldiers, raising his arms and shouting. Hundreds responded to his call. It felt like a long time had passed. It was so long that even Gilbert could not help but remind him. "So they succeeded," Thales said faintly. He tried hard to forget the unnecessary images and forced himself to start thinking about more practical things. Rockne of the City of Faraway Prayers, Letko of Defense City, and Walton of Dragon Cloud City, Extet's alliance of 3 cities. In the end, they stood on the side of everything. Thales' tone was still empty, but his spirit gradually recovered. His brain started working. To face the turmoil in the west stirred up by Lampard. When he thought of this, the Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath and raised his head. What about us? If it were someone else, they might be confused when faced with such a question, but Gilbert knew what he wanted to ask. The Foreign Affairs Minister exhaled slowly. "As you can see, since you have returned and the storm at the western front lines has calmed down." Gilbert's lips curled up slightly. "Then, regardless of whether it is the regular soldiers of the royal family under Baron Williams or the recruits that the suzerains of Western Desert painstakingly gathered, there is no reason for them to stay in the desert and waste time and energy patrolling." Thales took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "So, without Constellation to keep them in check, the weak Alliance of Freedom has to defend itself against the 3 great cities in Northland and almost half of Extet." The Duke of Star Lake opened his eyes. This time, he became calm and solemn. "The outcome of the war has been decided. The Alliance of Freedom is finished." Gilbert did not say anything. He only nodded in agreement. A few seconds later, Thales curled up the corners of his lips. He was in a good mood. Now, it is King Chapman's turn to have a headache. He looked at Gilbert with a smile on his face. "I escaped, and Constellation also retreated, so Lampard lost his bargaining chip, and he also lost his reason. He can no longer use Constellation as a blade to threaten his vassals to obey his orders." Thales remembered how the aggressive Kinslayer king looked when he was forced into a corner. He felt the melancholy from losing his home disappear. Even his breathing felt exceptionally comfortable. On the other hand, Dragon Cloud City has joined Rockne's side, and the City of Faraway Prayers problem will be solved. Black Sand region has one more enemy, and the opposition against the king will only increase. Thales snorted and spread his hands gently on the horse. Lampard has failed on both sides. He could even imagine his old opponent's gloomy face as he suppressed his anger and glared at him. Gilbert coughed. In fact, Your Highness, the Foreign Affairs Minister's words were a little hesitant, and it caught Thales' attention. A few weeks ago, not long after you fled Extet, and the news of the state affairs hearing in Dragon Cloud City just arrived, Gilbert glanced at him and frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Thales' heart sank. The Foreign Affairs Minister exhaled unnaturally. At that time, King Chapman rushed back to Black Sand region. Gilbert lifted the reins and looked into the distance with a grave expression. In just a few days, Chapman I visited almost every vassal who opposed him. Thales frowned hard. Visited? The prince remembered King Chapman's so-called visit to Dragon Cloud City, regardless of whether he visited him or the Hall of Heroes. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. As he observed Thales' expression, Gilbert sighed softly. The information obtained by the Secret Intelligence Department is limited. Under Thales' bad premonition and unpleasant expression, Gilbert told the truth with a straight face. But obviously, when the king announced that he wanted to recruit their army to the far west, Black Sand region's Mend and Devon Sun families, who had been resisting the tax, were the first to yield. They declared that they would return to the king's banner. The reason behind this is unknown. Thales' heart sank. Under Lampard's command, the Ika family, who is the closest to Reformation Tower, was probably worried that Archduke Trentida was in cahoots with Lampard. They did not wait for the king to visit them and withdrew their call to resist the tax. They took the initiative to send this season's grain tax to Black Sand City. The prince's grip on the reins grew tighter, and his entire body subconsciously tensed up. However, Gilbert's sigh continued. One day later, the old Count Peruno, who was highly respected, had a life-and-death friendship with the former Archduke of Black Sand region, and was also the person who opposed King Chapman the most, suddenly fell ill. Thales began to hear his own breathing. He was bedridden and could not attend to matters. So, Peruno's son took over the power of the territory and changed his father's policy. He personally left the city and warmly welcomed King Chapman's inspection. Under the Duke of Star Lake's almost shocked gaze, Gilbert continued in a displeased manner. And the last two families who resisted stubbornly and refused to open the city gates to welcome the king. They were punished. Thales gritted his teeth. Punishment? Gilbert nodded. His eyes showed the rare wariness of a cunning fox in constellation. Under the protection of the four great families, King Chapman's army arrived at the city gates and declared war with blood. A total of 2 castles. The Fire Knight personally led the army, and the Black Sand region army broke through like a hot knife through butter. They won the war in 1 day, and conquered the city in 3 days. Gilbert's solemnity and vigilance had been raised to the maximum. Based on the ancient etiquette of the Northlanders, they hung the heads of those who did not respect the king's orders on the city gates as a warning to others. The king also stripped an earl and a viscount of their titles on the execution ground, and demoted their heirs to commoners. As he listened to Gilbert's words, Thales could barely adjust his expression. It was as if every word Gilbert said was accompanied by the snow that came from Northland. Gilbert sighed slowly. That's not all. On that day, King Chapman used the power of his conquest to go against the rules and made an exception to confer titles to a few new nobles who were of humble birth. None of the vassals in Black Sand region dared to say anything. Thales slowly relaxed his body and pressed his arm against the horse. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. Gilbert shook his head. Up to this day, aside from a few small families who are near the borders and do not affect the overall situation in Black Sand region, they still shout loudly and refuse to compromise because of morality or benefits, but Thales did not let him continue. He succeeded. The prince stared at the northern sky in a daze, as if he was looking at the gloomy and cold king. He won. Gilbert observed Thales' expression worriedly and could not help but cough. Internally, it is indeed so. The cunning fox of Constellation forced a smile. His tone changed from wariness to enthusiasm. But externally, regardless of whether it is Reformation Tower or Prestige Orchid region. They immediately strengthened their defenses after they received the news. They deployed a large number of soldiers at the borders of Black Sand region. The other archdukes in Extet were even more agitated. They called for a crusade against Chapman. From the City of Faraway Prayers to Beacon Illumination City, from Elefure City to Glacier Sea, many Northlanders even openly questioned the origin of his throne. Gilbert spoke with a smile, but Thales could sense a hint of discord in his laughter. Black Sand region has already provoked public anger. King Chapman cannot do anything alone. Besides, the economy and people's livelihood in their region are already shaky, but the prince interrupted him. It's too late. In the group, the teenager under the cloak straightened his back, but he lowered his head quietly. Chapman Lampard. Perhaps many people do not recognize him as the king of Extet. Thales pursed his lips tightly and imagined the scene where he and Chapman were enemies. It was as if he could feel the heavy pressure that felt like it was real. But now, he has already become the king of Black Sand region. Gilbert was stunned. He did not know how to answer. Only the second prince sighed at the sky and closed his eyes. I told them before. In the past, in the Hall of Heroes, I told them before, but I am afraid that they still do not understand. Thales opened his eyes. He did not look at the clear blue sky above his head. Instead, his gaze landed on the layers of black clouds that were faintly discernible in the distance. They do not understand that the wave they are facing is not something that can be easily stopped by appealing to the army or by paying with money. Gilbert was stunned for a moment. The prince gritted his teeth and frowned. And this is just the beginning. Chapman Lampard, he will become stronger, greedier, and more. Thales paused for a moment and exhaled indignantly through his nose. Your Highness, you do not have to be so worried. Gilbert seemed to be unable to bear it. No matter how strong King Chapman is, we can still, but Thales shook his head. No. Not us. He stared at the black clouds that pressed down from the horizon. Killing, seizing, granting. King Chapman's actions may seem like sparks of fire. But they are unstoppable. Gilbert listened to the prince's words and fell into a contemplative silence. And they will eventually be ignited. Thales lowered his head and looked straight ahead. The seriousness in his eyes could not be any more intense. All of Northland. At that moment, *dong. The sound of a bell rang. Thales and Gilbert trembled at the same time. The sound of the bell rose indistinctly. It was long and heavy, and it shook people's hearts. At the same time, it pierced through the ground and the air, reaching the underground and the sky. The echo was deep and lingered for a long time. As the horses neighed in unease, many of the royal guards frowned and looked at each other at a loss. Only Mallows, who was at the very front, remained as calm as ever. He lifted the reins and stepped on the pedals while he moved forward steadily. That is, as he sensed the roar in his ears, Thales slowly turned to Gilbert, as if he had sensed something. The latter got over his initial shock and nodded slowly at the prince. The bell of constellation. Thales' thoughts moved. Gilbert sighed and said, the last time it rang, it was, I know. Thales sensed the memories that surged into his mind. He said in a daze, 6 years ago. The National Conference. But his sentiments did not last for long, because the group soon turned into the next street and stepped onto another main road. It was also at that moment that Thales noticed. Without realizing it, they had already passed through countless streets. The citizens around them were also gradually moving further away from them. They were kept at a distance of 100 steps by the public security team, which was slowly increasing in number. They only had curious heads and gazes. Soldiers, guards, police officers, public security teams, and countless people were already standing in an orderly manner in front of them. They either formed their own teams to maintain order or acted as walls to block off the passageway. They were waiting for the guests. On this side, the road under the feet of the royal guards had already become a broad road. Of course, at the end of the road, the most eye-catching thing was, Thales breathed in a daze and slowly raised his head. He saw it. The classic mottled colors, the endless flight of stairs, the thick and black palace walls, the grandeur that rose from the ground, the vicissitudes of a century, and the awe-inspiring might that looked down on the stars. Renaissance Palace. The Great Pyramid with a flat top that had appeared in his dreams countless times was like a giant that walked silently but blocked out the sky. It had appeared before his eyes without warning, but it also appeared without warning. It was like an avalanche. But it was silent. Thales stared at the huge palace in front of him in a daze. It took him a long time to snap out of his daze. When they passed through the passageway formed by the palace guards, the royal guard subconsciously lightened their horses' hooves and slowed down. Then, Mallows raised his hand high, and the 25 royal guards lifted their cloaks at the same time. They revealed their silver helmets that reflected the sunlight. Flag-bearer Hugo even raised a tall 9-pointed star flag. It fluttered in the wind. In the distance, the citizens who were separated from the line of separation started to make a ruckus. Countless gazes were cast on the 20 or so cavaliers, and they discussed among themselves. Thales turned his head with complicated emotions. He looked at the citizens who were separated from the two sides. He looked at the soldiers and guards who stood straight around him. Finally, he looked at the heart of the kingdom before him, which was separated by the palace wall. Renaissance Palace. No one knew his current state of mind. No one could describe his current feelings. No one could describe his current emotions. He could only open his mouth and fall into a daze. He was deep in thought. He seemed to have lost something. As Thales' group arrived in front of the palace wall, the black mass of city defense crossbows and mystic guns turned around with the help of their hinges and manpower. There were many sentries, and they were filled with murderous intent. A noble dressed in the same attire as Mallows and the others walked through the palace gate while being escorted by a group of soldiers. He raised his right arm high and showed his palm to Thales' group. In an instant, as Mallows gestured, the 25 royal guards reined in their horses at the same time. Glover and Doyle even took a step forward and extended their hands to stop Thales and Gilbert's steeds. At that moment, their expressions were stern, and their attitudes were stern. 25 royal guards. We have received orders from the king to escort an important person. Mallows' voice rose in front of the palace gate. It bounced off the palace wall of Renaissance Palace and echoed on the wide road. The Duke of Star Lake, the Prince of Constellation, the first heir to the 9-pointed star crown and the supreme throne, the noble Prince Thales Jade Star, he has returned. Once he said that, all was silent. Regardless of whether it was the guards in front of the palace gate, the sentries on the palace gate, or the public security team on the road, all of them fell silent. For a moment, only Mallows' clear and indifferent voice could be heard echoing in all directions. In front of the palace gate, the noble who stopped Mallows straightened his body and took a step forward. Password. The noble dressed in the attire of the royal guards looked at Mallows and said coldly, "Crown?" Mallows slowly urged his horse forward and faced the ferocious city-guarding crossbow in a relaxed manner. He narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. His voice was very soft. Darkness. Thales shuddered slightly. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Then, the noble guarding the palace gate nodded, turned around, and waved his hand. Asterisk boom, asterisk amid a deafening roar, the steel noose moved. The dark-colored palace gate in front of Thales trembled violently. Then, with the rhythm of a great force, it moved slowly, as if it was about to push away dust that had accumulated for 1,000 years. It tore itself apart. It revealed the true appearance of Renaissance Palace. The setting sun turned into gold. It was just like 6 years ago, when Thales became a prince, and the setting sun illuminated Renaissance Palace in a bright red light. But this time, under the bright sun, Thales only raised his head in a daze. He watched the dazzling golden light shine on the outer wall of Renaissance Palace inch by inch. But he could only see darkness. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom. Chapter 5:14. Renaissance Palace. Thales' memories of the palace were very vague. A long, long time ago, to the child beggars who made a living on the streets, the king's house, which was located at the end of the main street a few blocks away, was like an unreachable legend. It was mysterious, awe-inspiring, obscure, and dignified. They could only recognize the legendary palace that shared the title of the King of Renaissance in the Dark Knight Temple's theatrical performances that were so exaggerated and comical that they deviated from reality. They knew how, under the protection of the Dark Knight Temple, this place had an extraordinary origin, experienced countless things, and stood firm. Or, from drunken drunkards who said, "Let me tell you, I know so-and-so, and he has a friend who works in Renaissance Palace. That place is like this." And so on and so forth, they learned a little about the whole picture from a single glance. Or, when they went out to beg, they would timidly poke their heads out of the unfamiliar but tidy alleys, and catch a glimpse of the huge silhouette of the palace as the pedestrians hurried about. They would then gasp in shock and find it difficult to shift their gazes away. This feeling lasted until 6 years ago. It lasted until Thales' fate changed. The Duke of Star Lake slowly closed his eyes. But even after he became a prince and the heir to the palace in name, Thales realized that he still did not understand Renaissance Palace. 6 years ago, when he first entered Renaissance Palace, he was attacked. He was carried into the palace wall while he was unconscious. 6 years ago, he left Renaissance Palace in a carriage when he was about to head north. He was absent-minded. As for now, with the guards by his sides looking steadily forward, and the guards behind him moving in an orderly fashion, Thales snapped out of his daze when he opened his eyes. He realized that they had already passed through the heavily guarded palace gate. They even walked past the palace wall and the wide flat ground in the inner palace to enter the inner gate of the modeled ancient palace. Thales only snapped out of his daze when they entered the narrow and deep darkness without stopping, locking the vast and high sky and the boundless horizon outside the heavy and old door of the palace. 6 years later, when he personally stepped into this place, without an accidental assassination and without going abroad as a hostage, but he still could not see clearly the appearance of Renaissance Palace. After leaving the streets and carpets, the feeling under his boots became firm and clear. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps rang out from under Thales' feet. They echoed in the quiet air before they traveled to his ears. In the suddenly dim light, the young Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath, but his nose was cold and damp. Stone. Cold. Rough. Dusk. And silence. This made the Duke, who had gradually gotten used to the dryness of the Northland and the scorching heat of the desert, instinctively uncomfortable. In the dim stone corridor that was almost silent, they walked through the interior of Renaissance Palace. They walked past one small hall after another and walked up one stone staircase after another. The sparse windows and lights were the only source of light that could guide them. Thales suppressed his unnecessary thoughts and raised his head to look at Mallow's back in this palace that had a long history but was quiet and solemn. He walked along this stone corridor that was classical and low-key but did not lose its taste. The watchman was expressionless and looked straight ahead. He calmly led the way forward. Gilbert fell behind Thales. The sound of his footsteps was slightly softer, and his footsteps were steady. Glover, Doyle, and the others who were further behind did not make a sound. They seemed to have disappeared into the air. It seemed like they were already used to this ancient palace with its dark colors and suffocating air. They were not surprised. And Thales could only follow them quietly. The group was not alone. They passed by many guards who were on duty, servants who were in a hurry, cautious officials, and well-mannered nobles along the way. In the quiet air, these people did not say a word, but they seemed to have known since a long time ago. All of them stopped in their tracks respectfully and politely, retreated to the side, and silently but accurately bowed to the teenager in the crowd. The new Duke of Star Lake instinctively cleared his throat and wanted to respond, but Gilbert, who was beside him, pressed down on his arm gently and shook his head. In Renaissance Palace, the king preferred silence. Thales was slightly stunned. After he understood something, the Duke of Star Lake could only nod slightly and respond to these people with a smile. When he was in Heroic Spirit Palace in Dragon Cloud City, no matter where the Prince of Constellation went, the Northlanders' palace guards, especially the former White Blade guards, and the Extension nobles would always stare at him with hostile and vigilant gazes. Even after 6 years of being together day and night, those gazes merely changed from gnashing their teeth to disdain. However, things were different in Renaissance Palace. Thales could sense that the servants, guards, nobles, and officials all had an extraordinary interest and curiosity towards the Duke who had just arrived. But when they passed by the teenager, their gazes towards the Duke were respectful and careful, polite and restrained. And when the Duke returned their gaze, the latter would usually immediately lower their heads or avert their gazes to look elsewhere. They would look away the moment they touched, and they would stop when they reached a certain point. It was a little deliberate. It was like a peeping Tom hiding in a corner. As if he was afraid of waking something up. And the deathly stillness and murderous aura that was carefully created and maintained, the Duke of Star Lake could not help but inhale and exhale slowly. For some reason, Thales always felt that the cautious, polite, and restrained gazes in Renaissance Palace made him feel uncomfortable. It was no less than the undisguised hostile and estranged gazes of the Northlanders in Heroic Spirit Palace. Irritation surged into his heart. There was even a moment when the teenager really wanted the royal guards around him to move closer. To surround him tighter. To block those gazes. It would be best to isolate everything and make it airtight. Just like the thick and heavy city wall that blocked the way between Renaissance Palace and the city. The journey was so quiet that it was almost dead silent. When they went up another flight of stairs and arrived at a rather large corridor hall, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of a stone door in front of them. Mallows was the first to stop. Thales, who was following behind him, took an extra step before he instinctively retracted his steps. But he soon noticed that other than Gilbert, who was still smiling, the guards behind him, including Doyle and Glover, all puffed out their chests and raised their heads. They looked even more solemn, like a lute with its strings pulled taut. The figures in front of the stone door were dressed and equipped in a similar style to Mallows and the others. However, they wore light leather armor that made it easier for them to move around indoors. Their expressions were stern, and their gazes were stern. They did not seem to have any intention of greeting their colleagues in the prince's escort group. Just as Thales began to guess the identity of this group of people, a person walked out from among the unfamiliar figures. He held the long sword at his waist and approached them. This was a middle-aged man who was dignified and experienced. He was about 50 years old. His figure was a little clumsy, but his back was tall and capable. His hair and beard were a mix of gray and white, but they were neatly arranged. There were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but his eyes were bright and full of life. His attire was obviously different from the others. His equipment was exquisite and meticulous, but his footsteps were incredibly steady. The gray-haired middle-aged man stopped, but he did not even look at Thales. He only stared straight at Mallows, who was leading the group, and spoke slowly. "Who are you?" His words were stern, and his tone was cold. His words stunned Thales. He confirmed once again that this was Renaissance Palace, where his father lived. And he's really returning to his own home? But the others, including Gilbert, did not show any strange expressions. They waited quietly and solemnly. They held their breaths and did not even exhale loudly. It was as if there was a major event in front of them. Mallows took a step forward expressionlessly. His tone was indifferent. Tormund Mallows. I am the watchman of the royal guards. In the name of the king, I am here to escort the Duke of Star Lake back. The middle-aged guard in his 50s sized up Mallows and nodded. Under Thale's curious gaze, Mallows finished his answer faintly. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged guard in front of him with an aggressive gaze. Who are you? The middle-aged man was silent for a while. He still did not look at Thales. His right hand was still on the sword at his waist. The man took a step forward with an upright posture. His posture was stern. Fabio Adrian. The middle-aged man named Adrian said softly, I am the chief commander of the royal guards. In the name of the king, I am here to welcome the return of the Duke of Star Lake. Thales swore that he could feel Doyle sucking in a suppressed breath behind him. Royal Guards. Chief, Commander. Thales recalled the key to the 6 Praetorian Guard divisions. Mallows was also silent for a while before he nodded at Adrian, who had grayish-white hair and looked stern. In the next second, Adrian turned his head around and sized up Thales for the first time, who was shorter than Mallows by a head. Perhaps it was because he was affected by the atmosphere or because there was pressure in Adrian's gaze, the Duke of Star Lake subconsciously puffed out his chest and sucked in his stomach to accept Adrian's gaze. But just like the others, Adrian's gaze only met Mallows once before it was averted. The latter turned to Mallows again. Knight Mallows, thou hast fulfilled thy duty. Adrian said faintly, hast thou fulfilled thy duty? Fulfilled thy duty. Fulfilled thy duty, Thales was stunned. In a daze, he remembered something. Mallows answered calmly but sternly, Knight Adrian, though I fulfilled my duty. The watchman narrowed his eyes. Yet my sword did not break. When he heard Mallows' answer, Adrian nodded at him. His gaze became gentler and no longer sharp. Then thou hast not fulfilled thy duty. Mallows also nodded slightly. He lifted the corners of his lips slightly. Then thou hast not fulfilled thy duty. Thales frowned. He was even more certain of his memories. Just as he expected, the conversation before him, it was filled with the ceremonial feeling he was familiar with. The air was still quiet, and the atmosphere was as solemn as ever. The Duke could not help but cast a puzzled glance at Gilbert, but the latter only gestured for him to remain calm. Finally, Adrian revealed a smile. The middle-aged commander took off his gloves and extended his hand to Mallows. Then, welcome back to the team, Knight. Mallows also put on a faint but restrained smile that he had not shown for a long time. He removed his glove and went forward to hold Adrian's right hand. Captain. Adrian smiled and nodded before he called out Mallows' name. Tormund. Just when Thales was wondering whether this was a tradition of the royal guards, Adrian let go of Mallows' hand and coughed. All right, the mission has been handed over. Relax a little. In the next second, Thales heard the royal guards behind him sigh. It was as if they had all breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. It was as if they had ended a leadership meeting where they had to remain still and listen attentively. Adrian walked forward and flashed a smile at Gilbert. Count Casso. Gilbert also flashed a smile and went forward to shake his hand happily. Lord Adrian. Lord Adrian smiled and said, looks like I was right. Looks like I was right. You really did come back in high spirits. It is all thanks to you, my lord. Gilbert turned around and looked at Thales after he finished exchanging pleasantries. Welcome to the meeting hall, Your Grace. The Foreign Affairs Minister extended his hand and gestured at the stone door behind Adrian with a proud expression. This is the place where His Majesty usually receives envoys and foreign officials. When he saw the puzzled look on the Duke's face, Gilbert added, "This is an important place for national affairs. As the Duke of Star Lake, you will definitely familiarize yourself with this place in the future." Thales responded politely while he looked at the stone door. The meeting hall. Receives envoys and foreign officials. Wait a minute. Thales was suddenly stunned. He stared at the stone door guarded by the guards behind Adrian. He remembered something, and he also recognized something. "I remember. The meeting hall. I have been here before," Thales said in a daze. "I have been here once." These words made Gilbert pause for a moment. But Thales knew that the meeting hall in Renaissance Palace, he had indeed been here before. Thales stared at the stone door absent-mindedly and imagined the scene after it was opened. That's right. It's here. 6 years ago, it was here that he saw the arrogant Extet envoy intimidate King Kessel without any scruples, forcing him to make a difficult choice between starting a war and ceding his territory. 6 years ago, it was here that he saw Duke Arund vent his anger and indignation hysterically, revealing his political conspiracy that affected the two kingdoms in an attempt to turn the situation around but was unsuccessful. 6 years ago, it was here, Thales thought absent-mindedly. It was here that he saw Kessel V wave his scepter in an awe-inspiring and unquestionable manner. Amidst the nervous and dumbfounded gasps, he decided on the second prince of Constellation, and for the next 6 years. Fate. Oh, my memory is bad. Gilbert seemed to have remembered something. His expression darkened, and he awkwardly changed the topic. On the other side, Adrian coughed softly, interrupting the conversation between Gilbert and the Duke. Lord Adrian first turned around and patted Mallow's shoulder. "Will and Gaetan are waiting for you in the guard room. You know, paperwork." Mallows stopped smiling and frowned slightly. Adrian nodded at him and urged him a little. "Go." But the watchman turned around and looked in Thales' direction. His gaze was unclear. The Duke of Star Lake did not know what was going on. He could only show a fitting smile. Adrian looked at the Duke together with Mallows. The middle-aged man seemed to have understood something. He smiled and gestured to Mallows. "Leave it to me. And Count Casso." Mallows turned around and cast Adrian a glance that was neither too deep nor too shallow. "All right," the watchman said calmly. "Then I'll take my leave." Under Adrian's encouraging gaze and Thales' puzzled gaze, Mallows turned around and left without hesitation. He walked towards the other exit of the hall. Doyle and Glover, who were the closest to him, were also stunned. Together with the others, they instinctively followed him. But Mallows immediately stopped in his tracks. "Not you." Mallows turned around and frowned. He looked at Doyle and Glover, who stopped in their tracks in puzzlement. "Both of you stay." "Yes, commanding officer." Glover nodded without hesitation and retreated behind Thales. Doyle blinked before he was pulled back into line by flag-bearer Fubby. Looking at this scene, Commander Adrian smiled. Mallows nodded at him in acknowledgement, then glanced at Thales before he left leisurely. Gilbert cleared his throat. He was friendly and gentle. "Your Highness, allow me to introduce you to the Chief Guard Captain of the Royal Guards, Chief Commander, and also the person in charge of Renaissance Palace and His Majesty's safety, Lord Fabio Adrian. He is from the Adrian family of Central Territory Swan County, the head of the 7 Jade Star attendants." Adrian turned around and bowed respectfully to Thales. Thales was overwhelmed by the favor. He nodded at him in return and came to a realization. "I knew it. Fabio Adrian. He's the highest commander of all the royal guards in Renaissance Palace. The captain of the guards, including all the 6 wingers. And he's one of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Let us save the introductions and small talk for another day." While Thales was thinking, Adrian seized the gap between Gilbert's words and interrupted him in an appropriate and timely manner. "Your Highness, Count. His Majesty is in the meeting hall." Adrian gestured at the stone door behind him. Should we not let him wait for too long? His Majesty. At that moment, Thales felt all the blood in his body freeze. His Majesty is. He has finished today's Imperial Conference? Gilbert suddenly became excited. No. Adrian replied politely, that's right. In fact, His Majesty has ended the conference early. He has been asking about the messenger crow from Western Desert since yesterday. His Majesty. Thales breathed in a daze. He suddenly understood where the discomfort and the lingering sense of unfamiliarity that had been tormenting him since he stepped into Renaissance Palace, or rather, Eternal Star City, came from. It was not the environment and decor of Renaissance Palace. It was not the noise and old matters of Eternal Star City. It was, Thales clenched his fists on his own. Of course. Gilbert looked at Thales with a hint of excitement. I believe His Majesty is also looking forward to this moment. Adrian did not answer. He only gestured for Thales and Gilbert to follow him before he walked towards the stone door of the meeting hall. His Majesty. Thales could feel his feet moving forward as he followed Adrian's lead. Gilbert's footsteps followed behind him, and he did not leave him by even an inch. One in front, and one behind. It made him, there was nowhere to run. The royal guards who stood guard in front of the stone door and belonged to an unknown wing bowed together. They pushed the stone door open respectfully and professionally. It revealed the endless darkness inside. There were only a few lights that illuminated the path ahead. Adrian moved to the side and politely gestured for the Duke of Star Lake to go first. It was no longer one in front and one behind. But Thales realized that he would rather have the other walk in front of him. But, Thales then saw his feet being lifted, lowered, lifted again, and lowered again. Until he passed by Adrian's side, until he stepped through the heavy stone door, until he stepped into the endless abyss. Not you. Adrian's voice suddenly became stern and cold. It was a stark contrast to the friendliness he showed to the prince and the count. It made Thales subconsciously stop in his tracks. But he soon realized that Adrian was not talking to him. All of you, stay. The guard captain's voice was very low. But it contained an unquestionable tone. A few seconds later, Doyle's nervous and trembling voice came from behind him. Yes. Yes, Captain. Amid the low sound of friction, the heavy stone door that separated the corridor from the meeting hall was slowly closed. It shut Doyle's mumbling outside. Behind him, Adrian and Gilbert's footsteps approached slowly. It was as if they were urging something. A gust of air rose from Thales' chest and was forced out of his mouth and nose. He realized that he had started to walk forward again. Just like 6 years ago, the meeting hall was long, narrow, and deep. From the entrance on one side, the end of the hall shrank into a small dot. It was blurry. Once, the two sides of the meeting hall were packed with vassals, listening to the negotiation between Constellation and the dragon. Unlike 6 years ago, there were fewer lights in the meeting hall. Many of the windows that allowed light to pass through were closed. It was even darker. Now, the platforms on both sides were empty. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. But as he walked forward, Thales soon saw it. At the other end of his line of sight, there was a lone peak that protruded from the ground and landed on a few steps above. The throne. Thales' breathing slowly tightened. A strong but lonely figure appeared on the throne above the steps. The figure had his head lowered. His back was bent, and he sat cross-legged on the throne. His right elbow was on the arm of the throne, and his right hand was on the scepter in front of his knee. His forehead was pressed against the back of his hand. His face was hidden in the shadows. Thales stopped in his tracks. He stared at the figure he had not seen for 6 years. His emotions were hard to discern. The prince's pause forced Gilbert to stop as well. But the Foreign Affairs Minister quickly reacted. He raised his voice and spoke to the figure on the throne with great enthusiasm. "Your Majesty, I am honored to bring you the new Duke of Star Lake, your thud." The bottom of the scepter hit the ground lightly, and the dull thud echoed in the meeting hall. It also made Gilbert's words die in his throat. Very soon, a voice that had appeared in Thales's dreams before came from the throne. It was heavy, thick, awe-inspiring, and dull like thunder. It echoed in the entire hall. "Gilbert," the voice on the throne paused for a moment. "Thank you." Compared to 6 years ago, this voice was much more hoarse, drawn out, and dull. There seemed to be an indescribable fatigue. Thales listened to the other person's words in a daze. His gaze was fixed on the figure. Gilbert frowned and sucked in a deep breath. His Highness must be tired from the journey. "Your Majesty," on his way from Dragon Cloud City to the desert, but he was interrupted by the voice on the throne that echoed in the hall. "My friend," I said. The voice on the throne was calm at first, but it gradually became firm and short. "Thank you. I will look for you later." Gilbert was stunned. However, Captain Adrian understood the king's meaning. Adrian extended his arm towards the hall door behind him and gestured politely to Gilbert. "Count Casso?" Gilbert looked at the shadow on the throne before he cast a glance at Thales with a heavy heart. But in the end, he did not say anything. He only gave the Duke of Star Lake an encouraging gaze before he bowed and turned around resentfully. Thales forced a smile and nodded, but he suddenly realized that the Foreign Affairs Minister's back was very old. "You too?" The voice on the throne rose again. "Yodel." Thales shuddered. Gilbert's footsteps also paused for a moment before he recovered his rhythm and left slowly. Nothing happened around him. Lord Adrian acted as if he did not hear Gilbert's words and left with Gilbert. But Thales knew that something was different in the air around him. This made him especially terrified. The footsteps grew further away and softer. In the end, as the stone door opened and closed, they completely disappeared at the end of the hall. Only Thales and the shadow on the throne were left. They faced each other in silence in the hall. "Come forward." The teenager shuddered slightly. Thales could be considered to have been through hundreds of battles. From bloody battlefields to sinister schemes, he believed that he had seen a lot of things. But for some reason, when he heard those words, he could not help but clench his fists. Thales raised his head and stared at the figure on the throne. He slowly walked forward until he could see the stairs to the throne clearly. But before his eyes, the figure on the throne was still blurry, and the everlasting lamp behind him flickered. "Closer." The shadow on the throne raised his voice slightly. The teenager was silent for a moment before he walked forward again. This time, he walked close enough that he could even see the pair of boots leaning against the bottom of the scepter under the throne. A little closer. The voice on the throne seemed to be a little impatient. He dragged out his voice, causing the flames of the everlasting lamp to sway slightly. Thales took a deep breath. Hence, in the next moment, the prince resolutely lifted his feet and continued forward. Then, he saw the shadow on the throne move slowly as well. Thales froze. Under the dim light, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Iron Hand King, Kessel Jadestar V, who seemed to have aged more than 6 years, raised his eyes from the scepter and looked at the prince. Thales had to look up at him. His breathing began to quicken involuntarily. Uncontrollable. He endured the gaze that he had seen many times in his dreams, but it always managed to wake him up with a start. Thales blurted out a term of address. "Your Majesty." As soon as the words left his mouth, Thales subconsciously added another sentence. "Fa father?" The man on the throne supported his chin with his hand and frowned slightly. He had lost weight. That was Thales' first feeling. Even though the man's body under the leather robe was still strong, even though the scepter in his hand was still steady, even though his eyes still emitted a faint cold light, but he could see that King Kessel's face was much thinner, his eyes were slightly sunken, and his cheekbones were slightly high. And more wrinkles had already climbed onto the king's face. The knuckles on the man's hand that held the scepter were even more protruding, and he looked rather sharp. Compared to 6 years ago, the only thing that had not changed, and even surpassed, was probably the stillness, dullness, suffocation, and uneasiness that was like the eve of a storm. The silence seemed to last for a long time, but Thales only stared at the king quietly. He felt that he could not shift his gaze away. Finally, the king's expression changed. Anxiety. His voice was as steady and heavy as before. It was especially obvious in the empty and long meeting hall. Thales snapped out of his daze and cleared his throat. Sorry? King Kessel snorted softly 6 years later. How you feel right now? The king said slowly, anxiety. Anxiety? Thales frowned. He did not understand. But the king continued to speak, completely ignoring the teenager's puzzlement. Anxiety is very strange. It's neither panic nor panic. These feelings often emerge when you're caught off guard, leaving you at a loss and powerless to do anything about it. The teenager's breathing froze. King Kessel's voice echoed in the hall, as if it was pressing down on him from all directions. There was no gap between them. For example, you are about to face a certain great test, accept a certain judgment, do a certain great thing, or, you are about to become the heir of an ancient kingdom, and carry a burden that is much heavier and more tiring than ever before. The king snorted so loudly that the entire hall seemed to shake. But you know that you are not qualified. You know that you cannot bear it. You know that you are destined to fail. At that moment, you are extremely afraid. You do not want to face it. You only want to escape, regardless of everything. This feeling is panic, this is panic. Thales tried his best to maintain a dignified expression and posture in the face of the gaze that seemed to have seen through him. He felt that the act of raising his head was getting more and more tiring. But there seemed to be some kind of power supporting him. He did not shift his gaze away or lowered his head. King Kessel exhaled slowly. But once there is a moment, before the final moment, an opportunity, a way, a turning point appears. It makes you feel that there is still a glimmer of hope in the situation, that the consequences may come a little later, that the judgment can be delayed for a moment. And you can delay it for a little longer, and not have to face the ending that you fear the most. King Kessel raised his chin from the back of his right hand, revealing the faint blue light of the staff of constellation. For example, you can face the test a few days later, endure the judgment a few weeks later, and accept your inevitable identity a few years later. Thales stared at the king's calm face and listened to the profound words. That moment, that is simply redemption. It is rejoicing, numbness, the ecstasy and relief after surviving a disaster. It makes you feel that the end is still far away, and that I can still be saved. Hearing this, the teenager could not help but tremble. But when all this is over, when the reprieve period given to you by God is over, the king chuckled softly. His gaze was deep, but his face was still expressionless. These illusions make you think that you have breathed a sigh of relief. Then they will all disappear. Thales listened in a daze. His palms were cold. On the throne, the Supreme King slowly straightened his back. Under the dim light, it was as if dark clouds had spread over his head. And those lucky escapes will flow back to the present, along with the regret, uneasiness, self-blame, and panic of, I knew this would happen. In the end, it will turn into something that you know very well, but cannot resist, anxiety. Thales met the king's gaze. He felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. There was no way to fill it. Kessel stroked the scepter in his hand coldly and stared at the strange blue light emitting from the top of it. It is precisely this annoying anxiety that will make you understand while you scratch your ears and scratch your cheeks in pain that the 6 years of running away, getting lucky, procrastinating, and illusions are actually meaningless. 6 years. Thales breathed absent-mindedly as he listened to the king finish his words. It is like a damned but useless whip, forcing you to face it. Face what you know will eventually come, but in the end, you are powerless against fate. Chapter 5:15. King Kessel looked down at Thales in silence. His gaze was calm and indifferent, and his movements were slow. It was completely different from King Nuvan's awe-inspiring and King Chapman's aggressiveness. But it did not make the teenager feel relaxed. The prince gulped and tried to relax his tense muscles and mind. Up until now, Thales did not understand his father. What kind of person was he? Cold? Silent? Dignified? Perhaps. Aside from the time in the Jade Star family tomb, which was more like a one-sided listening experience, Thales had spoken less than 10 sentences to Kessel V. As for the time they spent alone together in the past 6 years, Thales suspected that it was less than 15 minutes. However, in the teenager's limited life, the Iron Hand King was like a dark cloud hanging high above his head. It seemed unreachable, but it always cast a shadow over him and enveloped him. Whether it was the National Conference, the negotiations with Extet, the Night of Dragon's Blood, the day of Dragon Cloud City's State Affairs hearing, Gilbert's exhortations to his face, or the one-eyed dragon Koster's harsh words. Many experiences reminded Thales from the side what kind of person his father was. But when he really faced that dark cloud, Thales realized, he was still not ready. He still did not know how to face him. You misunderstand. Thales lowered his head and avoided the quiet but unsettling gaze. He took a deep breath. He tried to chase away the negative emotions that he had sensed, but the king's words made it even more obvious. I am not anxious. In fact, leaving Extet and returning home. But the king did not give him time to explain. Is it familiar? Kessel no longer stared at Thales. The corners of his lips curled up in a strange arc, as if he was disdainful. This tone. Thales raised his head abruptly with a puzzled expression. Familiar? On the stone steps, the king on the throne spoke in a cold voice. That old bag of bones from Western Desert should be like this, pretending to be profound and talking nonsense to scare you, right? Thales furrowed his eyebrows. That old bag of bones from Western Desert? Pretending to be profound and talking nonsense? Scare me? Thales understood something. He remembered what Adrian said to Gilbert just now. The king was asking about the messenger crow from Western Desert yesterday. A messenger crow from the West Wilderness. As he tried to guess the king's intentions, Thales exhaled and calmly said, yes, Fakenhas did come to me, but unfortunately, the king did not give him a chance to explain. Perhaps he didn't care at all. Where's the sword? King Kessel calmly interrupted him. What about the ancient empire sword that was given by the prestigious Four-Eyed Skull family in Blade Fang's camp? It caused some people to feel uneasy, some people to rejoice, and all of the kingdom to make endless guesses. Thales' words came to a halt. As expected, he also knew. The sword named Sentinel. It should be the legendary wing. With a certain thought in mind, Thales raised his voice and answered, it is in the luggage, guarded by Lord Mallow's men, but, no. For the third time, King Kessel interrupted the Duke of Star Lake. It's not there. On the platform, the king slowly leaned back against the back of the throne. It's in your heart. Thales was startled. Kessel V calmly looked at the Duke of Star Lake at the foot of the platform. And you don't even know where that sword will stab. Thales was silent for a while. Obviously, the king was very dissatisfied with what happened in Western Desert. But, I am very sorry about what happened in Western Desert. Thales tried hard to regain his composure, and tried hard to treat the person in front of him as another Northland vassal he could negotiate with. But Faken has purpose in coming to me, but he still could not finish. When I sent you to the north, unlike the Northlanders and even the Western Desert people, King Kessel's tone was very light, and there was very little fluctuation in his words. But compared to King Chapman's preemptive words and Fakenhaz's alarmist words, the effect of the King of Constellation's soft words was not inferior to the former two. I did not expect that much from you. Thales was speechless. King Kessel sat on the throne with his back almost half raised. His posture seemed relaxed, but his eyes were locked on Thales. At least I did not expect you to rebuild Northland and appoint a new king. Rebuild Northland. Appoint a new king. Thales closed his mouth, feeling the weight behind these two sentences, feeling the faint contempt and accusation behind them. That's right. Rebuild, new king. This was indeed what he had been doing for the past 6 years, but, Dragon Cloud City was filled with blood and corpses, Heroic Spirit Palace was in a state of mutual hostility, and everything was hanging by a thread. The teenager bit his lower lip. With a little displeasure, Thales raised his head again. I did not want it to be like this, but, when he talked about what happened 6 years ago, he thought he would remember the injustice and injustice back then, and then he would sneer and ask about the king's conspiracy, mock the failure of the Secret Intelligence Department, and ask why he was put in danger. But at that moment, when he looked into King Kessel's eyes, which were as calm as still water, he did not care. There was a small voice in Thales' heart. He would not care. Thales pursed his lips. He suppressed the indignation in his heart, turned his head and said, "That was an accident." Silence. Thales was not used to the darkness in the meeting hall. 6 years ago, this place seemed spacious and bright. The teenager suddenly remembered the only day he stayed in Renaissance Palace, and his first impression of the palace, the cold room, the hard stone bed, the bone-chilling cold, and the deep darkness. Just like the abandoned house. No. The king snorted and brought Thales back to reality. That was not an accident. King Kessel stared at his son, and his tone was strange. You. That was an accident. Thales' heartbeat was a little erratic. At least, that is what the Secret Intelligence Department said. Secret Intelligence Department. Thales' heart sank. The Secret Intelligence Department again. The king narrowed his eyes slightly. You must know, in this world, there are not many things that can catch the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, unprepared. Not necessarily. Thales silently retorted in his heart. When he heard the Secret Intelligence Department, the displeasure that Thales had just suppressed rose again. All right. The prince took a deep breath. Let me put it this way, if there is an accident, it must be you. Thales paused, and changed the way he addressed them. They are the ones who do not trust me. The lights in the meeting hall dimmed a little, and the shadow on the throne became even more blurry. King Kessel hummed in acknowledgement. He seemed to be asking a question, but was not. They do not trust you? Thales answered with a snort. Yes, whether it is the Calamities or Lampard. Before the Secret Intelligence Department took action, they blocked all information and kept me in the dark, even if it was harmful to me. The teenager exhaled. There were a few times when I almost died. Thales stared fixedly at the king, trying to see something in the dim light. The meeting hall was quiet for a few seconds. But what made him feel a little disappointed was that Kessel remained seated and did not move. His tone did not change at all. Is that so? The king's indifferent attitude made Thales subconsciously clench his fists. I had no choice. Thales felt that his words were becoming more and more unyielding. I had to adapt to the situation and find a way out. The king remained the same. Is that so? Thales felt a lump in his chest. Yes. He raised his voice and said unhappily, whether it is for myself, or for, the teenager paused for a moment and glanced at the king before he said, constellation. Kessel's gaze was unreadable, but this time, what he said was different. Just like what you did in the national conference? Thales froze for a moment. The national conference. He suddenly remembered that 6 years ago, he was unwilling to be a puppet in that conference, so he said shocking words and angrily rebuked all the suzerains. He could not help but sigh a little. But Thales still nodded. Yes. The teenager's voice sounded a little gloomy. I had to do it. The king raised his gaze and looked at the other end of the meeting hall. He seemed to be thinking about something. A few seconds later, he snorted and repeated, I had to do it. They do not trust you. The king twirled the scepter in his hand and said in a contemplative tone, and you had to do it? Thales did not know how to answer. Perhaps it was because he had not seen Kessel for too long, or perhaps it was because the rumors he heard over the years had distorted his understanding of the king. Thales realized that he could not read the Supreme King's emotions and actions. It was like, there was a curtain between them. This was a situation he had never encountered when he faced Nuven, Lampard, the 5 Northland archdukes, and the 3 great dukes of Constellation. In the end, the king chuckled softly. You mean, the next moment, King Kessel raised his gaze, which was as calm as before, but inexplicably profound. They did not trust you to be able to put your arm around King Nuven's shoulder and call him brother. So when he fell, you were caught in a trap of your own making and were dragged into the enemy's hands. And you had no choice but to counterattack, return to heroic Spirit Palace, and create a new king? Thales shuddered. King Kessel continued to speak, each word carrying a peculiar charm. Or they did not trust you to be able to get along well with the girl from Dragon Cloud City, so much so that she abandoned everything in order to force you to stay, incurred public anger, and publicly broke off relations with all the vassals? And you had no choice but to meet Lampard privately and find another way out? Thales only felt that his throat was a little dry. The king continued to laugh coldly. Or they did not trust you to be able to conceal your identity in Western Desert and have an unclear relationship with a group of mercenaries who sell swords. Then, they saw through your identity and used it to threaten the Baron of Bladefang's realm? And you had no choice but to. The king did not continue. He only curled his lips. But that was enough. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As expected. He knew. He knew everything. But, Thales suddenly realized that in the face of the king's words, all the self-defense and reasoning he had developed over the past 6 years were useless. He could explain. But whether it was Asda and Giza during the Night of Dragon's Blood, or Little Rascal's background, or the secret between Quick Rope and the old royal guards, he could not explain. He could not explain. Thales opened his eyes and said with difficulty, Is that what the Secret Intelligence Department said? This time, the king stared at him for a long time. A long time. Finally, King Kessel opened his mouth again, but his tone gradually became stern. Murat's report said that as a prince, you do not know how to reflect on yourself. Your progress is slow, and you always act on your own. You act recklessly, and everyone has no choice but to bear the consequences of your actions. Kessel narrowed his eyes. Or in their words, wipe your ass. The teenager was stunned. Murat. Thales exhaled heavily and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. I understand. I am very sorry. But the king chuckled again. And Gilbert repeatedly told me that you improve very quickly. You learn in difficult situations, grow through setbacks, and gain wisdom after experiencing setbacks. You are a rare genius. Gilbert. Thales felt warmth in his heart. He praises me too much. Kessel sized him up. The scepter in his hand stopped spinning. But Ida has a third opinion. The moment he heard that name, Thales was stunned. Who? Thales raised his head in puzzlement. The king had left his seat and was leaning forward to size him up. She said in her letter that you grow too slowly and too quickly, which annoys her. Wait. Wait a minute. Thales repeated in disbelief after he heard the way the king addressed him. Ida? A certain crazy, hopping short figure appeared in front of him. Thales stared and moved his lips stiffly. That person can write letters? It's fake, right? But Kessel V did not seem to feel that it was funny and absurd at all. The king continued to speak, minding his own business. She said that you grow too slowly. You don't even have the guts to let her go to the forest outside Dragon Cloud City to hunt rabbits for dinner. Thales' face darkened. His father snorted coldly again. But you grow too quickly. Every time she wants to go out and poach, you predict it and send people to keep an eye on her. Thales confirmed that this was what the king said and could not help but feel puzzled. All right, Ida hunting rabbits. Is that important? The king did not answer. He just stared at the second prince quietly under the waning light. Thales calmed down a little because of Aida's name, but the king's gaze made his heart clench again. But I can see that you have indeed changed after 6 years. The king said faintly. Thales was stunned. He turned his head slowly to avoid the king's condescending gaze. 6 years is a long time. But Kessel shook his head. No. Whether it is Murat or Gilbert. The king said softly, they are both wrong. Thales' breathing began to quicken. The king's gaze became sharper. As for Ida, Kessel's words were very strange. At that moment, Thales did not know if he was disdainful or sentimental. This made Thales suddenly curious. I wonder if Black Prophet Murat, who is said to be able to see through lies, can see through the king before me? No, the King of Constellation's words pulled Thales' attention back. You do not grow fast enough. Kessel said unhurriedly, not slow enough. Not fast enough. Not slow enough. Doubt surged. Thales frowned slightly. I do not understand. Fortunately, the king did not interrupt the teenager this time, nor did he change the topic. But Kessel's next words were full of profound meaning, causing him to fall silent. You either grow fast enough. King Kessel raised his head to look at the ceiling. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was looking into the past. So fast that it is unexpected, so fast that it is gratifying. So fast that in just 6 years, you can bear the weight of the entire planet. The king's gaze focused on Thales, and it returned to its cold and indifferent state. But you did not bear the weight of the entire planet. Thales gulped. He felt his body stiffen. The king looked at him from afar, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. You either grow slow enough. Kessel lowered his head and looked at his opened left palm. His words were a little desolate. Slow enough to know your place, slow enough to do things step by step, slow enough for us to unload the burden of the kingdom bit by bit. The king clenched his fist and looked at Thales again. His gaze was slightly cold. But you did not know your place, do things step by step. He understood some of the king's meaning. At that moment, Thales did not know how to answer. Right now, you are neither growing fast nor slow, the king said coldly. Said the king coldly. His tone became even colder. Neither too fast nor too slow. Neither too fast nor too slow. Kessel snorted softly. There was a hint of disdain and frustration in his tone. He shook his head. You exceed my expectations, but you also disappoint me. Thales took a few deep breaths. He wanted to say something, but he did not. This time, the silence between the father and son was exceptionally long. They just looked at each other quietly, and they did not speak for a long time. Then, the teenager could no longer endure the depression in his heart. Thales paused for a moment. With indescribable depression and gloom, he exhaled a few times. He tried his best to smile, but he could not. I thought that on the first day I returned to Eternal Star City, you would talk about something positive about your reunion with your father. Thales turned his head around, trying to find something to ease the tension. Father. But Kessel obviously did not have the same intention. And I thought that after experiencing so much, you would understand what it means to live for Constellation. The king's gaze burned, and his tone was cold. Prince. Thales froze. Kessel looked at Thales and snorted softly. He seemed to be disdainful. But fortunately, we still have time to teach you how to be a Prince of Constellation. Prince of Constellation. Thales did not speak. He could only feel an indescribable emotion rising in his chest. It made him uncomfortable. It was difficult to get rid of it. But in the end, he did not say anything. Your homecoming banquet will be held a week later. It will be the time for you to show your face again. The king turned his head around. He was not bothered by Thales' silence. No one knew whether he saw it as a tacit agreement, or whether he did not care about it. During this period of time, you will keep a low profile. Let the kingdom slowly digest the return of the heir. Do you understand? Kessel said coldly. Thales was silent. After a few seconds, he answered with great difficulty. Just like 6 years ago. Kessel V looked up and spoke in a drawn-out tone. Even more than 6 years ago. Even more than 6 years ago. Thales stood where he was and did not move. A few seconds later, yes. Thales felt his voice was hoarse, like an old machine. Your Majesty. Kessel stared at him for a few seconds before he spoke slowly. Very good. The king's tone was slightly sarcastic. Son. Kessel V leaned back again and sank into the shadows. The meeting hall returned to dead silence. Thales panted a few times and calmed himself down. I believe you have nothing else to say. He forced himself to speak respectfully. Your Majesty. There was no reply from the throne above him. Thales took this as a tacit agreement. The Duke of Star Lake bowed and walked back with complicated and indescribable feelings. Stop. The king's words echoed in the meeting hall. Thales stopped. Your Majesty, is there anything else? But King Kessel only shook his head in the shadows. No. But you must stay here. The king said coldly, at least 15 minutes. Thales was stunned. Why? Kessel maintained his posture. Only a pair of eyes that reflected a cold light could be seen in the shadows. They contrasted with the staff of Constellation in his hand. Because in the eyes of outsiders, a positive topic of reunion between father and son would probably take this long. Thales held his breath. He swallowed hard. I see. The reunion between His Majesty and the prince is only worth 15 minutes. The second prince turned around and looked at his father on the throne. The emotions in his heart were indescribable, and his tone was slightly resentful. But we don't need it. Kessel snorted, we don't need it. But the kingdom needs it. The unhappiness in Thales' heart surged again. I see. He did not have to be anxious. Because it was destined 6 years ago. 6 years later. It was still the same. Thales adjusted his breathing and sneered. So I have to stay here for 15 minutes. Only then will the kingdom not know about the rumors of conflict between the royal family and the discord between father and son, right? In the face of the prince's slightly provocative words, the shadow on the throne froze slightly. A few seconds later, King Kessel also snorted coldly. They didn't know. There was a deep chill in the king's words. Until you accepted that sword. That sword? Thales suddenly paused. He did not understand. That sword is just, but Kessel raised his voice and interrupted him. But they still won't know. At some point in time, the king had left his seat again. He stared at Thales coldly under the firelight, as if he was staring at his enemy. Because I had no choice but to stop all the decrees regarding Western Desert this year, from taxes to land quotas and even conscription, to show the greatest kindness to your new friends. New friends. Thales' thoughts froze. Kessel snorted angrily. Just for that damn sword of yours. In the face of the king, whose expression remained the same, but whose emotion seemed to have turned cold for more than one winter, Thales frowned to show that he could not understand. If you are dissatisfied because of this, I can return that sword at any time. You don't have to think about me. You can continue with your great plan to conquer Western Desert, but the king suddenly asked, did it change you? Thales stopped talking. Changed, what? The prince asked, puzzled. Kessel narrowed his eyes on the throne on the dais. You said that this journey of almost dying a few times, did you learn anything? A journey of almost dying a few times. Thales' mood turned cold. Yes. A few seconds later, he said faintly, I learned a lot. No. But Kessel firmly denied his words. The king of Constellation stared at the Duke of Star Lake from afar. If you really learned something, then you should know. The king's eyes shone with unexplainable anger. The king's eyes flashed with unexplainable anger. Then you wouldn't have become the Duke of Star Lake. Then you would never have become the Duke of Star Lake. Why? He asked instinctively. Why? He asked subconsciously. The light in the council chamber seemed to darken a little more. Why? Kessel was so angry that he laughed. The king sneered and tapped his scepter. The dull sound spread through the hall. Because you do not deserve it. Do not deserve it. The moment he heard the last word clearly, Thales froze. But he did not have the chance to think, much less answer. Gilbert. Adrian. Kessel V no longer looked at Thales. Instead, he shouted loudly and coldly. The door to the stone hall opened. 2 footsteps rose calmly. Gilbert's slightly puzzled voice came from behind him. Your Majesty, why? But the king immediately interrupted him. His tone was resolute and brooked no room for doubt. Let the Imperial Edict officer draft. No, Gilbert, personally draft my order, the kind that everyone can see. Gilbert had a surprised look on his face. Prince Thales has returned from afar. To commend his glorious achievements and display his noble status, the king of Constellation paused and snorted through his nose. And my trust and love. When he heard this, Thales gritted his teeth. King Kessel sized up his son. Under Gilbert's strange gaze, he said faintly, from today onwards, Mindy's Hall in Twilight District, one of the properties of the royal family, will be given to the Duke of Star Lake as his specially granted residence. Gilbert glanced at Thales. There was surprise and puzzlement in the Foreign Affairs Minister's eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. Gilbert quickly nodded and obeyed the order. Thales slowly raised his head, but realized that King Kessel did not even look at him. But the king's resolute order had not ended. Adrian, accompany the Duke out. Let your men send him directly to Mindy's Hall. He should be very familiar with that place. Gilbert wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Adrian bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Thales, on the other hand, stood at the side and did not say a word. Of course, that will have to be in, the king snorted coldly and sank into the shadows again. In 15 minutes. No pop-up window, please bookmark. Chapter 5:16. We can't defend this place. Glover led his mount and stood in front of a wide and exquisite iron gate with 2 openings. He looked at the exquisite garden and the dragon's kiss fountain in the center before him. He sized up the 3-story house with tall pillars in front of him with a solemn expression. What? Beside him, Protector Doyle, who was checking his mount's teeth, asked in puzzlement. Around them, the royal guards who were assigned to protect the prince followed the etiquette officer of the royal family and the administrative officer of the city hall. They entered the beautiful manor in an orderly manner and did the headache-inducing handover and propaganda with the local servants and guards. Most of them were Jade Star private soldiers recruited from the outskirts of Central Territory. The layout of the complicated terrain, troublesome sentry posts, pointless decorations, and the Jade Star private army recruited from a foreign land. Vanguard Glover's gaze swept across the gate and walls to the backyard in the distance. The wariness in his eyes grew stronger. And a maze garden that is bigger than the Northern Territory. In the bustling atmosphere, the Vanguard looked around and handed his mount to a subordinate of the Vanguard Division. He frowned even more. Compared to the Northern Territory. Doyle, who was beside him, said subconsciously. He immediately understood something and smiled brightly. Relax, zombie. This is Mindy's Hall, not Broken Dragon Fortress. Doyle did not care about the Vanguard's expression. He stuffed the reins into his other hand in an extremely natural manner. He watched as the Vanguard pulled his mount away with a displeased expression that said, "Where did the people from the Defense Division go?" Then, he turned his head around in satisfaction. "And we are not here to fight." Glover snorted through his nose. He looked at the road outside the iron gate and the house at the end of the garden. His tone was cold. The prince should be staying in Renaissance Palace. The Vanguard's words were drawn out, and they seemed to have a profound meaning. But Doyle clicked his tongue and shook his head. No, no, no. Although we were not familiar with each other before, I know that the Vanguard Division does not have many sentry posts. Glover pursed his lips. I'm not sure about Torment Hall and the Silence Room where His Majesty and the Queen are. Doyle raised 3 fingers with a smug expression and snapped them down one by one. But the Ballard Room is very narrow, the Elan Court is a little too high and cold, and the Sumerian Hall is too dark and dark. Trust me, compared to these famous grottos in Renaissance Palace, Doyle elegantly waved his hand at the exquisite garden in front of him. You'll like it better here. Glover narrowed his eyes. At least Mindy's Hall has, Doyle paused for a moment. He pointed at the iron gate, the garden, the fountain, the avenue, the main hall, and finally pointed at the sun above his head. He smiled faintly. There is light? Glover crossed his arms and looked elsewhere. He snorted in a way that made it seem as if he didn't know what was going on. Obviously, he wasn't too satisfied. Besides, do you know how high its artistic value is? Doyle's eyes lit up, and his tone changed. Glover furrowed his brows. Do you know its place in the history of architecture? The guard turned around and spread his arms, as if he wanted to hug the person in front of him. Let's not talk about the fact that this is the famous virtuous king's temporary imperial residence. But look at the garden, look at the reliefs, look at the tiles. Let's not even talk about the many art treasures in the palace. Think about it, if we hold a banquet here, the ladies in the capital will definitely fight to be the first. Doyle turned around with a dance step. His face was full of sweetness. Glover did not move. He only looked at Doyle with a disdainful expression. What's wrong? Doyle shrugged. He looked puzzled. Is it wrong to love art and love beauty? Glover looked away. He took a deep breath and exhaled stiffly through his nose. The familiar sound of a carriage and shouts came from the distance. It seemed like a person was directing the transportation. Doyle, who was immersed in art and beauty, had his expression change. Oh, no, that's Stone and Fubby, he immediately jumped to Glover's side. His expression was stern, and his body was straight. He extended his arm and pointed at Mindy's hall. "Quick, pretend that you're talking to me, discussing the defense of the sentry posts or the defense plan. Look very attentive and serious." Glover was confused. "What? This is the only way we won't be assigned to help with logistics." Doyle's expression did not change, but his lips moved slightly. Glover still did not understand. "But why me?" "Because he never asks the vanguard to go," Doyle said softly through gritted teeth. Logistics Officer Stone and Flag Bearer Fubby brought a few subordinates and a few carriages while they were surrounded by a group of officials and Jade Star private soldiers. They left doubtful and puzzled gazes on Doyle, but when they saw Glover's stern expression, they got rid of their doubts and left. It was only then that Doyle heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. Glover's gaze when he looked at him became even stranger. But Doyle did not feel awkward at all. He naturally returned to his intoxicated state of admiring the scenery. His gaze shifted, and he saw the teenager who stood quietly in the gaps between the figures moving back and forth under the pillars of the house in the distance beside the cedar wood door. Doyle narrowed his eyes and sized up the still and slightly lonely prince. The servants and guards around him seemed to have some sort of tacit understanding. They perfectly avoided the prince while they were busy with their work. The person closest to him was at least 10 meters away. But they would occasionally cast cautious glances at the teenager who did not say a word. "I'll bet you, that kid just got spanked." As if he was afraid that Doyle would not believe him, Doyle narrowed his eyes. "Believe me, I know this feeling." He appears to be very calm now, but that is all an act. Doyle stared at the prince's back. His gaze was melancholic, and he seemed to be rather sentimental. But in the deepest part of his heart, he just wants to find a place where there is no one and cry to his heart's content. Doyle stared at the prince's back. His eyes were melancholic, and he was rather sentimental. But in the deepest part of his heart, he just wants to find a place where there is no one and cry to his heart's content. This is not something you should comment on. The vanguard coughed sternly. "Protector Doyle." But Doyle snorted softly. "Enough with that lousy sword in the morning. You are also very displeased, aren't you?" Doyle nudged Glover's arm. He did not care about Glover's unpleasant expression at all, and he seemed to be taking pleasure in Glover's misfortune. "I'll bet everything I have with you. Our honorable Duke, I've finally seen someone with a heavier sword than him." Glover did not answer. He only stared at the porch of Mindy's hall and frowned deeply. Over there, Duke Thales stood quietly. He only stared at the porch. He did not make a sound and did not move. It was as if he was isolated from his surroundings. "Are you there?" Thales asked absent-mindedly. "Did you see it?" As a response, a steady and calm voice came from behind him. "Yes, I saw it." But it was not the person Thales expected. The teenager closed his eyes and sighed softly. The royal family's private soldiers and servants did a good job in maintaining the place. They saved us a lot of trouble. Once we complete the assessment and inspection, we can move in. Watchman Mallows walked forward and stood beside the Duke. He looked at the main hall of the manor with him, and his words were thought-provoking. "Congratulations, the new master of Mindy's Hall." Mindy's Hall. New master. Thales did not turn around. The teenager only quietly sized up the familiar yet unfamiliar house in front of him, from the pillars to the door, from the carpet to the interior. However, this time, the familiarity seemed to be greater than the unfamiliarity. Mallows seemed to have sensed the atmosphere. He also remained silent and stood quietly with the prince. The servants and guards were still busy. They came and went in a hurry, but they subconsciously stayed further away from them. A few seconds later, "You don't know." Mallows frowned slightly. Thales spoke slowly with an expressionless face. You didn't know beforehand that you would be stationed here, did you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have to wait until the very last moment to assess and inspect. Mallows was slightly stunned. But the Duke of Star Lake smiled. You weren't even prepared to become the Star Lake Guards. Thales lowered his head and looked a little lonely. Because the title of the Duke of Star Lake was decided on the spot after you departed, and it was conferred in a hurry. Because, a sword. Mallows paused for a few seconds. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Thales sighed. Similarly, you weren't prepared to come to Mindy's Hall. Mallows seemed to have heard something from the Duke's seemingly disorderly words. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. But Thales took a deep breath. When he turned his head around, he had already put on a smile. By the way, when you set up your defenses, don't forget to prepare silver weapons. There might even be weapons that have been blessed. Silver weapons. The change in topic caught the watchman off guard. Why? Thales snorted. He took a few steps back and looked at the roof and balcony of Mindy's Hall. To guard against uninvited guests. Under Mallow's puzzled gaze, the prince's tone was filled with faint nostalgia. Such as, vampires? Mallows was stunned again. He was confused. But Thales did not explain further. He only sighed again, raised his head, and sized up the pillar in a daze. It looks even smaller, the teenager said subconsciously. I remember that the pillar here used to be very tall. Mallow's gaze moved, and he stared deeply at the prince. With a little perplexed, Thales walked through the porch and vaguely saw 3 large portraits on the wall under the chandelier, facing the door. And the 3 people in the portrait. One had his back to the setting sun. He held a spear and rode a horse. He was as heroic as ever. One stood deep in the forest. He held a sword and a shield in his hand. He was as determined as ever. One sat quietly in the room. He held a staff and flipped through a book. He was as benevolent as ever. As he stared at the 3 people in the portrait, Thales' gaze became a little unfocused. He subconsciously raised his right hand and pressed it against his chest. A certain part of his skin seemed to still be aching. You are also revisiting an old place, Mallows followed behind him, and his tone was indifferent. When we saw Renaissance Palace, you did not have this expression. Renaissance Palace. Thales snorted. The first time I entered Renaissance Palace, I was seriously injured by an assassin. I was unconscious, and I was carried in. Mallows narrowed his eyes. The prince's expression was slightly mocking. Revisiting an old place? What kind of expression did you expect me to have? But Mallow's answer exceeded his expectations. Smile. Thales frowned. What? Mallows took a step forward and stood with him in front of the cedar wood door. He stared at the portraits of the 3 kings on the wall in the hall. You need to smile. Then they will not have to suspect that your father does not like you. Mallows narrowed his eyes slightly. Or the other way around. Thales was stunned for a moment before he was stunned. Them? Mallows remained indifferent. He nodded and did not even look at the Duke. The royal guards are all elites. They have a keen sense of smell. Thales instinctively turned around. Around him, the royal guards were still busy with their own tasks. They were either commanding the logistics, handing over tasks to the servants, or assigning tasks. Nothing strange could be seen. Thales was silent for a while before he suddenly chuckled. Did you know? I have a friend who also advised me to smile. Mallows looked at the prince. The latter took a deep breath and looked at the sky in the distance. He sounded sentimental. Because life is heavy enough as it is. You have to smile to make it lighter. The teenager was a little dazed, as if he was looking at the yellow sand again. Then, does it? Mallows stared at Thales, who was feeling sentimental for some reason, and suddenly said, "After you finish laughing?" Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. "I don't know." The teenager's smile was a little strained. "I hope so." The prince turned around and was about to walk into the porch. "This place, this manor," Mallows spoke again, causing Thales to slow down. "Do you know why it is named this way?" "This place? Why is it named this way?" Thales stopped walking and glanced at his surroundings. The prince gestured at the portrait on the rightmost side of the wall opposite him. Him? In the portrait, a middle-aged man with graying hair was smiling at him in a friendly manner. But Mallows shook his head. "No." The watchman crossed his arms. There was a hint of respect in his eyes as he stared at the hall. Although Mindes III had indeed lived here more than 100 years ago, and most people thought that it was him. But, no, Mindes Hall was not named after the virtuous king. Not the virtuous king's name. This piqued the teenager's interest. "Very good." Thales turned his head around with great interest. "Please enlighten me, my personal guard captain." Mallows did not care about the faint strangeness in Thales' tone. He turned around and looked in the direction of Renaissance Palace. His gaze was profound. Year 333 of the calendar of eradication, the 22nd Supreme King was crowned. His name appeared for the first time in the genealogy of Constellation's kings. Thales raised his eyebrows. "What, number? 22? That's..." This king was young, but he was weak and sickly. He had to move out of the palace and look for a place to recuperate. He entrusted the affairs of the country to his uncle and the Imperial Conference. Mallows' words were very calm, just like his indifferent expression. The story he told was not necessarily delightful. In just 1 year, the young king unfortunately died of illness. He did not even leave behind an heir. The watchman stepped on the floor tiles under his feet. From then on, the manor in the suburbs where he died was named after him to commemorate him. Mallows looked at the prince indifferently. Entrusted affairs of the country to his uncle, left the palace to recuperate, nephew died young, left his name to commemorate. The story was very short. It did not even have a plot, and it was not very auspicious. The charm behind it was even a little indescribable. But Thales still showed an expression that said, "I see." "So, the manor in the suburbs." Thales pointed at his surroundings and tried hard to continue the conversation. "You call Twilight District suburbs?" Mallows frowned slightly. He was obviously not satisfied with the prince's attitude of focusing on the main point. "It used to be. I call this city expansion." Thales raised his eyebrows. "Oh. However, 3.5 centuries have passed. When we stand here and mention the original master of Mindes Hall," the watchman snorted softly and looked at Thales with a rather meaningful gaze. "Even the direct descendants of Jade Star have long since forgotten about the Fog King." Thales was a little awkward. But he quickly noticed the title Mallows mentioned. "Fog King?" Mallows nodded. He extended his hand and knocked on the expensive cedar wood door. His tone was deep. Regardless of whether he was alive or after, Mindes I, who died young, was known as the Fog King. When he was alive, his rule was like fog. It seemed tangible, but in reality, it was intangible. After his death, his story was like fog. It came and went in a hurry and disappeared quietly. Suddenly, Mallows' gaze became sharp. "No one remembers. No one cares." Thales subconsciously shuddered. "So, take care of yourself, especially when the entire royal guards are around." Mallows' gaze was focused on Thales again. It made the latter, who was originally a little depressed and lonely, quiver. "No matter what you went through," the watchman's tone became cold. You must know that among the many inconspicuous and forgotten masters of Mindy's Hall, you are not the only one who is sick and miserable. Sick and miserable. Thales subconsciously gulped and rubbed his face. But just like the Fog King, the watchman snorted coldly. No one will remember. Mallows looked in the direction of Renaissance Palace. His gaze was unfocused. And no one will care. There was silence. It had to be said that at that moment, Thales, who had his worries and problems pointed out, felt a little awkward. After a while, the young Duke of Star Lake forced himself to laugh dryly. Thank you for your encouragement, Lord Mallows. Even though it was not very inspiring. But the watchman did not respond to his gratitude. He only cast him a faint glance. Once the room upstairs is ready, I will inform you. Your Grace. Once Mallows finished speaking, he strode into Mindy's hall. Thales looked at his back, and while he felt awkward, he seemed to be deep in thought. That uncle. The teenager suddenly spoke. Under the portrait of the King of Renaissance, Mallows' back froze for a moment. The Fog King's uncle who took over the kingdom's affairs. Thales' eyes burned. After Mindy's the First died of illness, did he inherit the throne? The watchman's back remained still for a few seconds. Of course. Mallows turned his head around. His expression was profound. Sumer Jade Star, who took over the kingdom's affairs, eventually inherited the throne from his nephew who died young and did not have an heir. He was the Jackal Sumer III in history. Thales exhaled, and he came to a realization. But Mallows had not finished speaking. With the body of the Duke of Star Lake. Thales was shocked. But before he could ask, the watchman left without turning his head back. He disappeared up the stairs. Thales was left alone to ponder over the meaning of this story. A few seconds later, the prince smiled in a relieved manner. Interesting. Regardless of whether it's the master of Mindy's Hall or the Duke of Star Lake, the stories of his predecessors, they're all so thought-provoking. Thales glanced in the direction where Mallows disappeared one last time, turned around, left the porch, and walked towards the garden. While he waited, he put on a smile and sized up the busy crowd around him. He suddenly noticed that among the servants and private soldiers who came and went, there were two figures who stood out from the crowd. One of them was relaxed, and the other was standing by the pool with a slightly stern expression. They were discussing something in a serious manner. Thales recognized the two people, so he slowly walked towards them. You didn't want to come, did you? Doyle looked at the few maids in the distance and narrowed his eyes beside the fountain. You know, the Glover family is the best of the 7 Jade Star attendants. They are the backbone of the king's party. They have been trusted for generations, and they hold great power. Beside him, Glover furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Your father is the predecessor of Kirkirk Man, and your elder brother is in the Department of Finance. He has a bright future ahead of him. Doyle's attention was still on the maids, and he did not even look at Glover. He narrated while he sighed emotionally. His Majesty is also eager to improve, and he is in the prime of his life. But you are here, and you're involved in this unlucky mess. Doyle turned his head around and stared at Glover curiously. Why? But this time, he seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Glover also turned his head around and stared coldly at Doyle. It was as if he was staring at a piece of rotten meat on a butcher's stand. The silence lasted for a long time. After a while, Doyle, who did not get any response, could only smile awkwardly and turn his head around. All right, it's fine if you don't want to talk about it. But I'm different. Doyle showed a perfect smile to a maid who finally could not stand his gaze anymore and peeked at him. During the years when our family was prosperous, Doyle was too close to the old nobles, and their relationship was complicated. So much so that for 3 generations after that, there was no one who could be put in an important position by Renaissance Palace. Glover did not say anything, but he looked away. Doyle stared at the maid who turned her head around with a flushed face. His gaze was a little frozen. They were worried that if this continued, our family's position among the 7 Jade Star would be lost sooner or later, just like Tardin, Belden, and... Doyle paused for a moment and gestured at the direction of Mindy's hall with his head. He sighed and said, Mallows. Glover did not say anything, as if he did not hear him. So, I was forced to come here. Doyle quirked an eyebrow. My father had a beautiful dream. From the king's personal guard to the prince's personal guard, perhaps in the end, he would become the king's personal guard, and in the end, Doyle's expression became a little gloomy. Of course, that was just a beautiful dream. Glover's eyes sparkled a little. After all, we are no longer in the era where we rely on the size of our fiefdoms to make a living. Doyle exhaled softly. His expression was resigned, and his tone was profound. And we are neither the 6 great clans nor the 13 distinguished families. Doyle said airily in front of Glover, who did not move an inch. We are just Jade Star's attendants. Stealing fragrance. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.